Chapter 661. The nebulous sex Gua Xiaofei was a genius on the sky ranking. His name had spread far and wide. His appearance in the Death Mountain wasn't a surprise to the people. What really caught everyone's attention was the young master of the Maoyin cult and Xueqi heir. Both of them were famous people who had recently appeared in Xuanyu. There was no need to mention the young master of the Maoyin cult. Just this title alone was enough to frighten people. He was the foster son of the devil cult's master. No matter where he went, he could do whatever he wanted. Although Xueqi heir wasn't strong, her potential was the greatest. In the whole of Xuanyu, there wasn't a genius with such a great potential. A 12-year-old second-grade combat emperor. Even those ancient families in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent couldn't find such a genius. It was a miracle that an unusual person like Xueqi heir could appear in a place like Xuanyu. After Han Yen appeared, his eyes fell on the group of the Nebula sect. After a quick glance, his face revealed a disappointed expression because he didn't see the people he wanted to see. If Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog were here, he would be able to see them at first glance. Han Yen knew that Jiang Chen had entered the Nebula sect. As the young master of the Maoyin cult, he had sent people to spy on Jiang Chen's actions. He isn't in the Nebula sect's formation. It seems like he didn't come with the people of the Nebula sect. However, this is such an important event. These two guys will never miss it. Han Yan's mouth revealed a smile. He knew Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog too well. These two were the devil kings of the world. They were people who wished for the whole world to be in chaos. The opening of the Death Mountain was a big event. Without them it would be meaningless. Besides, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to gain experience. Hong Long, another wave of tyrannical qi came from afar. These qi didn't belong to one person. Judging from the qi alone, it wasn't any weaker than the Nebula sect and Maoyin cult. Without a doubt, one of the 5 major powers had arrived. A large group of experts came from afar. They were the people of the Tan family. The leader of the group was a young man with an unparalleled qi. The training in the Death Mountain was actually a competition between geniuses. The geniuses sent by the major powers couldn't be too shameful. Basically, they were all peak 8th grade combat emperors. If they were defeated by other major powers, it would be an incomparably shameful matter. Look, the people from the Chen clan are here. The young man in the lead is dressed in white and holding a folding fan in his hand. He looks like Tan Jibai. These are the people from the main Chen clan, the side branches and outsiders. This disciple is different. His status is incomparably noble. This person's cultivation is not below Gua Xiaofei at all. The Tan family is a big family. To be able to become one of the 5 major powers in Xuanyu, they are incomparably strong. There are also many geniuses in the family. Their overall strength isn't any weaker than the other 4 major powers. Yeah, it seems like this time's training will be a fierce battle between 2 giants. If these geniuses can obtain some benefits from the Death Mountain, their future will be limitless. The crowd discussed fervently as they looked at the disciples of the 5 major powers. Their eyes were filled with envy, thinking to themselves that if they could join them and become a member of the 5 major powers, how blissful and proud would that be? After the experts of the Tan family appeared, they stood in the camp of the Tan family. Although the restriction of the Death Mountain had weakened, the true experts of the 5 major powers were still needed to open the door of the Death Mountain. Before the Death Mountain was truly opened, no one could enter. Look, the people from Xiaoyao Palace are here too. Someone cried out in surprise. They saw the people of Xiaoyao Palace approaching from afar. Very quickly, they arrived. There wasn't much difference between their camp and the camp of the other 3 major powers. The leader was also a young man. However, this young man was incomparably majestic. He had thick hair and a thick beard on his face. With one glance, one could tell that he was the type of burly man. He was 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. The muscles on his arms bulged like a small mountain. It was obvious that he was a cultivator of the body. That's Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace. He's also a figure on the heavenly list of Xiaoyao Palace. I heard that his physique has been cultivated to the extreme. One punch can shatter a mountain. It's rather terrifying. I'm really envious of the geniuses of the major powers. Their innate talents are not bad, and they can even obtain good cultivation resources. How can we, the rogue cultivators, compare to them? It's useless to be envious. That's why we have to enter the Death Mountain to search for opportunities. If we're lucky, We can be like them in the future and become a superior person. Even if we can't join the 5 major powers, it's not bad to join the ordinary powers. Looking at the geniuses of the 5 major powers, the rogue cultivator's words were filled with envy and jealousy. However, the reality was always cruel. If they wanted to change their current situation, they had to work hard continuously. They had to put in 10 times more effort than the others in order to become a superior person. After the arrival of the people from Xiaoyao Palace, 3 people walked out from the camp. These 3 people were the ones who had been searching for Jiang Chen and Old Man Impermanence. The leader was Wang Yi, a 6th-grade combat emperor. When Wang Yi stood out, the conflict immediately pointed to the Nebula sect. "Where's Jiang Chen of Nebula sect? Come out now." Wang Yi's voice was loud and clear, making everyone hear him clearly. While once his words were out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Wang Yi, who didn't look friendly at all. There were many who had heard of Jiang Chen's name. They rolled their eyes, thinking that he was really a troublemaker. No matter where he went, there would be no peace. Before he had done anything, he had already offended the people from Xiaoyao Palace. When the Death Mountain was about to open, the people from Xiaoyao Palace were going to interrogate him. It could be seen that Jiang Chen had done something infuriating to Xiaoyao Palace. After hearing that Wang Yi was going to accuse Jiang Chen, the originally calm and composed Han Yan's eyes immediately revealed 2 rays of cold light. He didn't care how Jiang Chen had offended the Freedom Palace. Jiang Chen had offended too many people. As a brother, he would only help Jiang Chen. Even if he had to go against the whole world, he wouldn't hesitate. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask my big brother to come out? Are you courting death?" Xueqi was the first one who couldn't stand it. Wang Yi's tone made her extremely angry. The little girl immediately took a step forward, pointed her finger at Wang Yi and said loudly, "Where did this silly girl come from? Your Nebula sect had better hand over Jiang Chen. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of our Xiaoyao Palace." Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said, "So what if I am the enemy of your Xiaoyao Palace?" He thought to himself, "Do you think that your Xiaoyao Palace can dominate the Xian region? Junior Jiang isn't here." Gua Xiao Fei Lunglung said. His interest in Junior Jiang, whom he had never met before, was aroused again. He knew what Jiang Chen had done in the Nebula sect. He was really a troublemaker. Now, he had even offended the Xiaoyao Palace. However, Gua Xiao Fei didn't care. The Nebula sect wasn't afraid of Xiaoyao Palace. "That Jiang Chen has killed 2 of our 5th-grade combat emperors. We must avenge him. This is related to the reputation of our Freedom sect. Gua Xiao Fei, now that the Death Mountain is about to open, you better hand over Jiang Chen to us. Don't hurt our relationship. Otherwise, it won't do you any good." Wang Yi continued to speak loudly. "What? Jiang Chen killed 2 5th-grade combat emperors? Wasn't Jiang Chen only a combat king before this? Even if he has advanced to the combat emperor realm, how could he kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? This is too outrageous. How powerful is this Jiang Chen? How could he kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? I can't believe it." Yeah, but if it's true, no wonder the Xiaoyao Palace is so angry. They have lost 2 5th-grade combat emperors. This isn't a small loss. For a moment, Jiang Chen had become the focus and topic of discussion before he even arrived. "Humph! Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You even dare to order me to hand him over. You are courting death." Gua Xiao Fei harumphed coldly. He didn't put Wang Yi in his eyes at all. He naturally didn't care about Wang Yi because the 2 of them weren't on the same level. If Wang Yi dared to shout in front of him during normal times, Gua Xiao Fei would kill him with just a finger. He doesn't have the qualifications, but I don't know if I have the qualifications. Gua Xiao Fei, Jiang Chen has killed 2 of our great elders of the Xiaoyao Palace. We, the Xiaoyao Palace, will naturally demand an explanation. The tall and burly Li Long took a step forward. He didn't purposely raise his voice, but the words that came out of his mouth were like rolling thunder. He was a typical fierce man. "Li Long, are you kidding me? Junior Jiang is only a 1st-grade combat emperor. No matter how powerful he is, how could he kill 2 5th-grade combat emperors like you? Or are you saying that the 5th-grade combat emperors of the Xiaoyao Palace are all cowards that they can even need a 1st-grade combat emperor?" Gua Xiao Fei sneered, but he was very surprised in his heart. He knew that the Xiaoyao Palace wouldn't joke about such a thing. The two elders of the Xiaoyao Palace must have died in the hands of Jiang Chen. This was what surprised him. He knew that Jiang Chen had defeated the 4th-grade combat emperor Man Hong in the sect, but defeating a 4th-grade combat emperor and killing a 5th-grade combat emperor were two completely different things. If he's only a 1st-grade combat emperor, he naturally isn't a match for a 5th-grade combat emperor, but that brat can trigger the heavenly tribulation. He used the heavenly tribulation to kill two of our elders. Many people have seen it. The elder who had escaped from Jiang Chen said loudly. After hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. The heavenly tribulation was such a distant thing, but many of them did see the destruction of the wasteland, but they didn't think that it was caused by the heavenly tribulation. I have long heard that Jiang Chen is a peerless monster that can trigger the heavenly tribulation. It turns out that he used the heavenly tribulation to kill the disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace. No wonder. This is a monster. The Xiaoyao Palace has suffered a great loss this time, and they have lost their face. They won't let this matter go easily. Now that Jiang Chen hasn't appeared, the two great sects have already started a war. Chapter 662. The scene was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiaoyao Palace had lost two 5th-grade combat emperors, and they were both elders. An elder was different from a disciple. An elder represented the face of the sect. If the culprit wasn't found out, the sect would be looked down upon and treated as a joke in the future. Guo Xiaofei was shocked. He was more interested in this junior brother Jiang whom he had never met before. However, he was now the representative of the Nebula sect. He represented the morale of the Nebula sect. He couldn't lose in terms of momentum. No matter what happened between Jiang Chen and the elders of Xiaoyao Palace, Guo Xiaofei couldn't show any weakness. Moreover, Guo Xiaofei wasn't an idiot. As a person on the Earth ranking, which one of them wasn't an intelligent person? Jiang Chen had done such a thing in the Nebula sect, yet he didn't receive any punishment. It was obvious that he was valued by the higher-ups of the Nebula sect, even by the sect master. Jiang Chen was able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. He was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Guo Xiaofei naturally wouldn't go against such a person. Moreover, he and Jiang Chen were the disciples of the Nebula sect. The 5th-grade combat emperor of Xiaoyao Palace was killed by a 1st-grade combat emperor. How could you say such a shameful thing in such a righteous manner? You really don't know shame. At this time, a strange voice was heard. Everyone looked at the group of the Maoyin cult. The one who spoke was none other than Han Yan. These people of the free and unfettered sect spoke rudely and wanted to kill Jiang Chen. He couldn't stand it anymore. Oh right, Jiang Chen is colluding with the Maoyin cult. He killed two of our elders with the heavenly tribulation because of the old impermanence of the Maoyin cult. The Nebula sect is a righteous sect. Will they allow their disciples to collude with the evil cult? The elder who escaped from Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation said. He naturally wouldn't miss the chance to accuse Jiang Chen of colluding with the evil cult. Old man, what did you say? What about our devil sect? The people of the devil cult are much stronger than the hypocrites of the righteous path. It must be the elders of your Xiaoyao Palace who besieged the elders of my devil cult. Jiang Chen couldn't stand it anymore and chose to take action. An 8th-grade combat emperor youth behind Han Yan said loudly. His name was Mo Sang. He was a rare genius of the Maoyin cult. He was at the same level as Guo Xiaofei and the others. If it wasn't for the young master of the Maoyin cult, this trip to the Death Mountain would be led by him. Even so, no one dared to look down on Mo Sang. Mo Sang's words carried a lot of weight. The people of the devil cult reacted immediately. Many of them didn't know why their young master suddenly joined the battle between the Xiaoyao Palace and the Nebula sect. Now, it seemed that it was related to the Maoyin cult. Jiang Chen killed the elders of the Maoyin cult. If that was the case, the Maoyin cult couldn't just sit and watch. Every one of the Maoyin cult had a better impression of Jiang Chen. You people of the devil cult have done all kinds of evil deeds. Everyone has the right to punish you. If I meet you, I will certainly kill you. Tan Ji Bai of the Tan family was holding a folding fan and said with tit for tat. This was supposed to be a battle between the Xiaoyao Palace and the Nebula sect. In a blink of an eye, the Maoyin cult and the Tan family had been dragged into this. Look, the 5 major powers have always been at odds with each other. Now because of Jiang Chen, all of them have been dragged into this. I heard that Tan Ji Bai of the Tan family and Mo Sang of the Maoyin cult had fought before. It's not surprising that he is targeting the Maoyin cult. Look, it's getting more and more lively. Look, the people of the Sky Hill School have arrived. The people of the 5 major powers have arrived. The Death Mountain is going to open soon. I wonder if there will be a battle before it opens. The 4 major powers had been dragged into this. Now, the people of the Sky Hill School had also appeared. However, after the people of the Sky Hill School appeared, they stood in their own camp. It seemed that they had no intention of participating in the battle. Who does the Tan family think you are? You still want to annihilate my devil cult? If you have the guts, come and try. I will tear you apart. Mo Sang was instantly enraged. A demonic wolf burst out from his body. It seemed like he would start a fight if there was any disagreement. This was the character of the people of the devil cult. Although they were sinister and cunning, they would never be careless in a fight. They would fight as soon as they said they would. There were no rules in their eyes. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tan Ji Bai waved his folding fan and leaped into the sky. Mo Sang naturally wasn't afraid. He turned into a demonic light and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had opened up a new battlefield in the sky. They started fighting on the spot, causing the sky to darken. Hee, they are fighting now. This is really lively. The leader of the Sky Hill School chuckled. His face was like jade. He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He had a medium build and bright eyes. One look and anyone could tell that he was a dragon among men. His name was Yan Hui, the leader of the Sky Hill School. He was at the peak of 8th grade combat emperor. He had a leisurely look as he watched the battle between Mo Sang and Tan Ji Bai. He seemed to be in a good mood. The people of the Tan family and the Maoyin cult were opposing each other. If they didn't handle it well, there would be a large-scale battle at any time. The Death Mountain hadn't been opened yet. If they were to fight outside of the mountain, it would be really interesting. On the other side, Xiaoyao Palace and the Nebula sect were also opposing each other. No one was willing to give in. Jiang Chen's reputation in the Nebula sect was very good, especially among the inner sect disciples. He was the idol of countless of them. Gua Xiaofei, we, Xiaoyao Palace will not let this matter go. Your Nebula sect must give us an explanation. It's better to hand over Jiang Chen. Li Long continued. If you have the ability, go and find Big Brother yourself. I'm afraid that with your ability, you won't be able to catch Big Brother even if he is standing in front of you. Zueling Er said loudly. Her fists were clenched so tightly that a cracking sound could be heard. If it wasn't because of her weak strength, she would have already taken action according to her temper. There were people who kept slandering her beloved Big Brother in front of her. She couldn't stand it anymore. From afar, 4 silhouettes appeared like lightning. They were 3 men and a dog who were rushing here. They saw the battle between Mo Sang and Tan Ji Bai from afar. Why are they fighting? Tyrant was stunned. That is the genius of our Maoyin cult, Mo Sang. Why is he fighting with the genius of the Tan family? Old Man Impermanence was stunned. It seems like the relationship between the Maoyin cult and the Tan family isn't good. I am friends with Tan Ji Hao of the Tan family. I will help you to mediate later. Now that we are entering the Death Mountain, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He could feel that Tan Ji Hao's status in the Tan family wasn't ordinary. He had saved Tan Ji Hao's life before, so naturally, he could be considered as a friend of the Tan family. Jiang Chen still didn't know what was happening outside the Death Mountain. Their imposing manner was like a rainbow. Very soon, they appeared in everyone's field of vision. Such a huge imposing manner instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people who saw them first were the people from Xiaoyao Palace. It's Jiang Chen. He finally appeared. Go and kill him. The 2 elders from Xiaoyao Palace shouted. They took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Wang Yi's body flashed and rushed over as well. These 3 people were the ones who were looking for Jiang Chen previously but couldn't find him. Now that they saw Jiang Chen, their murderous aura instantly soared to the sky. Look, that young man in white is Jiang Chen. He looks so young. Yeah. It seems like Xiaoyao Palace won't let him go. I wonder how he is going to deal with it. That is Old Man Impermanence of the Devil Cult. Jiang Chen is really colluding with the Devil Cult. It seems like what Xiaoyao Palace said is right. Many people's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. Just as they were discussing, Wang Yi and the other two from Xiaoyao Palace had already rushed forward and blocked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you killed my elder from Xiaoyao Palace. Die! Wang Yi roared, his murderous aura soared to the sky. People of Xiaoyao Palace. Humph. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He humphed coldly. Old man impermanence. Block this guy for me. Needless to say, Old man impermanence had already rushed out. He was now a peak 6th grade combat emperor. He could totally block Wang Yi. His devil chi soared to the sky, a cold devil weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Wang Yi. Jiang Chen, you don't have any heavenly tribulation now. Let's see how powerful you can be. The two elders from Xiaoyao Palace gritted their teeth. One on the left and the other on the right, they besieged Jiang Chen. The speed of the three of them was too fast. It was too late for the people of Nebula Sect to react when they started to attack. However, Jiang Chen didn't need help. Kang the sword light soared to the sky. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was revealed. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. The mystical Heavenly Saint sword was covered with blood-red dragon marks. The current Heavenly Saint sword had become a powerful emperor weapon. It was much stronger than before. Swoosh! Without saying anything, Jiang Chen swung his sword toward the elder who had escaped from his grasp. The strike was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. The elder's face was originally filled with confidence, but when the Heavenly Saint sword locked onto him, his heart immediately sank to the bottom. He could smell the aura of hell, the smell of death. In a moment of panic, the elder took out his combat weapon and defended against Jiang Chen's attack. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's all-out attack wasn't something that a 5th grade combat emperor could resist. The Heavenly Saint sword's divine power was unpredictable. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the Heavenly Saint sword slashed through the elder's body. The elder let out a blood-curdling scream and died on the spot. His body that was cut into half fell from the sky. What? The other elder who was close to Jiang Chen exclaimed. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he had seen a ghost. His bursting chi suddenly receded like a receding tide. Since you are here, let's die together. Jiang Chen didn't say a word. He swung his sword again. The sword light interweaved into a sword net, enshrouding the elder completely. Jiang Chen's sword was too fast. He didn't give his opponent any chance to react. He used the Heavenly Saint sword right from the start. That was a full-power attack. A 5th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. The other elder of Xiaoyao Palace was dead. Chapter 663. Jiang Chen had killed the two 5th grade combat emperors of Xiaoyao Palace with just a wave of his hand. This scene was so shocking that everyone was dumbfounded. Even Elder Impermanence and Wang Yi, who were fighting each other, were dumbfounded. They stopped what they were doing. Even Mo Sang and Tan Ji Bai, who were fighting from afar, had stopped what they were doing. This was their first time seeing Jiang Chen. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. He killed two elders in front of Xiaoyao Palace's camp. This wasn't killing people. It was slapping the face of Xiaoyao Palace. My God! Is he Jiang Chen? I have heard that he is ruthless and ruthless. He doesn't have any scruples in his actions. Today, I can see that he really lives up to his reputation. He didn't even blink his eyes when killing people. The camp of Xiaoyao Palace is right here, but he killed two elders in front of them. His courage is unparalleled. Unparalleled. Simply unparalleled. This is what is called domineering. I don't care who you are, I will kill you as soon as I see you. I have never seen such a powerful person before. What surprised me more was that Jiang Chen looked like a 2nd grade combat emperor, but a 5th grade combat emperor couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. This is too terrifying. No wonder he is the one who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Such combat strength is truly heaven-defying. The whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. The whole scene was ignited by the arrival of Jiang Chen. Many of them hadn't seen Jiang Chen before. Some of them even heard of Jiang Chen for the first time. After all, Xuanyu was too big. It was understandable that they didn't know who Jiang Chen was. However, after the scene just now, Jiang Chen's name had completely spread across Xuanyu. It was hard for them not to know who he was. He had done something that no one in the world dared to do. Holding the Heavenly Saint sword in one hand, Jiang Chen's whole body was filled with a domineering aura. He strode toward Wang Yi and shouted, "Scram!" This roar was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing Wang Yi's ears to buzz. Wang Yi was a 6th-grade combat emperor. He shouldn't be afraid of Jiang Chen. Even if they were to fight, he would be able to suppress Jiang Chen. However, he didn't know why. Maybe it was because Jiang Chen's qi was too strong, plus the scene where Jiang Chen had killed a few people. Wang Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Trash, you want to kill me with just this?" Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yi with contempt, then flew toward the direction of the Nebula sect. Tyrant and a Huang dog followed closely behind him. Old Man Impermanence stood at the back, in case Wang Yi launched a sneak attack. Wang Yi was stunned on the spot. When he regained his senses, Jiang Chen had already reached the front of the Nebula sect. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered just now, Wang Yi almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he had lost all his face. Not only would he be looked down upon by the outsiders, he would also be looked down upon by his peers in Xiaoyao Palace. He would become a joke. Why would I be afraid? He is only a 2nd-grade combat emperor. So what if he can kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? He is still not my opponent, but why would I be afraid? Wang Yi had the urge to slap himself. He was scared silly by his opponent's qi. He was scared silly by a 2nd-grade combat emperor. How embarrassing was this? "Big brother." Xueqi Air greeted Jiang Chen cheerfully when she saw him. They had parted ways after entering the Nebula sect. This was the first time they met. She was very happy to see her big brother display his prowess. Her eyes were sparkling when she looked at Jiang Chen. "Little girl, you are not bad." Jiang Chen rubbed the little girl's head. Xueqi Air reaching the 2nd-grade combat emperor was within his expectation. "Junior Jiang, I was a little reckless just now," Gua Xiaofei said. Jiang Chen had killed 2 5th-grade combat emperor elders of Xiaoyao Palace in front of so many people. It was indeed reckless. Xiaoyao Palace wouldn't let go of this matter easily. The grudge between Jiang Chen and Xiaoyao Palace would never end until one of them was dead. Although Gua Xiaofei said so, his eyes were full of admiration for Jiang Chen. He had seen Jiang Chen's attack clearly. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to kill a 5th-grade combat emperor so easily, let alone a 2nd-grade combat emperor. Even if he was a 5th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to kill a 5th-grade combat emperor so easily. "Big brother, this is Brother Gua Xiaofei of the core school. He is the leader of this group." Xueqi Air introduced. "Senior Brother Gua, you're wrong. If they want to kill me, should I just stand there and let them kill me?" Jiang Chen held his fists at Gua Xiaofei. Jiang Chen's first impression of this genius of the core school wasn't bad. All the disciples of Nebula sect were looking at Jiang Chen with admiration. Even some of the core disciples were the same. Many of them had heard of Jiang Chen before, but this was their first time seeing him in person, especially those combat soul outer sect disciples. After seeing him today, they treated Jiang Chen as a god of war. "Jiang Chen, you've got guts." Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace finally became furious. The Death Mountain hadn't been opened yet, but Xiaoyao Palace had already lost 2 5th-grade combat emperors, and they were killed in front of him. This was a slap to his face. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen today, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. Facing Li Long's threat, Jiang Chen didn't even look at him. He walked toward the direction of Mayin cult. His behavior showed that he didn't put Li Long in his heart. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to a genius like Li Long courting death. Li Long was furious. He immediately attacked Jiang Chen. "Li Long, are you going to kill the disciples of Nebula sect in front of me?" Gua Xiaofei naturally wouldn't give Li Long the chance to attack Jiang Chen. He immediately stood in front of Li Long. "Gua Xiaofei, get out of my way. This is between Xiaoyao Palace and Jiang Chen." Li Long's eyes were red as he shouted, "You are an 8th-grade combat emperor. Don't you feel ashamed to fight a 2nd-grade combat emperor? If you have the ability, let your 2nd-grade combat emperor fight me. I won't interfere." Gua Xiaofei responded with tit for tat. If anyone retreated at this moment, he would be a coward and would be looked down upon. Gua Xiaofei's words made many people roll their eyes. Asking a 2nd-grade combat emperor of Xiaoyao Palace to fight Jiang Chen was no different than courting death. Li Long gritted his teeth, but he had no other choice. He knew that it was impossible to kill Jiang Chen in front of Gua Xiaofei. Xiaoyao Palace couldn't have a direct battle with Nebula sect because the loss would be too great. Li Long's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had to kill Jiang Chen. It seemed like he had to wait until he entered the Death Mountain to find an opportunity. Jiang Chen and the others went straight to the front of the Maoyin cult. Old Man Impermanence held his fists at Han Yan and called him young master. However, Han Yan's eyes weren't on Old Man Impermanence. Since the moment Jiang Chen appeared, he couldn't see anyone else. You are still so flirtatious. No matter where you go, you will always be in the limelight. Han Yan said. The young master of the Maoyin cult. You look awesome. You are already a 6th grade combat emperor. It seems like you have been living a comfortable life. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he stretched out both of his arms. Han Yan did the same. Both of them ignored the gazes of the others and gave each other a big bear hug. The bear hug that belonged to a man was very powerful. That kind of strong brotherly love was something that outsiders couldn't understand. It had been a long time since they stepped into the divine continent. Finally they could reunite with each other. That kind of happiness was indescribable. They were people who didn't know how to express themselves, but they didn't need to express anything. This bear hug had expressed everything. Have you two had enough of hugging? Do you think Master Dog doesn't exist? De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. He opened his mouth and bit Han Yan's butt. You damn dog, you still won't change. Han Yan kicked De Huang Dog's head. After that, the two of them laughed out loud in front of countless people. Jiang Chen didn't care about the current situation. What he wanted to do was to do what he wanted to do. This scene was witnessed by everyone. They finally understood why the young master of the Maoyin cult would help Jiang Chen. Now, it seemed that it wasn't as simple as Jiang Chen saving Old Man Impermanence. Even an idiot could see that the two of them knew each other and their relationship wasn't ordinary. The people of the Maoyin cult looked at Jiang Chen with joy. They really liked the way Jiang Chen did things just now. For their young master to be friends with such a person, it showed that their young master was an incomparably domineering person. At this moment, Mo Sang and Tan Ji-bai had already stopped their actions and returned to their respective camps. However, they were still opposing each other with equal harshness. Based on the current situation, even if someone were to make a move, they wouldn't be able to start a real fight. All the major forces were here for the Death Mountain. They were here for the benefits. It wouldn't be beneficial for anyone if they were to fight. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the camp of the Tan family. He glanced around and actually didn't see Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang. He couldn't help but frown. Tan Ji Hao was already a combat emperor when he was in Liang province. He shouldn't have missed such an experience. However, he didn't appear in the camp of the Tan family. This wasn't normal. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at the Tan family and said, I'm Jiang Chen. I'm a friend of your Tan family's Tan Ji Hao. Jiang Chen only said so much and revealed Tan Ji Hao's identity. However, the meaning behind his words was already very clear. Since they were friends, there was no need to fight and kill each other. Humph! Tan Ji Hao is a person who can't even protect himself. You being friends with him has nothing to do with our Tan family. Unexpectedly, Tan Ji-bai sneered and said such a sentence. What do you mean? Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. He was very smart. It seemed like Tan Ji Hao had encountered some difficulties in the Tan family. This caused his good impression of the Tan family to disappear instantly. His eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. He's just a trash, Tan Ji-bai said indifferently as he waved the folding fan in front of his chest. Chapter 664. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He initially thought that he and the Tan family were friends. But now, it seemed that they might not be friends anymore. They might even become enemies in the future. However, Jiang Chen didn't say anything more. Now that the Death Mountain was about to open, even if something happened to Tan Ji Hao, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait until he came out from the Death Mountain and then think of a solution. The few major powers on the scene were filled with the smell of gunpowder, but they didn't really start a fight. If it wasn't for the opening of the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen's situation might have already started a fight. But today's situation wasn't suitable for a fight as it wouldn't benefit any of the major powers. Even if the Xiaoyao Palace really wanted to kill Jiang Chen, they would have to wait until they entered the Death Mountain. Once they entered the Death Mountain, there would be more opportunities to kill Jiang Chen. At this time, 5 tyrannical auras came from 5 different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Many of the weaker people couldn't even see their shadows. In the blink of an eye, 5 tyrannical figures appeared in the sky. These 5 people seemed to have planned this beforehand, as they appeared at the same time as well. After the 5 of them appeared, the entire place instantly fell silent. Dense saints' might gushed out from their bodies, spreading out like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky. Under this pressure, everyone felt their souls trembling, and they couldn't help but feel the urge to worship them. The master of Nebula Sect, Nebula Kid, the princess of Xiaoyao Palace, Unfettered King, the master of Tianshan School, Tianshan Taoist, the master of Tan Family, Chen Zhentian, and the master of Maoyin Cult, Wu Emo. These were the 5 peerless figures of Xuanyu, the 5 legendary giants. For major powers like Nebula Sect and Xiaoyao Palace, the title of the sect master was passed down from generation to generation. The sect master of each generation would be called Nebula Kid and Unfettered King. This was a kind of inheritance that represented nobility and power. 5 4th-grade minor saints represented the peak combat strength of the entire Xuanyu. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these 5 people. Their eyes were filled with blazing light, especially those rogue cultivators and those from the minor powers. Each one of them was incomparably excited. Being able to see the legendary giants was beyond their wildest dreams, let alone the fact that there were 5 of them at the same time. This alone gave them the right to boast. Unfettered King was wearing a majestic purple battle robe. When he arrived, he saw 2 corpses lying on the ground. He could tell that they were the elders of Xiaoyao Palace from their robes. What happened? Who killed the elders of Xiaoyao Palace? Unfettered King was enraged. A powerful aura burst out from his body, making people tremble in fear. Master, it was done by Jiang Chen of Nebula Sect. He killed 4 of our 5th-grade combat emperor elders. Li Long clasped his fists at Unfettered King and pointed at Jiang Chen's direction. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 giants shifted their gaze to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't conceal his qi. He was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he could kill 5th-grade combat emperors. How could this be? The one who was most shocked was Nebula Kid. When Jiang Chen first entered Nebula Sect, he was only a 9th-grade combat king. Not long after that, he had already become a 2nd-grade combat emperor and could kill 5th-grade combat emperors. Although he was shocked, he was also the calmest. After knowing Jiang Chen's true identity, he wouldn't feel surprised even if he saw something heaven-defying from Jiang Chen. The reincarnation of the greatest saint wouldn't be normal if he didn't have some heaven-defying means. Looking at Jiang Chen's improvement, Nebula Kid was even more determined to cooperate with Jiang Chen. His future might lie on Jiang Chen's shoulders. Following the greatest saint would surely bring him many benefits. Humph! How dare a young brat kill an elder of Xiaoyao Palace? You're courting death. Unfettered King harumphed coldly. Immediately, he stretched out his palm and tried to grab Jiang Chen. The power of a 4th-grade minor saint was very strong. To put it bluntly, a trace of qi from Unfettered King was enough to suppress Jiang Chen to the point that he couldn't move. To Unfettered King, a genius like Jiang Chen was rare, but he was also an enemy. In front of a 4th-grade minor saint like him, Jiang Chen was like an ant that he could pinch to death with just a raise of his hand. Hung Long. Nebula Kid made his move. He naturally wouldn't let Unfettered King kill Jiang Chen. He exchanged a blow with Unfettered King, blocking Unfettered King's attack. Unfettered King, don't you think that you don't put me in your eyes? Don't tell me that you can kill a disciple of my Nebula Sect just like that? Nebula Sect was infuriated. His relationship with Unfettered King wasn't very good. Plus, Jiang Chen was very important to him. Moreover, Unfettered King wanted to kill a disciple of Nebula Sect. If he, the sect master, didn't do anything, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Nebula Kid, are you going to fight with me just for an ordinary disciple? Unfettered King's expression was fierce. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Unfettered King, you are an overlord of your generation. Don't you think it's shameful for you to fight a 2nd-grade combat emperor as a 4th-grade minor saint? Or is it that the younger generation of Xiaoyao Palace can't find a suitable candidate? Nebula Kid was giving tit for tat. Haha, Unfettered King, you are too shameful. A 5th-grade combat emperor elder of Xiaoyao Palace couldn't even defeat a 2nd-grade combat emperor. This is already shameful enough. If you have the ability, ask the core disciples of Xiaoyao Palace to do it. You old bastard, I feel ashamed for you. The master of Moyin cult, Wu Emo, laughed heartily. He wasn't willing to let go of this good opportunity to mock Unfettered King. Unfettered King's expression turned serious. He let out a cold humph and stopped attacking Jiang Chen. It was indeed shameful for him to fight a second-grade combat emperor with his status. Besides, there were plenty of core disciples in Xiaoyao Palace who could kill Jiang Chen. Unfettered King immediately sent a message to the core disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. All of you listen to me. Don't let me see this disciple walk out of the Death Mountain alive. Hearing this, Li Long and the others trembled and slightly bowed to Unfettered King. All right, let's not waste any more time. We should work together to open the Death Mountain. Chen Jintian said. After that, the 5 great experts worked together and opened up 3 illusory passageways in the void. These 3 passageways were connected to the interior of the Death Mountain. Look, the Death Mountain is going to open soon. The 5 great minor saints are working together to open up the passageways. We are going to enter the Death Mountain soon. I'm really looking forward to it. I must get some good stuff when I enter the mountain. Many of them were getting nervous. They had been waiting for this day. The Death Mountain was going to be opened soon. They were all ready to rush into the passageways the moment they opened them. Soon, the 3 passageways became solid and turned into 3 real spatial passageways, appearing in the sky above the crowd. These 3 passageways were longer than the other, leading to different places in the Death Mountain. This time, the Death Mountain was opened into 3 levels. The level of danger in each level was different. The first level was suitable for combat soul warriors, the second for combat kings, and the third for combat emperors. Let's go in. Someone flew up in a frenzy, choosing the passageway according to his strength and flew into it with lightning speed. The entrances of the 3 passageways were huge. Those who entered were lined up like wasps. The geniuses of the 5 major powers also entered the passageways according to their strength. Basically, only a few of them would choose the wrong passageway. No matter how strong a combat king was, they wouldn't dare to be confident that they could enter the 3rd level. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. They were here to search for treasures, not to die. No one was willing to risk their lives. Big brother, let's go in. Xueqi Air stood beside Jiang Chen. Who is this little girl? Han Yan asked. When Xueqi Air stood out to speak for Jiang Chen, he had already guessed that the relationship between this little girl and Jiang Chen wasn't ordinary. Let me introduce. This is Xueqi Air, my little sister. This is my good brother, Han Yan. Jiang Chen introduced them to each other. Han Yan had a smile on his face. He was shocked by this little girl who had reached the 2nd-grade combat emperor at the age of 12. Such a genius was unimaginable in the Eastern continent. Ah Yan, this is Tyrant. You can call him Tyrant in the future. He is also a good brother. We have experienced life and death together. Jiang Chen patted Tyrant's shoulder and introduced him. This poor monk greets young master. Tyrant placed one of his hands in front of his chest and said solemnly, Greetings, great master. Han Yan quickly returned the greeting. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. One of them raised his leg and the other opened his mouth, attacking Tyrant from both sides. Will you die if you don't act? Jiang Chen was speechless. This shameless monk's appearance could really tempt people. He acted like an enlightened monk, but Han Yan was obviously fooled by his appearance. Han Yan had never met Tyrant before, but judging from Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's attitude towards Tyrant, he could roughly guess what kind of person this monk was. He might be another weirdo. Let's go quickly. They have already gone in. We shouldn't fall behind. Tyrant said and quickly flew towards the passageway of the 3rd floor, as if he was escaping from something. Let's go. Jiang Chen shouted. The few of them flew towards the passageway. Not long after Jiang Chen entered the passageway, he suddenly felt a strong wind attacking him from behind. The attack was extremely strong. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Courting death. Han Yan was infuriated. A monstrous devil wave suddenly shot out from his body, turning into a thick black light beam, striking towards the back. Hung Long. The huge impact caused the entire passageway to shake violently. The one who was attacked by Jiang Chen was none other than Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace. Han Yan used his 6th-grade combat emperor to block Li Long's attack, but he was forced to take a few steps back. However, Han Yan's expression didn't change. If he fully activated his bloodline, he would be able to deal with Li Long. Chapter 665. Li Long, are you courting death? Han Yan was infuriated. Many people were infuriated. This was the spatial passageway. If they were to fight here and the passageway was destroyed, many people would be implicated. They would be directly transported to the crevice of the space and would never be able to come out again. Li Long, if you want to die, don't bring us along. I'll be the first one who won't listen to anyone who attacks in the passageway. Tan Ji Bai, who was at a distance, said loudly. The scene just now could be said to be soul-stirring. The attack from Li Long and Han Yan had caused the passageway to shake violently. There were already some cracks on the passageway. If they continued to fight, the passageway would be destroyed. At that time, no one would benefit from it. Li Long's attack had directly aroused public anger. It wasn't only Tan Ji Bai who was angry. Everyone was angry. Even the disciples of Xiaoyao Palace were secretly breaking out in cold sweat. They thought that Li Long was too impulsive. What he did was simply making an enemy out of the public. Upon seeing this, Li Long snorted coldly, but he didn't dare to attack again. He didn't kill Jiang Chen with his attack just now because he didn't expect the young master of the Maoyin cult to be so powerful. It would be impossible for him to attack again. Once he provoked public anger, he would become the target of public criticism when they entered the Death Mountain. I will kill you. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Li Long, who was behind him. He said in an extremely cold tone. He had already decided to kill Li Long. For those who wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen only had one method, and that was to let the other party die before him. Let's go. Ignore him for now. Han Yan glared at Li Long and said. Everyone hurriedly moved forward. Soon, a vast expanse of white fog appeared in front of them. The white fog was extremely dense, covering the sky and covering the earth. It completely covered the void in front of them. Even a powerful combat emperor couldn't see what was inside the white fog. However, while others couldn't see it, someone could. Jiang Chen's eyesight was better than anyone else's, or perhaps it could be said that his great soul derivation technique was too powerful. He could see everything in the white mist clearly. There were layers upon layers of space entrances everywhere. Moreover, these space entrances didn't give people the chance to enter because each of them had a strong suction force. As long as the cultivators who entered were caught off guard, they would be directly sucked in by the suction force. Big brother, the white fog in front of us feels very sinister. Will it be dangerous? Zwillinger asked curiously. What a dense white fog. Even I can't see what's inside. There might be unknown dangers. This place is called the Death Mountain. Death could appear at any time. Han Yan said. Don't worry, there's no danger in front of us. We haven't completely entered the interior of the Death Mountain yet. There are a lot of space entrances here. Those who enter will be sucked in by the space entrances and transported to different spaces. There are too many layers of space in the Death Mountain. This place used to be the ruins of a great sect. After countless years, there are still a lot of treasures here. Some of these spaces are opportunities, some of them are dangers, and some of them are dangers and opportunities. What you can get will depend on your own luck. Now, all of you come closer to me. I will use my power to envelop all of you. Later, we will enter the same space. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Everyone nodded and quickly moved closer to Jiang Chen. They trusted Jiang Chen very much. Moreover, they trusted Jiang Chen very much. Others couldn't see the situation inside the white fog, but Jiang Chen could. They weren't surprised at all. Let's go. Jiang Chen strode forward. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the white fog. At this time, an invisible force rushed out from Jiang Chen's body and enveloped everyone. The moment they stepped into the white fog, they couldn't help but shiver. They saw a lot of space entrances. Each of them was like the mouth of an ancient beast. They were pitch black and emitted an extremely cold aura. It was a huge suction force. If it wasn't because they were connected by Jiang Chen's power, they would have been sucked into different space entrances. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the foresight to use this method to prevent them from getting separated. The space passages here were exactly the same. They couldn't see anything, and there was no good choice. Jiang Chen followed the suction force of a space entrance and directly rushed in. At this time, De Huang Dog hastily said, Go to the one on the left, quickly. Jiang Chen was already in front of a space entrance. Under the powerful suction force, it was extremely difficult for him to change his direction. However, he must listen to De Huang Dog's words. De Huang Dog must have sensed something, which was why he suddenly changed his direction. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Chen almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struck out the true dragon palm to forcefully push the suction force out, but the difference in strength made Jiang Chen feel incomparably uncomfortable. Then, Jiang Chen's footsteps trembled, and he entered the spatial entrance that De Huang Dog had mentioned at lightning speed. It was afraid that only Jiang Chen could have such a fast reaction speed. Even Li Long and Gua Xiaofei, who were 8th grade combat emperor geniuses, couldn't change their direction and enter another entrance when they arrived at the entrance of the spatial passage. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the entrance of the spatial zone, a shadowy figure followed them. This shadowy figure had never appeared before, but no one knew when he had appeared. It seemed like he had come for Jiang Chen, choosing to enter the same passageway as Jiang Chen. Someone has entered. We shouldn't delay any longer. If we are late, all the treasures will be taken away, shouted a rogue cultivator. Thus, groups of people madly rushed into the white mist. Every cultivator who entered was instantly sucked into a different spatial passageway and teleported to different places. As the saying goes, riches and honor depend on the heavens. No matter where you were transported to, it was your fate. This was the symbol of luck. Some people would be able to obtain the treasures and amaze everyone. Some people would be transported to a land of death, turning into desolate bones. Silhouettes were submerged by the white mist. In just a few minutes, all of them had disappeared. After everyone had entered the white mist, the spatial passage behind them disappeared as well. The opening of the Death Mountain would only last for a few minutes. The 5 minor saints didn't dare to get too close to the Death Mountain, and they didn't dare to maintain the spatial passage for too long. Once they triggered the backlash of the restriction, the consequences would be severe. Everyone who had entered the Death Mountain would die. This was a price that no one could afford. With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Chen and the others entered an independent spatial zone. Many of them had also entered this spatial zone, but the place where they landed was different. This place was filled with grayness, and the chi of death was everywhere, causing great pressure to one's soul. We have now entered the inner part of the Death Mountain. Everyone, be careful. Old Man Impermanence reminded them. As soon as Jiang Chen steadied himself, he felt a chill behind his back. He quickly turned around and found that there was nothing behind him. However, the murderous intent just now was very obvious. The people of the dark shadow. Jiang Chen frowned. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. The people of the dark shadow had finally appeared. They would pester you endlessly like ghosts until they killed you. Jiang Chen didn't show it on his face. He was waiting for the dark shadow to attack him. He knew that the people of the dark shadow were looking for an opportunity to attack him. The lesson last time would certainly alert the dark shadow. This time, the people who attacked him wouldn't underestimate him. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to be more careful. It was impossible to guard against the people of the dark shadow. De Huang Dog, what did you sense? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. This space was chosen by De Huang Dog. Presumably, there must be something good here. I don't know what it is exactly, but my intuition tells me that there must be a treasure here. De Huang Dog said. That was a kind of intuition, the intuition towards treasures. It was De Huang Dog's innate ability. It could be considered as a terrifying innate ability. Big brother, there seems to be nothing here. Xueqi looked around. There was nothing here other than the dusky fog. That ancient and gloomy aura made the little girl feel very uncomfortable. Ling, don't be afraid. Let's go to other places to have a look. Jiang Chen said. He chose a direction and strode towards the distance. The group's speed was extremely fast. Very soon, they passed through a wasteland. Extremely far away, they could already see a huge object. There is a building in front. It's very likely that it was left behind by that super sect. Let's go and have a look. Han Yen said. Everyone increased their speed again and arrived in front of the building. This was a palace, an extremely ancient palace. It was unknown how many years had passed. The exterior of the palace was filled with scars left behind by the passage of time. The palace was huge. Even though countless years had passed, it still retained its majesty. When people stood below the palace, they couldn't help but look up and worship it from the bottom of their hearts. De Huang Dog sniffed with his nose and said, "There are treasures inside, but there are dangers as well." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. However, the palace in front of them had its door open. Faint smoke seeped out from within. That was the aura of death. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable. "Let's go in and have a look. Everyone, be careful. Ah Yen, Old Man Impermanence, the three of us will lead the way." Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen and Old Man Impermanence. The three of them were the strongest here. If they encountered any danger, they could deal with it directly. All right. Chapter 666. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The way the two men died was too miserable. Their bodies were filled with death chi. It was obvious that they were attacked by a terrifying dead object. Their hearts were dug out. What a cruel method. Both of them were first-grade combat emperors, but judging from their expressions, they didn't even have the chance to react before their hearts were dug out. Tyrant said. Everyone could tell that these two men were rogue cultivators who had just entered the palace. They thought that there must be some precious treasures in the palace, so they barged into it. They didn't expect to meet with such an accident. The blood on the ground hadn't solidified yet. It was obvious that they were killed not long ago. It was highly possible that they were killed before Jiang Chen and the others arrived. However, Jiang Chen and the others didn't hear any movement. In other words, these two men didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. This was too terrifying. Two first-grade combat emperors didn't even have the chance to scream before dying tragically. It showed how powerful the attacker was. While they were talking, a cold wind drifted. A sharp claw with green hair suddenly appeared from the void. There was no sign of it coming. The speed of the claw was too fast. It appeared at the location of Jiang Chen's heart. The claw was filled with death chi, making people's souls feel extremely cold. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. The thing hidden in this palace could kill a first-grade combat emperor, but it was too difficult to kill him. Clang! The sharp claw fiercely clawed at the location of Jiang Chen's heart. A sound of iron striking was heard and a lot of sparks were produced. A layer of golden armor appeared on Jiang Chen's chest, blocking the attack of the sharp claw. It was the Firethorn combat armor. Jiang Chen's control over the Firethorn combat armor had reached a level where he could control it at will. He could control every part of his body with his will. Hiss! When the attack missed, the sharp claw emitted a trace of black death chi. The claw retracted, and just as it was about to escape into the void again, Jiang Chen grabbed it with lightning speed. Jiang Chen's palm was covered in dragon markings, turning into an incomparably sharp dragon claw. The sharp claws that were covered in green fur trembled violently, emitting even more death chi. This death chi was extremely sinister. If an ordinary person were to come in contact with it, it would be more terrifying than the most poisonous poison in the world. However, when this death chi landed on Jiang Chen's body, it was unable to cause any harm to Jiang Chen. The terror of the dragon transformation art was enough to restrain everything in the world. "Come out!" Jiang Chen roared and exerted force with his dragon claws, forcibly pulling out the thing that had been hidden in the darkness. The thing that had been pulled out was actually a skeleton. It was unknown how long this skeleton had existed, but it was surrounded by a dense deathly aura. Its body was covered in a layer of green fur, and it gave off a foul stench. Hafnium. After the skeleton appeared, its mouth wriggled and let out an extremely unpleasant sound. The sound was like the sound of a saw being pulled. It was extremely unpleasant to the ears. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and lunged at Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen was holding the skeleton in his hand. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and lunged at Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Arg! Xueqi was a daughter of a rich family. She had never seen such a ferocious creature before. She immediately screamed in fear. Although she was strong, she was still a child after all. Her mind wasn't mature yet. It was understandable that she would be frightened when she encountered such a terrifying creature. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a cold light. This skeleton was at most a second-grade combat emperor. No matter how fast it was or how strong its death chi was, Jiang Chen wouldn't put it in his eyes. He broke the skeleton's sharp claws and swung his dragon claws again, crushing the skeleton's skull. The skeleton struggled for a few moments, then fell to the ground without making any sound. "Big brother, it's so scary. What is this thing?" Xueqi asked. Everyone's face turned pale. They had never seen such a creature before. This skeleton must have been a human when it was alive, but they didn't know why it could still be so scary after its death. It was beyond their understanding. Even the impermanence elder who had lived for a long time had never seen such a ferocious creature. This is a dark soul, Jiang Chen said. Dark soul? Tyrant asked. Everyone's face was filled with doubt. It was their first time hearing about this kind of dark soul. That's right. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. After some people die, for some reason, they still can't let go of the things in this world. They will die with everlasting regret. After such people die, their body will condense a breath of resentment. If there's a specific environment, it may turn into a terrifying dark soul in the future. A creature that only knows how to kill and has no intelligence. It's extremely scary. The dark soul in front of us has existed for a very long time. It knows how to feed on humans' heart. Obviously, it has developed intelligence, but its bloodthirsty nature is still there. It will attack anyone it sees. Plus, it exists in this specific environment. It can come and go without a trace. It's very hard to deal with it. Jiang Chen said. He had entered the Death Mountain before and had seen the existence of dark souls, but the dark souls at that time weren't as scary as they were now. Everyone, be careful. It's possible that there's more than one dark soul here. The two people just now were attacked by two dark souls at the same time. That's why they died instantly. Jiang Chen reminded everyone. For God's sake, where did these evil spirits come from? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. It's a disciple of that super sect. I don't know what happened to that super sect in the past, but the entire sect died. Many of the disciples and elders inside turned into dark spirits and continued to guard their property. Any outsider who entered the Death Mountain would be treated as an enemy by them and would be killed. Jiang Chen said. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, everyone felt more sympathetic towards these dark souls. However, it was a fact that these dark souls were their enemies. This palace seems to be a treasure vault. I wonder how many treasures are left inside. Jiang Chen looked around. The palace was empty, and there was nothing in it. However, there was a staircase in the palace. The staircase was very old, and it was covered with dust. The thickness of the dust had increased the height of the staircase by more than 3 times. Jie, there must be good stuff upstairs. Let's go up and have a look. De Huang Dog said and strode forward. At this moment, another terrifying sharp claw stretched out from the void and grabbed De Huang Dog's head. Bang! The sharp claw hit the big yellow dog's head. Due to the dog's head being too hard, it did not shatter as expected, but as it was caught off guard, the big yellow dog's enormous body was sent flying away and fell to the ground. The big yellow dog cursed and rolled around on the ground. Then, it stood up and bared its teeth as it looked around and scolded loudly. The death aura that the sharp claw left on De Huang Dog's body didn't affect him at all. Be careful. The dark souls here are silent and hidden in the void. We can't sense them at all. It seems that it won't be easy to go upstairs. Tyrant said with a frown. For God's sake, you bunch of dead ghosts. If you have the guts, come out and fight Master Dog one-on-one. I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. He had always been the one who made others suffer losses. He had never suffered such a big loss before. He was quite unhappy in his heart. De Huang, come back. Jiang Chen shouted at De Huang Dog. All of you stand at the door first. I'll go in after I eliminate all the dark souls inside. These dark souls are silent and can't be found. How are you going to eliminate them? Han Yan said. Dark souls are definitely afraid of fire. They might not be afraid of ordinary fire, but they are definitely afraid of my fire. My fire can make them have nowhere to hide. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He strode toward the interior of the palace. The hidden dark souls seemed to know that this young man in white was not someone to be trifled with. For a moment, they didn't make a move. However, Jiang Chen could feel that the dark souls in the dark were ready to make a move. Hong! Suddenly, a flame burst out from Jiang Chen's body. With Jiang Chen as the center, the flame overflowed in all directions, causing the entire palace to be plunged into a sea of fire. Jiang Chen's flame was extremely firm and young. One could even vaguely hear the crackling sound of lightning. That was the terrifying true thunderfire. Jiang Chen had gone through 3 great tribulations. The true thunderfire had reached a very terrifying level. Now that the true thunderfire had fused with the true dragonfire, it was the most powerful flame in the world. It was the nemesis of all cold things. Brother Zhang's flame is so terrifying. Even I can feel my heart palpitating. His flame has a great restraining effect on our devil Qi. The impermanence elder's face was filled with shock. He had never seen such a terrifying flame before. That kind of firm and yang aura made the devil Qi in his body circulate abnormally. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, the Maoyin cult and Jiang Chen were friends. If they were enemies, the threat would be too great. Little Chunzi still has a lot of terrifying tricks up his sleeves. Even if I have Gu Tianma's bloodline, there's still a huge gap between us, Han Yan said with a smile. There wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy in his tone. As a brother, the stronger Jiang Chen was, the happier he was for Jiang Chen. Chi. After Jiang Chen's flame was released, the deathly aura in the palace was directly incinerated. The dark souls in the dark were also affected by the terrifying flame and started to become restless. Hafnium. A demon spirit appeared. Although it didn't have eyes, its hollow pupils could still be seen. At this moment, the flame in front of it was like it had met its greatest nemesis. It wanted to rush forward and kill, but it didn't have the courage to do so. Jiang Chen didn't give it the chance. He stretched out his true dragon palm and grabbed the dark soul into the sea of flame. Hafnium. The dark soul was being burned by the flame. It struggled violently. It seemed to be in extreme pain. Since you're dead, you can die in peace. I'll relieve your pain. Jiang Chen's voice was like thunder. The true dragon palm exerted force and crushed the dark soul into pieces. Chapter 667. No matter how strong the dark spirits were, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's flames. That kind of suppression was too great, to the point that the dark spirits couldn't resist at all. Not long after, under the burning of Jiang Chen's flames, all the dark spirits in the palace had nowhere to hide, and all of them were revealed. There were a total of 6 dark spirits that were hiding in the palace. 2 of them had been killed by Jiang Chen earlier, and there were 4 left. All of them had the appearance of skeletons, and their expressions were very ferocious. They were filled with fear, and they were wailing painfully in the sea of flames. Although these dark spirits were very strong and could even kill combat emperors, they had a huge disadvantage, which was that they didn't have the support of Yuan force. They could only rely on their strong bones and death qi. However, when these death qi met Jiang Chen's flames, they were instantly incinerated. In other words, when facing the terrifying flames, they didn't even have the ability to resist. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill them, they would still be incinerated into ashes. However, it was obvious that Jiang Chen didn't want to torture them. With regards to the suffering of these dark spirits, his heart was filled with sympathy. Therefore, a powerful force rushed out from the sea of flames, and crushed the 4 dark spirits into pieces. Not a single piece of them was left, giving them a quick death. After getting rid of all the dark spirits, the flames receded like a tide, and were once again absorbed into Jiang Chen's body. After the palace was incinerated by the flames, there was no longer any death qi, and it gave everyone a much better feeling than before. Big Brother is so awesome. Zhua Ling jumped up happily, and her eyes were filled with admiration when she looked at Jiang Chen. Let's go upstairs. Jiang Chen casually tidied up his clothes, and strode towards the stairs. I wonder if there are any dark spirits upstairs. Han Yan said. No, the dark spirits are guarding the first floor. There should be treasures upstairs. Jiang Chen smiled. When De Huang Dog heard the word treasure, he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately turned into a golden light and rushed over. On the second floor of the palace, the area was very big, and it was filled with a lot of treasures. Even though a long time had passed, the brilliance of these treasures still couldn't be covered. The first thing that caught Jiang Chen's eyes were many mystical combat weapons. These combat weapons were all floating in the air. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, all kinds of weapons. The lowest grade was a superior weapon, and there were many king weapons as well. There were even dozens of emperor weapons. There were at least a few hundred combat weapons here. Combat weapons were extremely important to a cultivator. Even in the divine continent, combat weapons were extremely precious. Just these combat weapons alone were enough to support a medium-sized power. So many war weapons. It's just a random palace, and yet, there are so many treasures inside. From this, One can tell how deep the foundation of this sect is. Old Man Impermanence's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but sigh. The battle weapon dazzled him. There are more than just combat weapons here. Jiang Chen's eyes weren't on the combat weapons. He wasn't interested in them at all. Compared to the Heavenly Saint's sword, these combat weapons were all trash. Unless it was a powerful minor saint weapon or a great saint weapon, only then would Jiang Chen be interested in them. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the ground below him. He saw many gray chests placed side by side on the ground of the palace. The reason why these chests were gray was because they were covered with dust. The original color of these chests was definitely not like this. These chests are all storage-type treasures. There must be some good stuff inside. De Huang Dog laughed loudly. Just like Jiang Chen, he wasn't interested in those combat weapons at all. He couldn't wait to rush to one of the chests and opened it with a loud bang. Suddenly, a bright light shone in all directions. The box was filled with medicinal pills. The medicinal pills emitted a golden light, and a dense medicinal fragrance filled the entire palace, making the air here much better. It's heavenly elixir. So many heavenly elixir. This chest contains at least 10 million heavenly elixir. Old Man Impermanence exclaimed. The chest wasn't big, but the space inside wasn't small. Storage-type treasures couldn't be judged by appearance alone. The value of this chest of heavenly elixir was too precious. Plus, there were more than 10 chests here. This amount of wealth was too shocking. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He didn't care about other things, but this heavenly elixir was what he needed the most. Although he had a lot of heavenly elixir with him now, with his current combat emperor cultivation, the consumption of heavenly elixir for every breakthrough was unimaginable. This is really good stuff. Jiang Chen's eyebrows arched. A bunch of trash. Da Huang Dog curled his lips, indicating that he wasn't interested in these heavenly elixir. He was the same as Han Yen, he only needed to rely on his bloodline to advance. He didn't need the support of pills. Therefore, heavenly elixir wasn't that attractive to them. Da Huang Dog couldn't wait to open the second chest. It was the same as the first one. All of them were heavenly elixir. Then, he opened the third, the fourth, all the way to the second last one. All of them were heavenly elixir. Seeing that they were all heavenly elixir, Da Huang Dog's face turned green. This was too disappointing, too disappointing. So many pills. The little girl's eyes were sparkling like stars. Jiang Chen's face was filled with a flower-like smile. This was a great fortune. If he kept all of it, it would be enough for him to advance his cultivation in the combat emperor realm to the minor saint realm. Damn it, there's nothing good here. There's only one last chest left. If it's still this trash, this master dog will eat the whole chest. Da Huang Dog clenched his teeth and opened the last chest. He saw that the chest was filled with all kinds of precious herbs. Although they had been stored for a long time and most of their efficacy had dissipated, these precious herbs were still hard to find in this world. The fire dragon fruit that was emitting a blood-red luster, the ancient dragon ginseng, the Tianshan snow lotus that was frozen. Da Huang Dog's eyes instantly widened. After that, he cried out loudly and opened his mouth to bite the Tianshan snow lotus. Da Huang Dog was a typical foodie. After eating the Tianshan snow lotus, he immediately started to stomp on the other herbs in the chest. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Da Huang Dog was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. In just a few minutes, he swallowed all the herbs in the chest. He didn't forget to let out a satisfied burp after he finished eating. Oh my God! So many elixirs were eaten just like that? The old man of impermanence widened his eyes in shock. Even Xueqi's small mouth was slightly open. Those were all rare treasures. Moreover, that chest was a storage space. The amount of herbs inside was far more than what they looked like on the surface. So many rare herbs were wasted by Da Huang Dog just like that. Of course, the old man of impermanence didn't think that the herbs were wasted. He was shocked that Da Huang Dog could swallow so many herbs. Even if he swallowed so many herbs at once, the vigorous efficacy of the herbs would make him explode. However, after Da Huang Dog finished eating, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen and Han Yen looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. However, this dog had eaten so many good things at once. The benefits he obtained were undoubtedly great. The power of these herbs was too great. If Da Huang Dog didn't level up, he would be letting down these herbs. Wang in the next moment, the surface of Da Huang Dog's body began to emit golden light. The vigorous efficacy of the herbs had begun to take effect. Others wouldn't be able to withstand the tremendous efficacy of the herbs, but De Huang Dog could. This was his abnormal ability. His qi began to surge like the tide. The power of his bloodline was revealed. In just a few minutes, De Huang Dog's grade had reached the 3rd grade Demon Emperor. After reaching the 3rd grade Demon Emperor, De Huang Dog's qi didn't stop rising. It finally stopped at the peak of the 3rd grade Demon Emperor. He was only one step away from the 4th grade Demon Emperor. Such a horrifying method of advancement was truly terrifying. Kakaka, awesome, awesome. This master dog is going to die from the pleasure. De Huang Dog laughed loudly and jumped up and down excitedly. After reaching the peak of the 3rd grade Demon Emperor, De Huang Dog's confidence was off the charts. His combat strength was much stronger than before. With his current combat strength, he was confident that he could kill a 5th grade combat emperor. This is the scariness of the divine beast bloodline. The higher the level, the scarier it will be. Tyrant said. De Huang Dog had the complete dragon horse bloodline in his body. He couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. All the herbs had been consumed by De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was extremely satisfied. As for those combat soldiers and heaven elixir, De Huang Dog didn't care about them anymore. However, he wouldn't let go of these treasures. This was a great opportunity that he couldn't miss. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a sound was heard from the stairs. 3 silhouettes walked up from the stairs. They were wearing the uniform of the Tan family. They were the geniuses of the Tan family. One of them was a 3rd grade combat emperor, one was a 2nd grade combat emperor, and the last one was only a 9th grade combat king. A combat king could enter the 3rd level of the spatial zone. He was really confident. So many combat soldiers, so many pills. Haha, I'm rich. The 9th grade combat king's eyes fell on the combat soldiers and the heaven elixir, completely ignoring the existence of Jiang Chen and the others, as if these treasures belonged to them. However, the other 2 combat emperors weren't as excited. Instead, they frowned because they had noticed the people inside. These people weren't easy to provoke. They couldn't afford to offend them. That Jiang Chen even dared to kill the elders of Xiaoyao Palace. He was a cruel and merciless person. Needless to say, the young master of Marine cult wasn't someone they could compare with. People of the Tan family? Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Ever since he knew what happened to Tan Ji Hao, he had completely lost his good impression of the Tan family. That's right. We are the people of the Tan family. Jiang Chen, since all of us saw these treasures together, we should share them together. I think we should each take half. You have offended the Xiaoyao Palace. You should befriend the Tan family. Am I right? Chapter 668. Swoosh. As soon as the voice of the disciple of the Tan family faded away, he saw a golden light pouncing towards him. It was the silhouette of De Huang Dog. Ka-cha! A clear and crisp sound was heard, followed by a spurt of blood. The blood spurted onto the faces of the other 2 disciples of the Tan family. The 2 of them shuddered and quickly realized that the head of their comrade had disappeared. Only his body was left standing there and hadn't fallen down yet. Beside them, there was a De Huang Dog who was as strong as a horse. He was holding a bloody head in his mouth. De Huang Dog's eyes revealed a ferocious expression. He threw the head aside and spat, "Stinky, disgusting. I don't know where this trash came from. How dare you talk nonsense in front of Master Dog? Master Dog will let you know how to write the word death." The Tan family? It had a great reputation, but it was nothing in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog's thoughts were simple. The treasure was found by me. Whoever wants to have a share of it, I'm sorry, but they can only die. De Huang Dog hated this kind of arrogant guy the most. He didn't have the right to be arrogant. He was just a 9th grade combat king, but he dared to give orders in front of a group of combat emperors. De Huang Dog used his death to tell him how to behave in the future. Of course, he wouldn't be able to continue being a human. Moreover, De Huang Dog had always looked at Jiang Chen's mood before doing anything. This Tan family obviously wasn't a friend of Jiang Chen. They didn't even have the chance to be friends. In this death mountain, in front of the treasure, if one wasn't a friend, then they would be an enemy. With regards to De Huang Dog's brutality, other than the old man of impermanence who was shocked, he didn't expect that De Huang Dog would kill someone without any explanation. The rest of them were calm, especially Jiang Chen and Han Yan. They knew the Huang dog too well. According to the performance of the guy from the Tan family, being bitten to death by the Huang dog was considered a quick death. Thump! The headless corpse of the disciple from the Tan family fell to the ground. Fresh blood was still flowing out from the place where the head was cut off. The expressions of the other two combat emperors from the Tan family had completely changed. The way they looked at the Huang dog was filled with anger and a deep sense of fear. You guys actually dared to kill people from my Tan clan? The third-grade combat emperor's voice was trembling. He suddenly regretted rushing forward. They had sensed that there were people in the palace from the beginning, but they didn't think that it was Jiang Chen and his friends. These people weren't people they could provoke. Deep down in his heart, he wanted to beat the 9th-grade combat king disciple, even though he was already dead. He was really blind. He dared to kill an elder of Xiaoyao Palace in front of so many people, so killing a disciple of the Tan family was nothing to him. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a disciple of the Nebula sect and he had a good relationship with the Mayin cult. With the support of the Nebula sect and the Mayin cult, why would he be afraid of the Tan family? Jiang Chen, you dare to make the Tan family your enemy? The Tan family won't let you go. The 2nd-grade combat emperor roared loudly. The 3rd-grade combat emperor beside him rolled his eyes. He really wanted to block this guy's mouth. At this moment, what they needed to do was to leave this place as soon as possible, not to threaten him. This kind of threat depended on the target. The person in front of them obviously wouldn't fall for it. Killing one is killing. Killing 3 is also killing. Old Man Impermanence's eyes glinted with cold light. He suddenly struck his palm, hitting the 2nd-grade combat emperor's chest. The 2nd-grade combat emperor didn't even have the chance to react. His chest was pierced by Old Man Impermanence's palm and he died on the spot. Old Man Impermanence was a ruthless man. There wasn't anyone in the devil cult who wasn't ruthless. That year, Old Man Impermanence killed more than 300 of his enemies in one night, which gave him the name of Impermanence. After killing one person, Old Man Impermanence didn't stop. He raised his palm and struck the last 3rd-grade combat emperor. Wait! Jiang Chen quickly stopped him. Old Man Impermanence stopped his palm that was about to hit the 3rd-grade combat emperor's body, and turned around to look at Jiang Chen. I have a question to ask him. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. Old Man Impermanence retreated to his side. Jiang Chen walked step by step to the front of the disciple. The disciple was terrified. Today he had met these evil stars. He was really unlucky. Now that 2 of his companions were dead, judging from the way they acted, they wouldn't let him live. He understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Let me ask you, where is Tan Hao? Jiang Chen's eyes were like ice blades. Under his gaze, the disciple of the Tan family felt as if his whole body had entered into a cold pond. Even the deepest part of his soul felt cold. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he didn't dare to not answer Jiang Chen's question. Immediately, he said with a trembling voice, Tan Hao has been imprisoned. What is Tan Hao's status in your Tan family? Jiang Chen continued to ask. The direct young master has a higher status than me. The disciple didn't dare to hide anything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was even more confused. He had already guessed that Tan Hao's status in the Tan family wasn't ordinary. It seemed like his status was the same as Tan Bai, a direct young master. However, he couldn't understand why a direct young master with a high status would be imprisoned. Moreover, Tan Hao's innate talent was not bad. He was definitely worthy of being nurtured by the Tan family. Why did you imprison him? What did he do? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Trespass. Trespass into the ancestral shrine, the disciple said with a trembling voice. Why did he trespass into the ancestral shrine? Jiang Chen continued to ask. For a big family like the Tan family, the ancestral shrine was an important place. Ordinary disciples didn't even have the chance to enter. Tan Hao wasn't a reckless person. If it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't do something like trespassing into the ancestral shrine. It's Tan Hao's grandfather. In the Tan family, Tan Hao's lineage has always been sparse. He was brought up by his grandfather. A few years ago, the old master went out to search for something for the Tan family and never came back. All these years, Tan Hao's status in the family wasn't considered high and he would be ostracized by the other young masters. However, because the old master was highly respected in the Chen family, no one dared to touch him. Not long ago, the family found the old master, but they only found his corpse. After the corpse was brought back, it was placed in the ancestral shrine. Tan Zhihao wanted to go to the ancestral shrine to pay his respects, but he was stopped, so. Obviously, the disciple knew about Tan Zhihao's situation very well. He told Jiang Chen the whole story, hoping that he could perform well so that he could stay alive. Although the disciple didn't finish his words, everyone at the scene had already understood. Obviously, Tan Zhihao had always been relying on his powerful grandfather to support him. Since his grandfather left, his status had deteriorated and he was often bullied by others. Now that his grandfather was dead, his backer was gone. Naturally, Tan Zhihao wouldn't be taken seriously by others. Those young masters who bullied him didn't have any concerns at all. It was human nature for Tan Zhihao to pay his respects to his grandfather's spirit. His beloved grandfather had passed away and he, as a grandson, wasn't even given the right to pay his respects. Tan Zhihao, who was originally sad, was naturally infuriated and broke into the ancestral shrine. With Tan Zhihao's current status, he probably wouldn't have the chance to make a comeback. He was probably completely disappointed in this cold family. From this aspect, he was the same as Tan Lang. Back then, Tan Lang was ruthlessly abandoned by the Shura temple because of a small matter. However, Tan Zhihao's situation was even more infuriating than Tan Lang's. Tan Zhihao is really unlucky. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. Let me ask you. Is there a person named Tan Lang who is following Tan Zhihao? Is he also imprisoned together with him? Jiang Chen continued to ask. In fact, in his heart, Tan Lang's safety was much more important than Tan Zhihao's. After all, in a big family like the Tan clan, the fights weren't any worse than in a sect, especially the fights between the direct disciples. Tan Zhihao could only say that he was unlucky. However, it was Jiang Chen himself who pushed Tan Lang to the Tan clan. If anything were to happen to Tan Lang, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to get over it. I don't know about this. That disciple said. His expression was serious and he didn't seem to be lying. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Compared to the Tan clan, Tan Lang was after all a small figure. It was normal that no one knew about him. The person in front of him didn't seem to be lying and he didn't have the courage to lie in front of him. However, Jiang Chen had basically guessed Tan Lang's ending. Tan Lang was a person who valued friendship. He must have been imprisoned like Tan Zhihao because he wasn't a member of the Tan clan. His experience was even worse than Tan Zhihao's. If nothing had happened to Tan Lang, he would have appeared to look for Jiang Chen a long time ago. All right, you can leave now. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said, What? Let me leave? That disciple of the Tan clan was stunned and couldn't react in time. Jiang Chen had always been brutal and overbearing. He even dared to kill the elders of the Xiaoyao palace. He was an out-and-out devil. Now that two of his companions had been killed, according to Jiang Chen's character, he should have eliminated the source of trouble. But now, Jiang Chen said that he was going to let him go. This was just like a dream. Why? You don't want to leave? Do you want a share of the treasures? Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. No, I don't dare. That disciple quickly waved his hand. He couldn't care less about the corpses of his companions. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He was afraid that if he ran any slower, Jiang Chen would regret his decision. Even when he was far away from the palace, that disciple was still in a state of shock. He couldn't believe that he had really come out alive. The scene just now was like taking a stroll through the gates of hell. That disciple didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to let him go. It was probably because his performance was better and his answers to Jiang Chen's questions were more satisfactory. Brother Jiang, why did you let him go? You should eliminate the source of trouble. Old man Impermanence was puzzled. He felt that this wasn't the way Jiang Chen would do things. I, Jiang Chen, kill people as I like. If I want to kill, I will kill. If I don't want to kill, I won't kill. I have obtained the information that I wanted to know from him. I don't mind exchanging it for his life. As for becoming the enemy of the Tan clan, do you think I will care? Jiang Chen said casually. That man was only a third-grade combat emperor. He didn't pose any threat to him. It didn't matter if he killed him or not. As for the Tan clan, they were already his enemy. Jiang Chen didn't care about the revenge of the Tan clan. Moreover, the relationship between the Maoyin cult and the Tan clan wasn't good. Chapter 669. To Jiang Chen, The appearance of the 3 disciples of the Tan family was just a small interlude in the Death Mountain. But at least he got the news of Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang. He wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, but he would have to wait until he got out of the Death Mountain. That would be about a month later. Although Tan Zhihao was imprisoned, he was still a member of the Tan clan. At the very least, he would be bullied by the Tan clan and wouldn't lose his life. However, it was different for Tan Lang. He was an outsider. Anyone from the Tan clan who disliked him could easily kill him. Therefore, Jiang Chen was worried about Tan Lang. After walking out of the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen decided to pay a visit to the Tan clan. These treasures should be distributed among everyone. Jiang Chen looked at the heaven elixir and the battle weapons and said, "I'm not interested in these. The battle weapons and heaven elixir are useless to me. But little Chenzi, your consumption of the heaven elixir is very powerful." Han Yen said, "I don't want it either." The elder impermanence immediately expressed his stance. Even the young lord didn't want it. He was even more embarrassed to take it. The elder impermanence was a very smart person. He could tell from Han Yan's words that the elixir was prepared for Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had saved his life before and gave him the 9 yang less rond pill. Naturally, he wouldn't fight with Jiang Chen over the treasures. "I'm not interested either." Tyrant expressed that he wasn't interested in these treasures either. He also needed the heaven elixir, but it wasn't as terrifying as Jiang Chen's consumption. As a matter of fact, other than Han Yen and a Huang dog who could advance by relying on their bloodline, no cultivator didn't need the heaven elixir. However, they knew what Jiang Chen needed, so they didn't have any ideas on the heaven elixir. "Big brother, you've consumed a lot of energy to advance. You should keep these pills. Master has already prepared everything for Ling Air. You don't need these." Hehe. Zhua Ling Air smiled mischievously. What she said was true. It wasn't easy for Hua Gu-yi to get such a monstrous disciple. Naturally, she had prepared everything. "These pills are indeed very useful to me. In that case, I won't be polite. Ah Yen, you and I will take half of these weapons. We don't need them, but they will be very useful to the Maoyin cult and the Nebula sect. Xuanyu will soon fall into chaos. We need to make some preparations. Besides, I have 2 9 yang less rond pill here. You and Ling Air can take 1 each. After refining it, we'll leave this place and head towards the depths of the Death Mountain." After saying that, Jiang Chen kept all the heaven-less rond pills. He and Han Yen each took half of the weapons. Han Yen was now the young master of the Maoyin cult. With these weapons, he would be able to win the hearts of the people. If these weapons were used by the Maoyin cult and the Nebula sect, the strength of the 2 superpowers would rise to a new level. Jiang Chen took out 2 9 yang less rond pill and gave them to Han Yen and Zhua Ling Air respectively. He had forgotten about this before. That was why Zhua Ling Air hadn't gotten the 9 yang less rond pill yet. Now was the time to give them to them. Everyone on the scene had already refined the 9 yang less rond pill. Only Han Yen and Zhua Ling Air were left. The legendary 9 yang less rond pill? Han Yan's eyes sparkled. Ever since he became the young master of the Maoyin cult, he had seen a lot of things. He had read about the terrifying 9 yang less rond pill in some ancient records. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. "This pill is concocted by me personally. After you refine it, your cultivation will improve," Jiang Chen said. "All right." Han Yen didn't want to be polite with Jiang Chen. He took the 9 yang less rond pill and swallowed it. There was no need to be polite between him and Jiang Chen. They were brothers who had gone through life and death together. They would never haggle over anything. Zhua Ling Air hadn't heard of the 9 yang less rond pill, but she knew that whatever Jiang Chen took out was definitely something good. The 9 yang less rond pill had a pure yang qi. When it fell into Zhua Ling Air's hand, her eyes sparkled. "This is a supreme saint pill. Big brother, if I refine this pill, my cultivation will improve and reach the peak of the 3rd grade combat emperor." Zhua Ling Air was very excited. Her heart was filled with excitement when she thought about improving her strength. One should know that although she was strong, she still felt that there was a big gap between her and Jiang Chen. She wouldn't miss the chance to improve her strength. She didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. After that, they started to refine the 9 yang less rond pill. "De Huang, Tyrant, you 2 and Old Impermanence guard this place. I need to go out for a while." Jiang Chen didn't wait for the crowd to reply and disappeared without a trace. "Where is Jiang brother going?" Old Impermanence asked. I don't know, but I'm sure he has something to do. De Huang Dog said casually. Every action of Jiang Chen wasn't without a reason. There was a reason behind it. 10 miles away from the palace, Jiang Chen's figure appeared in a desolate area. He stood there without moving, as if he was waiting for something. Jiang Chen stood there for half an hour. During this time, he closed his eyes and didn't move an inch. No one knew what he was waiting for. Suddenly, the void trembled. A bone-chilling long sword rushed out from the void, aiming at Jiang Chen's head. Has he finally appeared? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He used the spatial shift and the 9 phantom wolves. His body moved with lightning speed. The cold long sword pierced through his body, but it was only an afterimage. Such a keen sense of perception. You are actually able to escape my assassination technique. A cold, hoarse voice rang out from the void. Then, a black-robed man walked out from the void. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Although his face was covered with a black cloth, one could tell from his eyes that he was not very old. His attire, the ice-cold murderous aura, and the near-perfect assassination technique all proved the black-robed man's identity and background. An assassin of the dark shadow. 5th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the man in black, revealing a faint smile. He knew the dark shadow too well. This organization was extremely scary. From the moment he killed the first assassin of the dark shadow, it was destined that he and the dark shadow would never end. Even after entering the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen still couldn't get rid of the assassins of the dark shadow. When he first entered this spatial zone, Jiang Chen felt a hidden murderous qi. He had guessed that the assassins of the dark shadow had followed him here. Only the assassins of the dark shadow had such a terrifying ability to hide themselves. The assassins of the dark shadow would definitely find the best time to strike. Even when there were so many treasures in the palace, the man in black wasn't tempted and didn't make his move. From this point of view, this assassin was undoubtedly very qualified. The reason why Jiang Chen walked out of the palace alone was that he didn't want to create an opportunity for the assassin in the palace. Now, the two of them were concentrating on refining the 9-yang-less rond pill. If the assassin chose to strike, it would have a great impact on the two of them. It might even cause harm to the others. That was why Jiang Chen walked out of the palace. The assassins of the dark shadow would only target their own targets. They wouldn't target anyone else. Jiang Chen was sure that as long as he appeared in a place alone, the assassin would definitely strike. It seemed like his prediction was right. You are very powerful, but I'm not comparable to those stupid elders of Xiaoyao Palace. I am more than enough to kill you. The man in black was very confident. Obviously, he had already noticed Jiang Chen when he was outside the Death Mountain. The scene where Jiang Chen killed the elders of Xiaoyao Palace was also seen by him, but it didn't affect his determination to kill Jiang Chen. In other words, this was his mission. The assassins of the dark shadow had never retreated. You talk too much. An assassin wouldn't talk so much. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He slowly drew out his heavenly saint sword. To deal with an assassin of the dark shadow, and his opponent was a 5th grade combat emperor, Jiang Chen had to be extremely careful. Just like what the man said, the assassins of the dark shadow couldn't be compared to the elders of Xiaoyao Palace. They weren't on the same level at all. The methods of the dark shadow were unpredictable and scary. Humph! The assassin harumphed coldly. He suddenly thrust his sword at Jiang Chen, but his entire body disappeared, as if he had never appeared before. At the moment when the assassin vanished, an extremely dangerous icy qi came from behind Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that the assassin's body technique was brilliant and terrifying. The sword was thrust from the front, but it moved to the back in an instant, making it hard for the enemy to defend against it. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to react in time when facing this sword. Unfortunately, the assassin's opponent was Jiang Chen, an extremely abnormal person. The scariness of the Great Soul Derivation technique wasn't something that an ordinary person could imagine. Jiang Chen could clearly sense the traces and qi of the assassin. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the spatial shift and the 9 phantom wolves. His speed was much faster than the assassin's. Almost at the same time when the assassin thrust his sword, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword also thrust backwards, colliding with the assassin's sword. Clang! 2 swords collided with each other, producing a clanging sound. The void was directly pierced through, creating a large amount of sparks. Under the impact of this sword, The assassin was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with fear. "You can actually see through my sword technique and body technique?" The assassin was shocked. He had seen Jiang Chen's techniques before. Jiang Chen was only a second-grade combat emperor, but he could easily kill a fifth-grade combat emperor. Even he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen if he were to face him head-on. Jiang Chen relied on his elusive assassination technique, ghost-like movement technique and sword technique that was like a venomous snake. However, Jiang Chen's scariness was beyond his imagination. He could easily deal with his assassination technique. Jiang Chen's sensitivity was rarely seen in this world, which caught him off guard. "When your assassination techniques are useless against me, with your battle prowess, the only thing that awaits you is death." Chapter 670. The assassin's gaze turned incomparably dignified. He knew that he had failed his mission. For someone like him who had never failed before, this was undoubtedly a form of mockery, a stain on his career as an assassin. The assassin had already measured the difference in strength between him and Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen had said, if his assassination technique was useless against Jiang Chen, he would not be a match for Jiang Chen at all. In that case, he had to retreat. Swish! The assassin's figure flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. With his assassination skills, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, escaping was not a problem. "Running now? Is it too late? I have already secretly sealed this part of the void." Jiang Chen said lung lung. The Heavenly Saint's sword stabbed towards the void. Clang! Wherever the Heavenly Saint's sword touched, another sword collided with it. The assassin was forced out of the void by Jiang Chen's sword. How is this possible? The assassin was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's perception to be so strong that he could instantly find his escape route. In fact, if the assassin had fled from the beginning, he still had a chance. However, Jiang Chen had secretly sealed this part of the void. No matter where the assassin fled to, Jiang Chen would be able to detect him instantly. "You won't have a chance." Jiang Chen swung his long sword, rippling with endless golden radiance. His killing intent soared to the sky. His body flashed, and 9 identical Jiang Chen appeared at the same time, surrounding the assassin. 9 incomparably resplendent long swords lit up the entire space, stabbing towards the assassin at the same time. The assassin's expression changed drastically. For a moment, he was dazzled and didn't know how to deal with it. Puchi! Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the assassin's back. The assassin spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the black mask covering his face. The scene froze at this moment. The assassin's eyes were filled with shock and despair. It turned out that failure meant death. "You have offended the Dark Shadow. You will definitely die a horrible death. Next time, the Dark Shadow will send an assassin with a higher cultivation. You are dead for sure." The assassin said with his back facing Jiang Chen. Boom! A destructive force burst out from the Heavenly Saint's sword, shattering all the life force of the assassin and completely obliterating him. Another genius assassin from the Shadow Sect died tragically at the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen withdrew his sword and lightly said, "Do you think I'll still be at my current cultivation level when your next killer comes? No matter how many of you come, I'll kill them all. If the Dark Shadow provokes me, it'll be the same as before." Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. He had never been afraid of his enemies being too strong. The assassins sent by the Dark Shadow were getting stronger and stronger, but Jiang Chen was also gradually getting stronger. The geniuses of the Dark Shadow were destined to become the targets of Jiang Chen's training and stepping stones on his path of advancement. Jiang Chen set the assassin's corpse on fire and burned it into nothingness. As for the assassin's sword, Jiang Chen naturally put it away. It was a rare emperor weapon, and a sharp assassination sword was a rare treasure in the outside world. Inside the palace, when Jiang Chen came back, Han Yan and the little girl were still working hard to refine the 9-yang-less rond pill. Although only half an hour had passed, their auras had undergone tremendous changes. "Where did you go?" asked De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen directly took out the assassin's sword and waved it in front of De Huang Dog. The sword was abnormally sharp and carried an ice-cold murderous aura. At first glance, one could tell that it was a sword that was often stained with blood. An assassin from the Dark Shadow? De Huang Dog and Tyrant spoke at the same time. They had seen the means of the assassins of the Dark Shadow, so they could tell that the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was from the Dark Shadow. "Are you talking about the legendary assassin organization?" exclaimed the old man of impermanence. Obviously, he had also heard of this terrifying underground organization and was very afraid of it. That's right. The people of the Dark Shadow wanted to kill me. Naturally, I won't be polite to them. When I entered this space, I sensed the assassin's aura, but the assassin didn't make a move. I was afraid that the assassin would attack a Yen and the little girl when they were refining the pill and affect them. That's why I left," said Jiang Chen. "It seems that the assassin has been eliminated by you." Tyrant smiled. Even the combat weapon was taken back by Jiang Chen. One could imagine the fate of the assassin. Offending this assassin organization is really not a fun thing. The old man of impermanence sighed. He couldn't see the slightest trace of nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. It was as if offending this organization was an incomparably easy thing, like playing a game. In the entire Divine Continent, perhaps only Jiang Chen could remain so calm after being targeted by the assassin of the Dark Shadow. Looking at a Yen and Ling Air situation, they should be fine in another 2 hours. Old man of impermanence, go and guard outside the palace. If you see anyone, drive them away," Jiang Chen said to the old man of impermanence. "All right." The old man of impermanence turned and left. He was now a peak 6th grade combat emperor. As long as he didn't meet the terrifying existences like Li Long or Tan Ji Bai, he would be able to defend himself. Even if he met the Dark Soul, the old man of impermanence would be able to handle it. 2 hours later, Han Yan's qi experienced a tremendous change for the first time. His surroundings were shrouded by terrifying black devil qi. The devil qi turned into black devil dragons that lingered around him. It was extremely terrifying. Han Yan's qi began to rise gradually until it reached the peak of 7th grade combat emperor before it stabilized. On the other side, Xueqi Air was doing the same. Her body was glowing with golden light. A surge of ancient force was as heavy as a mountain. She didn't want to lose to any man. She had reached the peak of 3rd grade combat emperor. Although she wasn't as strong as Han Yan, it was still terrifying for a 12-year-old girl. The old man of impermanence had spent a day and a night to refine the 9 sunless rond pill, but Han Yan and Xueqi Air spent less than 3 hours. This was the difference between an ordinary cultivator and a genius. "Big brother, this pill of yours is too powerful. I can feel that I have experienced a tremendous change. This pill's effect is much better than the Emperor Elixir. It almost made me advance to the 4th grade combat emperor. It has strengthened my foundation and potential. It won't take long before I reach the 4th grade combat emperor," Xueqi Air said happily. "Me too. My foundation is much stronger than before. It won't take long before I break through to the 8th grade combat emperor." Han Yan's eyes were glowing. The effect of the 9 sunless rond pill was much better than what he had expected. His whole body had undergone a tremendous change. And increasing your cultivation grade is the most important thing, especially in the inner part of the Death Mountain. There are dangers everywhere. Only those who are strong enough can survive. Let's leave this place and continue to search for treasures in other places," Jiang Chen said. The old man of impermanence was still guarding outside the palace. In 2 hours, there were indeed some people who came to the palace, but when they saw the old man of impermanence, they quickly left. This old man was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. After they left the palace, they flew towards the inner part of the spatial zone under the guidance of De Huang. In a place like this, it was never wrong to listen to De Huang. The direction that De Huang dog chose, regardless of whether there would be danger ahead, there would definitely be treasures. Along the way, they met some rogue cultivators, but when they saw Jiang Chen's group, they quickly distanced themselves from them, not daring to come close. This spatial zone wasn't big. Other than the palace, they didn't meet any other buildings, let alone any treasures. They did meet 1 or 2 dark souls, but they were easily dealt with by Han Yan. Their current group had the presence of Han Yan, so they could do whatever they wanted in the Death Mountain. They wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even if they met an 8th grade combat emperor like Li Long, Han Yan would be able to deal with him. After flying for about 10 minutes, the air suddenly became extremely hot. Not far ahead, layers of heat waves could be seen floating in the sky, causing the void to turn red. "There is a strange phenomenon in front. Let's go and have a look," Jiang Chen said. The group increased their speed and flew forward. There was a magma river in front of them, blocking their way. There were dozens of cultivators standing on the bank of the magma river, looking at the terrifying magma in the river. Their faces revealed a trace of fear. Hoo hoo! Even though there was a distance between them, they could still feel the rolling heat waves from the river. It was terrifying. Even the combat emperors could feel a trace of burning sensation. 2 disciples in Nebula Sec's uniform came to welcome Jiang Chen when they saw him. Brother Jiang. Both of them held their fists at the same time to greet Jiang Chen. They were the core disciples of Nebula Sect, but when they saw Jiang Chen, an inner sect disciple, they had to be respectful. After witnessing the power of killing a 5th-grade combat emperor in Xiaoyao Palace, they naturally didn't dare to show any neglect to Jiang Chen. What happened? Jiang Chen asked. Brother Jiang, there is a magma river in front of us, blocking our way. We can feel it. As long as we cross this river, we will enter another space in front of us. However, the magma in this river is too terrifying. Even a combat emperor can't withstand it. One of the disciples said. Jiang Chen and the rest came to the front of the river, looking into it. The magma in the river was wriggling like a flood dragon. It was very scary. Not only was the temperature of the magma high, it was also emitting a scorching poisonous gas. Even a combat emperor couldn't withstand it. More than 10 of them were blocked by it. Can't we just fly over it? After saying that, Big Yellow was about to fly over from above. No, someone tried to fly over it, but he was immediately attacked by the magma and was sucked into the river. Not even his remains were left. Chapter 671. Upon hearing this, De Huang Dog halted his steps and looked at the disciple of the Nebula Sect with admiration. If it wasn't because of the disciple's reminder, he would have jumped over the river. There were many cultivators standing by the riverbank. Each of them had a solemn expression, looking at the magma river in front of them with fear. No one knew how terrifying this magma was, but there was a 2nd-grade combat emperor who tried to jump over the magma river. He was instantly engulfed by the magma and burned into nothingness. That was a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he couldn't withstand the attack of the magma. Who would dare to jump over it? Jiang Chen and Han Yen took a few steps forward and came near the magma river. They could feel the heat wave from the magma and their faces were filled with surprise. What a powerful magma! There is a hidden ferocious qi in it. The temperature of the magma not only has a strong attack power, it also contains heat poison. My devil qi can't resist it. Han Yen said. Let me try the power of this magma. Jiang Chen said and took out a combat weapon from his qi si. It was an emperor weapon. Jiang Chen circulated his yuan force and infused it into the combat weapon. The combat weapon let out a violent buzzing sound. After that, Jiang Chen swung the combat weapon to the other side of the magma river. The strength of Jiang Chen's swing wasn't small and its speed was extremely fast. According to the width of the magma river, it could cross the magma river in an instant. It was as fast as the speed of light. Bang! At the moment when Jiang Chen swung the combat weapon, a magma dragon suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the river. The magma dragon was even more ferocious and its strength was as vast as the ocean. When the combat weapon was at the center of the river, it was attacked directly by the magma dragon. The magma dragon coiled up and sucked the battle soldier into it. The battle soldier fell into the magma river and was quickly submerged by the surging magma. There was no trace of the battle soldier. Seeing this, everyone's facial expression changed once again. Even Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. One should know that putting aside how strong his strength was, just the speed alone was extremely fast. However, even with such speed, it still couldn't pass through the magma. What a terrifying magma! We can't cross it. Yeah, because of the existence of this magma river, it has completely blocked our way. We can't even use our spatial force. The combat weapon that Jiang Chen took out just now was an emperor weapon. Despite its incredible speed, it still couldn't pass through the river. This means that the magma here will take the initiative to attack. Anyone who tries to pass through here will be attacked by the magma. This is too scary. Are we going to be trapped here? The space here is gradually shrinking. There is only so much space in front of us, and it just so happens to be separated by the magma river. Everyone's face was filled with fear. As long as they could cross the magma river, they would be able to enter another spatial zone to search for other treasures. However, there were no treasures in this spatial zone. Instead, it was filled with dangers. Now, there was a terrifying magma river blocking their way. If they couldn't cross the magma river, they would be trapped here forever. Little Chenzi, you have the true Thunderfire to protect you. You should be able to cross the magma river. Why don't you use your true Thunderfire to cover us? We should be able to cross it. Tyrant suggested. No, I can try going there alone, but I can't bring you guys along. We don't understand the magma here, and we don't know how strong its attack power is. The magma here isn't as simple as just high temperature. It's too risky to force our way through. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head and rejected Tyrant's suggestion. He didn't like doing things that he wasn't sure of. They didn't know how strong the magma river was. If something went wrong, the consequences would be dire. Look, there's a stone tablet over there. I wonder if the magma river has anything to do with the stone tablet? Someone pointed to a distance. There was a blood-colored stone tablet that was as tall as a human. Many people had noticed the stone tablet from the start, but due to the heat from the magma river, no one paid attention to it. Now that they couldn't cross the magma river, only then did they shift their attention to the stone tablet. Little Chenzi, look at that stone tablet, said Han Yen. Han Yen also looked at the stone tablet. Dozens of cultivators walked towards the stone tablet and surrounded it. Jiang Chen and the others also walked over and carefully inspected the stone tablet. It was a blood-colored stone tablet. It was covered with variegated marks and potholes. The blood-colored stone tablet was as tall as a human. It was unknown how long it had been standing there, but it was emitting an ancient aura. There wasn't even a word on the stone tablet. No one knew what it was called. De Huang, what do you think? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog because he couldn't see anything with his eyes. This stone tablet is a treasure. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he stared at the stone tablet. This stone tablet looks very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. It's just that the color is a little scary. Zhua Ling was puzzled. Ling this stone tablet is indeed extraordinary. Think about it. This place is very close to the magma. You all should feel how high the temperature here is. Even a combat emperor needs to circulate his yuan force to resist the heat wave. If it was just an ordinary stone tablet, it would have been burnt to ashes by the heat wave. However, this stone tablet has existed for God knows how many years. Nothing happened to it even after being hit by the heat wave. This is what makes it extraordinary. Jiang Chen said. That's right. This stone tablet must be something good. De Huang Dog nodded his head. Although he didn't know what this stone tablet was, he had an innate ability to sense treasures. His instinct told him that this stone tablet wasn't ordinary. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, if it was an ordinary stone tablet, it would have been burnt to ashes. It was a miracle that this stone tablet was still intact. Everyone, look. The magma river must have something to do with this stone tablet. If we pull it out, we might be able to cross this magma river. Someone said. Let me try. This stone tablet is a good item. If I can pull it out, it will belong to me. A strong man with a stocky build strode to the front of the stone tablet. Both of his arms hugged the stone tablet and pulled it up with all his might. It didn't move an inch. Everyone's facial expression changed. A second-grade combat emperor, even if he didn't use his yuan force, the strength of his body alone was enough to uproot a huge mountain. But now, he couldn't even move a stone tablet, not even a little bit. Motherfucker, why is this stone tablet so heavy? I don't believe that I can't pull it out with my second-grade combat emperor cultivation. The strong man was infuriated. He immediately circulated all of his strength. His body was covered with energy waves. Waves of energy surged around him. All of his energy was channeled into the stone tablet and pulled it up. However, the stone tablet didn't move an inch. It was like a divine iron that couldn't be moved at all. Arg! The strong man roared and exerted all of his strength, but to no avail. In the end, he fell to the ground with a puff sound. This stone tablet was really terrifying to be able to exhaust a second-grade combat emperor to this extent. What a heavy stone tablet. Han Yen and Old Man Impermanence's facial expression changed slightly. Many people's facial expression changed too. Even an idiot would know that this stone tablet wasn't an ordinary item. Trash, get lost. Let Master Dog do it. De Huang Dog swayed his sturdy tail and swaggered to the front of the stone tablet. He used his hind legs to support himself and his front legs to hug the stone tablet, then exerted his strength. He didn't exert too much strength. The stone tablet didn't move at all. De Huang Dog almost fell on his face because he had exerted too much strength. For God's sake, why is this thing so heavy? De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. At this moment, even Jiang Chen's facial expression turned serious. the second-grade combat emperor couldn't pull out the stone tablet. Perhaps it was because the stone tablet was too heavy and too mystical, but De Huang Dog was now a peerless expert who was at the peak of the third-grade demon emperor. The body of a dragon horse was unimaginably strong and its strength was many times stronger than before. Now, even De Huang Dog couldn't pull out the stone tablet. This stone tablet was too heavy. Master Dog doesn't believe it. De Huang Dog pounced on the stone tablet again. Demonic chi soared up to the sky. All of De Huang Dog's strength fell on the stone tablet, but it still couldn't budge. In the end, De Huang Dog was infuriated. He rammed his sturdy head on the stone tablet. Since he couldn't pull it out, he might as well destroy the stone tablet. Bang! Unfortunately, De Huang Dog's head rammed on the stone tablet, creating a lot of sparks. However, the stone tablet didn't budge at all. Not even a mark was left on it. Motherfucker! De Huang Dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a huge blow. How could this be? What is this stone tablet? Why is it so heavy and hard? It's over. Even this dog couldn't pull it out, let alone us. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little hopeless. However, most of their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Perhaps Jiang Chen could pull it out. Little Chenzi, why don't you give it a try? Said Han Yan. Jiang Chen nodded. His eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. Even De Huang Dog couldn't pull it out, so he didn't have the slightest confidence. Jiang Chen walked to the front of the stone tablet. He stretched out his arms and hugged the stone tablet tightly. He circulated the dragon transformation art. Streaks of blood-colored dragon marks emerged from his body, wrapping the entire stone tablet. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and circulated his full strength. The terrifying force that was enough to lift a mountain was all used on the stone tablet. However, the stone tablet still didn't budge. Even when Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation art, Jiang Chen's stone tablet didn't budge at all. Even Big Brother can't pull it out. Xueling Er's tone was a little unlucky. Jiang Chen shook his head. This stone tablet is a mysterious object. Such an existence can only be pulled out by a fated person. Let me try. Chapter 672. Jiang Chen glanced at Tyrant and made some space for him. Jiang Chen was delighted that Tyrant took the initiative to step forward and try. Even he couldn't move this monument. It was enough to show that this monument wasn't ordinary. Only a fated person could move it. Jiang Chen hoped that Tyrant was the fated person. If he could obtain this monument, it would surely bring him endless benefits. Tyrant strode forward with a dignified expression. He stared at the monument without blinking. He didn't know why, but this monument gave him a very familiar feeling. Can he do it? Even Jiang Chen couldn't move it, let alone this monk. That's right. This monument is a mystical object. No one has been able to move it for so many years. This monk is just wasting his time. It seems like we are going to be trapped in this space. There are no treasures in this space. If we can't cross the magma river and enter the space on the other side, I'm afraid this trip to the Death Mountain will be in vain. The treasures inside will be taken away by others. All the cultivators on the scene shook their heads. They were certain that Tyrant wouldn't be able to move the monument. Even someone as powerful as Jiang Chen couldn't move the monument, let alone Tyrant. In their point of view, Tyrant was just wasting his time. However, what happened next caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Tyrant stood in front of the stone tablet and waved his hand. A golden palm imprint was conjured by him. The palm imprint grabbed the stone tablet tightly and lifted it up abruptly. Rumble. Something shocking happened. The monument that had been motionless all this while suddenly shook violently and produced a rumbling sound. Under Tyrant's great strength, the monument was pulled out from the ground bit by bit. The magma river seemed to have sensed that the monument was about to be pulled out. The magma in the magma river surged violently. The heat waves were like tides. Some of them even rushed up to the sky. Look, the monument is moving. Motherfucker, this monk is really brave. He can actually pull the monument out. This is too shocking. I know. Only a fated person can pull out a magical item like the stone tablet. This monk is a fated person. Damn it, this stone tablet must be a rare treasure. I didn't expect this monk to take it away. I'm so envious. Don't be envious. This is his ability and luck. Besides, the monk being able to pull out the stone tablet is also beneficial to us. Once we cross the magma river and enter the space on the other side, there will be plenty of treasures. Under the envious and horrified gazes of the crowd, the blood-red monument was uprooted by Tyrant. Although the monument was only as tall as a person when it was exposed to the outside world, it was 10 zhong in size after it was uprooted. The 10 zhong tall monument was entirely blood-red in color, and there was not a single character on it. However, the ancient aura emitted from it indicated that the monument had existed for a very long time. Tyrant had uprooted the ancient blood-colored stele effortlessly. After uprooting the stele, he immediately put it away. Good job, monk. Zhang Chen couldn't help but praise. Putting aside whether they could cross the magma river or not, this stone tablet alone was a supreme treasure. Although he didn't know its use at the moment, the monk would find out sooner or later. Damn it, I didn't expect this Baldy to be so lucky. De Huang Dog was extremely dissatisfied. This stone tablet was obviously a treasure, and he was the one who saw it first. He didn't expect that the treasure would fall into someone else's hands. Fortunately, it was in the hands of the monk. If it was someone else, De Huang Dog would definitely rush forward to snatch it. Rumble. However, at this moment, something strange happened again. The originally calm magma river emitted a violent roar. The whole river was boiling like a tsunami in the vast ocean. The power was extremely terrifying. Voila! Everyone was shocked to see a magma pillar rushing out of the magma river at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the place where the stone tablet was. At this moment, many cultivators were still standing there. Not good. Run! Someone shouted. No one dared to be negligent and immediately fled to the back. A furious roar rang out from the magma pillar. It was like the roar of a primordial beast. It was very terrifying. The massive magma pillar swept forward and 2 cultivators were sucked in on the spot. They were instantly incinerated to death. Ugh! Someone let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was attacked and was directly burned. The heat poison in the magma flowed along his broken arm and rushed into his body. The cultivator immediately took out a long sword and cut off his broken arm from the shoulder. This cultivator was also a ruthless and decisive person. Otherwise, if the heat poison of the magma invaded his body, he wouldn't be able to resist it even with his yuan force. He would die instantly. When everyone saw this situation, their faces turned pale and they were scared out of their wits. This scene was too terrifying. Everyone here was a powerful combat emperor, but the power of the magma was too strong. Even a combat emperor couldn't resist it. Rumble! Huge waves surged up to the sky. The entire magma river was boiling. Magma pillars rose from the sky and spiraled in the sky. For a moment, the temperature of the entire spatial zone rose abruptly. The terrifying heat poison spread in all directions. In such an environment, everyone felt that their yuan force was about to be burned. In the end, the magma pillars stood tall in the sky and no longer fell down. They formed a magma screen in the sky. Those magma pillars were like ferocious beasts, roaring continuously. It's over. How could this happen? The magma river is completely agitated. It seems like it will engulf the entire spatial zone soon. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. We will all be buried here. The stone tablet, that's right, the blood-red stone tablet. That stone tablet can't be pulled out. It's suppressing the magma river. Tyrant has pulled it out, so the magma river can no longer be suppressed. That's right. It must be because of the stone tablet. We have already walked into a dead space. The stone tablet is suppressing the magma river. Now that the stone tablet has been pulled out, the magma river can no longer be suppressed. We will soon be attacked by the magma. No one will be able to leave this place alive. Tyrant, quickly put the stone tablet back. Only the stone tablet can suppress the magma river. We can't escape from the magma river. At most, we won't be able to find the treasure. But it's better than dying here. Someone shouted at Tyrant, asking him to put the stone tablet back. The one who spoke was a disciple of Tian Shan's sect. He was very confident, but Tyrant didn't buy it. Ba. This poor monk is fated with the stone tablet. I can't put it back. Tyrant said sincerely. Damn it. Many of them almost fainted. You are fated with the stone tablet. What does that have to do with us? It's not worth risking everyone's life just because you are fated with it. Tyrant. You are a Buddhist. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Are you going to watch everyone die here? The disciple of Tianshan's sect continued to speak loudly. He knew that Tyrant was in cahoots with Jiang Chen. Hence, he didn't dare to flip out on the spot. Ba. With the stone tablet in hand, the magma won't attack this poor monk. Tyrant didn't seem to have heard the man's words. Instead, he said something that almost infuriated everyone. How was this an eminent monk of Buddhism? This guy was too selfish. With the monument in his hand, even if the magma didn't attack him, it would still attack others. Tyrant, are you trying to get all of us killed? Look at how many lives there are here. Someone shouted. And there are indeed a lot of people. But what does that have to do with me? Tyrant's serious words made many spurt out blood. Even De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. He fell to the ground with a plop. De Huang Dog once thought that he was the most shameless existence in the world. He didn't expect Tyrant to be so shameless. Han Yen and Wu Chang Old Man rolled their eyes. After walking for so long, only now did they realize how outrageous this monk was. Han Yen finally understood why Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were so serious when they first met Tyrant. Hand over the thing in hand? What a joke. Tyrant wouldn't do that. He only knew that the stone tablet was in his hand. He also knew that the magma wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. As for the others, he didn't care. As for Jiang Chen and the others, Tyrant wasn't worried at all. He was sure that as long as Jiang Chen was here, everyone would be fine. Damn it. This monk is trying to get us killed. Everyone has to join forces and force the stone tablet out. The disciple of Tianshan's sect shouted. That's right. Hand over the stone tablet. The magma is about to attack. Otherwise, all of us will die here. Tyrant, hand over the stone tablet. Everyone came up and surrounded Tyrant. However, Tyrant was still as serious as ever, as though he couldn't see the situation in front of him. Enough. At this moment, Jiang Chen shouted, the stone tablet has already been pulled out. Even if you put it back, the raging magma river won't calm down. Jiang Chen, but the magma is about to attack and destroy this space. We aren't willing to die here. Only the stone tablet can suppress the magma river. The disciple of Tianshan's sect shouted, I have a way to let all of you live. Jiang Chen spoke. What? What way do you have? Although you are strong, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with the magma. Someone questioned. All of you retreat back. Jiang Chen shouted. After that, he flew towards the magma. As for the heat waves emitted from the magma, it didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. With the protection of true thunderfire and true dragonfire, the magma wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. It would only become his nourishment. Big brother, what means do you have to deal with the magma? Xueqi asked worriedly. Little girl, don't worry. Since this kid dares to make a move, he must be very confident. Let's just wait and see. De Huang Dog wagged his tail as he spoke. He was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. That's right. The little Chenzi wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Although the magma is troublesome, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for the little Chenzi. Chapter 673. The attacking power of the magma was too terrifying. Moreover, the magma had become agitated. Its attacking power was much stronger than before. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone withstand the high temperature. The moment Jiang Chen rushed out, everyone's eyes fell on him without blinking. Jiang Chen was their only hope. If Jiang Chen couldn't deal with the magma, it wouldn't take long for the magma to attack every inch of the spatial zone. At that time, everything in the spatial zone would be destroyed under the magma, including them. This place would truly become a land of death. Roar, sensing that someone had come to provoke it, the magma screen that was completely formed by the magma light pillars suddenly became violent. 3 magma light pillars turned into magma dragons and lunged at Jiang Chen from 3 different directions. The attacking power of the magma was extremely terrifying. Before the attack could reach Jiang Chen, the terrifying heat of the magma had already hit Jiang Chen's face. 9 murdering flood dragon. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand and casted the 9 murdering flood dragon. 9 flood dragons roared and rushed out. These 9 flood dragons weren't only formed by Yuan force, they also contained a large amount of true thunderfire and true dragon flame. The condensed flood dragons weren't afraid of the magma at all. They pounced on the 3 magma dragons. The reason why Jiang Chen chose to attack was because he wanted to see how powerful the magma was. If he unleashed his 9 murdering flood dragon, he could kill a 5th-grade combat emperor. Hong Long, 2 types of extreme heat energy collided with each other. The explosion of energy waves was too strong. The center of the magma was agitated and was completely submerged by the magma and flames. Even Jiang Chen was submerged in the magma. His figure couldn't be seen. Not good. Jiang Chen has been swallowed by the magma. Someone exclaimed, and his facial expression changed dramatically. Damn it, the magma is too terrifying. Jiang Chen is too careless. He chose to confront the magma light pillar. Isn't he courting death? It's over. Jiang Chen is dead. Now, no one can deal with the magma. Many people's faces were filled with despair. Regardless of whether the people present were friends or foes with Jiang Chen was everyone's hope. If Jiang Chen died, no one could save them. Although Han Yan and Wu Chang Old Man were powerful, they were from the devil sect. The devil skill that they cultivated was restrained by the magma. Facing the powerful magma, it was impossible. Bang! However, just when everyone was in despair, a figure once again jumped out of the magma. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like a fire dragon, constantly shuttling through the magma, withstanding the magma's attacks, but his body was completely unharmed. Big brother is fine, that's great. The little girl jumped up and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. This Jiang Chen was really terrifying. He was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he was able to travel back and forth in the magma. This ability alone was too terrifying. Swoosh! The light beam of the magma was getting stronger and stronger. It attacked Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned red. The heat poison and the high temperature of the magma couldn't affect him, but the attack of the magma itself was extremely strong. Even Jiang Chen couldn't deal with it. Heavenly Earth Pure Water. Jiang Chen simply kept the true thunder fire and true dragon fire. A layer of cold mist appeared on the surface of his body. The moment this cold mist appeared, the attack of the magma was weakened. The temperature around Jiang Chen began to drop. The magma around him seemed to have met its natural enemy. Its attack on Jiang Chen became gentler. The heavenly earth pure water was the coldest thing in the heavens and earth. Since the strong flame couldn't restrain the magma, then he would use the element to restrain it. It seemed that the scariness of the heavenly earth pure water had a great restraining effect on the magma. However, this wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to do. It was undoubtedly a fantasy to use the heavenly earth pure water to eliminate the magma. The magma had existed for a very long time. It had almost developed its own spirituality. It was impossible to eliminate it. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have such an idea. The reason why he chose to barge in was to test the power of the magma. As for how to deal with the magma and save these people, Jiang Chen had other ways. If Jiang Chen was alone, he would be able to pass through this spatial zone and enter the other spatial zone to search for the treasure. But he had to consider for the sake of the others. Those rogue cultivators were innocent. If they were killed because of Tyrant's action, Jiang Chen would feel guilty. Of course, Tyrant wouldn't be able to take out the stone tablet that he had obtained from Tyrant. Moreover, the magma would be of great use to Jiang Chen. With the protection of the heavenly earth pure water, Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He turned into a ray of light and flew above the magma. His black hair fluttered and his white robe fluttered. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the rolling magma below. What is he doing? The magma doesn't seem to have any effect on him. Is he going to go through by himself and not care about our lives? I don't think so. His friends are still here. There are also disciples of the Nebula sect here. Even if Jiang Chen doesn't care about our lives, he still has to care about them. Some people thought of Tyrant's words. They were instantly afraid that Jiang Chen would also leave them behind. Reality proved that Jiang Chen wasn't that kind of person. Under the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out an item. When the crowd saw what it was, they were instantly stunned. This guy actually took out a broken pot at such a crucial moment. That's right, it was a broken pot. However, if one looked closely, they could see that the surface of the pot was engraved with ancient runes. When De Huang Dog saw the broken pot, his eyes instantly lit up. He didn't forget that when the island of ice first opened and this broken pot rushed out, it was filled with blazing flames. Among the flames, there was a pillar of magma that was extremely powerful. To think that I, Master Dog, had actually forgotten about this treasure. That lad is really smart, huh? He wants to use this broken pot to collect all the magma. But, I wonder if he can do that. If he can, the magma might very well be able to bring about a strong attack. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He had a good understanding of treasures. When he first laid his eyes on this broken pot, he knew it was an extraordinary item. Jiang Chen threw his glance onto the broken pot. Ever since he obtained this broken pot and used it to kill a combat soul warrior, it had become a piece of trash, and he had thrown it away in a corner. Now, facing such a terrifying magma, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of this broken pot. Perhaps, this broken pot could be used to collect the magma. If that was the case, the magma could be used as a powerful attack in the future. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chen pulled out the top of the broken pot. He hovered above the magma and injected all his yuan energy into the broken pot. The broken pot seemed to have sensed the terrifying aura of the magma underneath, and it instantly became restless. It started violently trembling in Jiang Chen's hand. Buzz! As the broken pot trembled more and more violently, Jiang Chen could feel the weight of the pot increasing. He felt like he was carrying a huge mountain in his hand. Swoosh! A gust of wind suddenly rushed out of the broken pot. It was an extremely strong suction force. The force instantly turned into a tornado, and a pillar of magma light was sucked into the pot in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, a joyful expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Now, it looked like his guess was correct. This broken pot was a rare treasure that could absorb magma. Furthermore, the magma beam that was sucked into the pot had shrunk by over 100 times. That was because it had been purified by the pot, leaving behind only the essence of the magma. What a frightening treasure! It can actually extract the essence of the magma. But, there's too much magma here. I wonder if this broken pot has such a big appetite, and if it can absorb all the magma here. Jiang Chen said in a pleasantly surprised manner. As if it was dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's disdain, the broken pot started trembling even more violently, and the suction force became stronger. In an instant, 3 magma beams were sucked into the pot. Next up, 1 magma beam after another charged up into the sky. All of them were sucked into Jiang Chen's broken pot. The broken pot in Jiang Chen's hand is a terrifying magic treasure. It can actually suck the magma into it. This is great. This treasure is really powerful. If it can suck away all the magma, we won't be in any danger anymore. However, it looks like it'll be a little difficult. There's too much magma here and that broken pot looks really small. What do you know? You cannot judge a real treasure by its surface. The space inside this pot must surely be very big. Absorbing the magma here will not be an issue. We are saved. Many of the cultivators there revealed looks of pleasant surprise. None of them expected Jiang Chen to possess such a terrifying treasure. Not only was it not afraid of the magma, it could even suck all the magma away. It was truly terrifying. Brother Jiang sure has an endless number of tricks up his sleeves. To think that he would possess such a treasure. Elder Impermanence sighed. His admiration for Jiang Chen had reached the point of prostrating himself before Jiang Chen. What a guy who is good at creating miracles. Tyrant couldn't help but shake his head. He had thought that after following Jiang Chen for so long, he would already know what tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeves. From the looks of it, he was wrong again. He had to give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen's endless tricks up his sleeves. Senior brother Jiang is indeed a rare genius. With him around, our nebula sect will surely become even more terrifying in the future. Chapter 674. Such a method was undoubtedly heaven-defying. No one had expected the power of the broken pot to be so great. Looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, it seemed like he was going to absorb all the magma. In just a few minutes, half of the magma had been absorbed. The remaining magma seemed to be absorbed as well. As the broken pot continued to show its power, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He realized that the space inside the broken pot wasn't as big as he had imagined. The reason why it could absorb so much magma was that the broken pot had the ability to purify. Any magma that was absorbed by the broken pot would be purified immediately, leaving only the magma essence. Until now, half of the space inside the broken pot had been filled with magma essence, which was much stronger than the previous magma. According to the current situation, this broken pot should be able to absorb all the magma here. By then, the broken pot will be filled with magma essence. If it were to launch an attack, the power would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen sighed. The magma here was already terrifying enough. Now that it was purified by the broken pot, it was filled with magma essence. Coupled with the power of the broken pot itself, the power released was something that even Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine. Motherfucker, with this thing, whoever dares to provoke me, I'll just spit them out. Jiang Chen grinned and smiled happily. He couldn't help but give Big Yellow a praising look. Big Yellow was right to choose this spatial zone. Apart from obtaining so many heaven rank restoration pills, Jiang Chen had also acquired a powerful trump card. More importantly, Tyrant had obtained the stone tablet. That stone tablet must be a rare treasure. Jiang Chen didn't think that Tyrant would be able to obtain it. What a powerful broken pot. The internal capacity is too big. It has already absorbed more than half of the magma. It seems like it won't be difficult to absorb all the magma. This is great. As long as we can absorb the magma that is blocking our way, not only can we save our lives, but we can also pass through and enter the inner space to find the real treasure. We owe Jiang Chen a favor. Although he is arrogant and unruly, he is a good person. At least, he is much better than those arrogant geniuses from the big forces. Many people were grateful to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was strong, he wasn't an arrogant and rude person. People could see that Jiang Chen's strength and ferocity were only directed at his enemies. As long as you didn't provoke him, Jiang Chen was still a person who was easy to talk to. After a few more minutes, the broken pot displayed its might and finally collected the last magma pillar. The original magma river had completely dried up. The high temperature in the entire space was also gradually recovering. It was no longer as hot as before. Great! Someone shouted excitedly. Everyone had a relaxed expression on their faces. Compared to the despair they felt before, they were in a much better mood now. The obstacle had been eliminated, and there were no more obstacles in front of them. Many people looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude, especially the rogue cultivators and the core disciples of the Nebula sect. Jiang Chen held the broken pot in his hand and felt that it was extremely heavy. The outside of the broken pot was engraved with ancient runes that even Jiang Chen didn't recognize. However, Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique seeped into the broken pot. Under his perception, he could clearly tell that the magma essence in the broken pot could allow Jiang Chen to use its power 3 times. In other words, Jiang Chen could use this broken pot 3 times. After 3 times, the broken pot would return to its original state and become useless. 3 times, that's not bad. Jiang Chen smiled. He could imagine that with the power of the magma essence in the broken pot and the terrifying power of the broken pot, once it was released, it would be difficult for a War Emperor realm expert to resist. Of course, the specific power would only be known when it was truly released. Everyone, the obstacle has been removed. Everyone can leave this place now. Jiang Chen turned his head and said loudly to the crowd, "Young Master Jiang, we will remember today's kindness." Someone cupped his fist and said to Jiang Chen. Many people's impression of Jiang Chen had changed greatly. No matter what, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen today, even if they didn't die, they would be trapped in this spatial zone. They would only be able to leave after a month when the spatial zone was opened. This trip to the Death Mountain would be in vain. Everyone flew through the magma river and flew for a few hundred miles. An illusory spatial barrier appeared in front of them. As long as they passed through this spatial barrier, they would be able to enter another spatial zone. This kind of spatial barrier didn't have any offensive ability. Everyone could pass through it directly. Without wasting any time, they passed through the spatial barrier and entered another spatial zone. As for this spatial zone, it didn't have any good treasures. The only palace that existed had been taken away by Jiang Chen. The monolith was obtained by Tyrant. Even the destructive magma was smelted into a magical weapon by Jiang Chen. It could be said that all the good things in this spatial zone were obtained by Jiang Chen and the others. The others didn't even get a single strand of hair. De Huang Dog allowed them to enter this spatial zone. It was indeed a boundless benefit. Tyrant, what's that monolith? Why can't Master Dog pull it out? But you did it. De Huang Dog had been feeling gloomy about the matter of the monolith. He couldn't help but ask Tyrant. I haven't had the time to comprehend it yet. At that time, I only felt that I was fated with this monolith. I didn't expect it to be pulled out directly. I guess it's because I'm too imposing that even the monolith was subdued. And that must be it. Tyrant said seriously. Get lost. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog spoke at the same time. De Huang Dog immediately moved away from Tyrant, completely dispelling the thought of knowing the secret of the monolith. Big brother, they have entered another spatial zone. Let's follow them. Xueqi said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Everyone immediately crossed the spatial barrier and disappeared in a blink of an eye, entering another spatial zone. With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Chen and the others appeared. In front of them, there were green mountains and clear waters. Spring was in full swing. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. The air was filled with incomparably rich heaven and earth yuan qi. It was truly a treasured land for cultivation. What a rich heaven and earth yuan qi. The heaven and earth yuan qi here is even richer than the mountain gate of the Nebula sect. Xueqi suddenly felt refreshed. Everyone was astonished. Compared to the previous spatial zone that was like a dead land, this place was simply a holy land. It's hard to imagine that the Death Mountain that has existed for such a long time actually has such a holy land. Let's not talk about the treasures inside. Just by cultivating in such an environment, one would be able to obtain great benefits. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for dozens of days outside. Old Man Impermanence's eyes lit up. He kept looking around and deeply felt that this place was truly a holy land for cultivation. Kaka, there must be some good treasures in this place. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. De Huang, what did you discover? Jiang Chen asked. Isn't it simple? The Death Mountain was originally a dead land. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a holy place here. Look at those flowers and plants. They are about to turn into spirits and are filled with heaven and earth yuan qi. There must be a reason for this. I'm guessing that there must be some kind of treasure that caused all of this. It must be so. De Huang Dog said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Since De Huang Dog said so, Jiang Chen definitely had a reason to believe it. Let's go and have a look inside this spatial zone, said Han Yan. The group didn't waste any time and quickly flew towards the inner part of the spatial zone. They could feel that this spatial zone wasn't big, but the heaven and earth yuan qi was extremely abundant. There were ancient pine trees that were hundreds of meters tall, piercing through the clouds. After flying for more than 10 minutes, they suddenly saw a lot of people heading towards the same direction from all directions. The people inside the spatial zone suddenly became lively. This spatial zone was a level deeper than the other spatial zones. Now, it seemed that many cultivators from the previous spatial zones had already entered, which made this place so lively. Big brother, where are so many people going? Asked Xueqi. At this time, two people saw Jiang Chen and Xueqi and quickly came to greet them. One of them said, Senior brother Jiang, there seems to be a treasure unearthed in front of us. Why aren't you going over? These two people were from the Nebula sect, and they admired Jiang Chen very much. Hearing that there was a treasure unearthed, De Huang Dog rushed out like a wisp of smoke. Jiang Chen and the others naturally didn't hesitate. They quickly increased their speed and flew forward. 100 miles ahead of them, hundreds of people had already appeared, surrounding the area in all directions. When Jiang Chen got closer, he found that there was a huge herb garden in front of him. Back when he was on the island of ice, a herb garden had also appeared, but compared to this herb garden in front of him, the difference was not small. The huge herb garden in front of him had an area of more than 10 miles. It was filled with rare and precious spiritual herbs. Many of the spiritual herbs were incomparably thick and full of spirituality. It was obvious that they had been growing for many years. A dragon ginseng directly turned into a small person, jumping around in the herb garden, making the people outside salivate. However, the herb garden was sealed by a layer of restriction, and the people outside couldn't enter. Now the restriction was weakening bit by bit, and people were waiting for the restriction to disappear before they rushed in. Damn, this is the real treasure. Look at that dragon ginseng, it has already become a spirit. If I can eat it, I will immediately be reborn. A cultivator licked his lips. Many people's eyes were locked on the jumping dragon ginseng, preparing to enter the herb garden, catch it, and eat it on the spot. However, at this moment, a big hand suddenly appeared from the herb garden and grabbed the dragon ginseng. People saw a person covered in green light appear from behind a spiritual herb that was even more majestic than an uncle. That person grabbed the dragon ginseng, and regardless of the dragon ginseng's resistance, he opened his mouth and ate it. For God's sake, I've been eating this stuff every day. My mouth is so bland. Chapter 675. Heavens! There was someone in the herb garden? How was this possible? There was a powerful restriction placed outside the herb garden. No one could enter. Moreover, it was obvious that this herb garden had existed for a very long time. How could there be someone here? Could it be someone from that super sect who survived by luck? Impossible. That super sect had already been annihilated. The people who survived had all become Een spirits. This guy in front of them was not a Een spirit. However, no one was in the mood to think about this. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring unblinkingly at the person who was emitting a green light. This guy was tall and strong. His face was extraordinarily handsome. He looked like he was in his 20s. Of course, what people cared about was not the guy's appearance, but the dragon ginseng that he had swallowed. That was a dragon ginseng that had turned into a spirit. It was a dragon ginseng that had already grown intelligence. It was a supreme treasure. It was an unimaginable treasure. It had the effect of regrowing bones and reviving the dead. So many people were watching anxiously. This peerless treasure was eaten by a bastard just like that. Wait, what did this guy just say? He said that he ate this thing every day. His mouth was getting bland. Fuck your grandpa. There was actually someone in this world who didn't like the taste of dragon ginseng. What was even more infuriating was that this guy seemed to be eating this thing every day. Heavens! Please strike him to death with lightning. Why is there someone in the herb garden? How did this guy get in? Who is he? Look, this bastard's body is emitting a green light. That's the power of medicine. It seems like this guy has been eating the spiritual medicine here every day. His body has become like a treasure. God damn it. This bastard's casual burp is full of pure medicine. How did he get in? He just ate a dragon ginseng that had turned into a spirit. It's such a waste. Everyone's eyes were red. They wanted to kill someone. From the power of medicine emitted by this guy, they could tell that he was not lying. He really ate dragon ginseng every day. Moreover, it was a dragon ginseng that had turned into a spirit. Apart from the dragon ginseng, there were also many rare and ancient medicines here. Who knew how many of them had been wasted by this guy? While all the cultivators were gnashing their teeth at the man in the herb garden, wishing they could drag him out and eat him, three guys were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They were Jiang Chen, Han Yen, and Big Yellow. All three of them had the same expression on their faces. They stared at the man in the herb garden without blinking their eyes. Apart from shock, there was more surprise in their eyes than joy. The extremely strong guy in the herb garden had just swallowed a dragon ginseng when he suddenly felt many strange gazes. He hurriedly raised his head. Indeed, there were countless gazes outside the herb garden that wanted to eat him. These angry gazes did not make the man feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it made him extremely excited. The man burst into tears on the spot. I've finally seen a living person. Nan. A voice suddenly sounded. The guy's body shook. He hurriedly stopped crying and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Jiang Chen, Han Yen, and a Huang dog, he first roared excitedly. Then, he crawled to the edge of the herb garden and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. God damn it. This bastard is so embarrassing. He's a man, but he's crying like a bear. The Huang dog couldn't help but despise him. The guy in the herb garden was none other than Nangong Wentian. Ever since Jiang Chen stepped into the divine continent, he had lost contact with Nangong Wentian. He didn't expect that Nangong Wentian would appear here. He was worried about Nangong Wentian, but after seeing his current condition, his worries were gone. This guy must have gotten a great fortune. The chi that Nangong Wentian emitted was already at the peak of the 6th grade combat emperor. He was only a step away from the 7th grade combat emperor. The scariest thing wasn't his cultivation, but his physique. No one knew how many divine herbs he had consumed. His entire body was like a divine herb. To put it bluntly, his entire body was a treasure. As long as one cultivated close to him, one's cultivation would improve day by day. If this guy was dragged out to bleed, a bowl of blood would be priceless. Even a piece of meat on his body would be snatched away by others. My family. I can finally see my family. Little Chenzi, De Huang, Yen. Hurry up and get me out of here. I'm going crazy in this broken place. Nangong Wentian was crying his eyes out. When he saw Jiang Chen and the others, it was as if he had seen his family, and he was overwhelmed with emotions. When he thought about all the grievances he had gone through these past few days, he started crying even harder. However, after hearing Nangong Wentian's words, many people had an impulse to go up and beat him until he was paralyzed. Such a precious place was actually called a broken place by him. Eating spirit herbs that turned into spirits every day, in his words, became a grievance. Was he even trying to let people live in this place? Didn't he know that a lot of people wanted to suffer such grievances even in their dreams? Moreover, this was a motherfucking grievance. Let me suffer to death. Shameless. Too shameless. It turned out that he was acquainted with Jiang Chen and the others. Ah Nan, don't be agitated. Calm yourself down. Jiang Chen quickly comforted him. However, when Nangong Wentian suddenly saw so many people, especially when he saw his own family, he was simply too emotional. He was unable to calm himself down. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only did Nangong Wentian not stop, he even cried even harder. This is so embarrassing. Han Yen held his forehead with his hand. For a man to cry like this, how could he be so heaven-defying? Young master, who is this person? Do you know him? The old man of impermanence asked curiously. He is the Nangong Wentian that I told you about. We came from the eastern continent together. I have no idea how this guy got here. Han Yen explained. The old man of impermanence was stunned. So this crying guy was Nangong Wentian. His image was not flattering at all. Big brother, this guy is still trying to act innocent after getting a bargain. He's actually crying after eating so many elixirs. The little girl couldn't stand it anymore. Ba, this guy is too shameless. Tyrant sighed. Tyrant, it's rare for you to speak the truth. De Huang Dog nodded in agreement. Ah Nan, if you continue to cry, we will leave. Jiang Chen said. Hearing that Jiang Chen was leaving, Nangong Wentian immediately stopped crying, regardless of whether it was true or not, and replaced it with a smile. This guy really changed his expression faster than flipping a page. Little Chenzi, hurry up and think of a way to get me out of here. I fell into the crack of space, and when I came out, I fell into this herb garden. I wanted to get out, but I found out that there's a seal outside of this herb garden, and that's why I'm trapped here. Damn it. I'm going to die of boredom from eating medicine every day. If you guys don't show up, I will go crazy. Nangong Wentian said. The moment his words came out, another wave of curses erupted from the crowd. The majority of them were cursing Nangong Wentian for being shameless and shameless. There were even some who were envious of his good luck. From Nangong Wentian's tone, it wasn't the first or second day that he had been in the herb garden. Thinking about how many spiritual herbs had been wasted by him, the crowd couldn't help but feel enraged. This was simply asking for death from the heavens. You also know that there's a seal outside, so how can I let you out? Jiang Chen shrugged. De Huang. Oh right, De Huang is an expert in seals. Hurry up and break this seal, then let me out. Nangong Wentian looked at De Huang Dog. The restriction here is gradually weakening. It won't be long before it disappears on its own. If you think of a way to break this restriction, it will cause the restriction's energy to backfire. Don't you see that so many people are looking at these divine medicines but don't dare to touch the restriction? Wait a little longer. You can come out when the seal disappears. De Huang Dog said. Great, this is great. Daddy can go out now, haha. Hearing that he would be able to go out soon, Nangong Wentian was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Ah Nan, listen to me. Jiang Chen lowered his voice, then sent a message to Nangong Wentian using his divine sense. Before the defense mechanism disappears, I need you to collect all the older herbs, especially those that have turned into spirits. Jiang Chen's face revealed a sinister smile. There were too many spiritual herbs here, and once the seal disappears, everyone would definitely rush over. Now that there were more and more people here, once the seal was broken, the situation would be out of control. Now that Nangong Wentian was in the herb garden, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. This guy could collect all the spiritual herbs, and the people outside couldn't do anything about it. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't allow Nangong Wentian to do that. He just wanted to collect some of the more valuable spiritual herbs, and let the others fight for the rest. If he collected all the spiritual herbs here, it would definitely cause the crowd to be angry, and that wouldn't be good. Alright, this daddy here wants to puke anyway. I'll go get some for you guys. Nangong Wentian turned around and rushed into the herb garden. He had obtained enough benefits, and it would be a waste to eat more herbs, as they wouldn't have any effect. Therefore, he needed to get some herbs for Jiang Chen and the others. Nangong Wentian was obviously very familiar with the environment of the herb garden. With a sway of his body, he arrived at a place with a dense amount of spirit herbs in the blink of an eye. He extended his hand and grabbed 2 dragon ginsengs that had turned into spirits, one after the other, and stored them in his chi seed. What is this bastard doing? He took another 2 ginseng that had turned into spirits. Damn it! Look, that's a huge golden lotus. Its roots are almost as big as a tree, and he just uprooted it. Chapter 676. Realizing what Nangong Wentian was planning to do, many of them were enraged. Some of them started cursing and cursing, wanting nothing more than to tear Nangong Wentian apart. Nangong Wentian pretended that he didn't see their angry expressions and gazes. He strode towards another unknown spirit herb and grabbed it. God knows how long the spirit herb had existed for. It was as big as a tree. Even a single leaf on it was extraordinary. If it was placed outside, it would definitely be a priceless existence. In the blink of an eye, 5 to 6 ancient and rare spirit herbs were swept away by Nangong Wentian. Seeing the number of rare spirit herbs decreasing, the eyes of the crowd turned red. Damn it! Is he going to take away all the spirit herbs? This is ridiculous. Damn it! This is simply a reckless waste of God's gifts. Just one of these elixirs would be enough for me to undergo a complete transformation. This bastard took them away as if they were weeds. Can't I just have fun with them? Bastard! Stop! I told you to stop! The crowd was extremely agitated. Everyone was angry and gritting their teeth. If they were allowed to enter the herb garden right now, they would definitely pounce on Nangong Wentian and bite him. Kaka, however, Nangong Wentian laughed loudly, as if seeing so many angry gazes, he felt incomparably refreshed in his heart. This was too refreshing. He had been suppressed in this medicinal garden for too long. If he could make the people outside vomit blood, that would be truly satisfying. The feeling of building one's happiness on the pain of others was truly wonderful. Nangong Wentian started to get high on himself. From time to time, he would make provocative and lewd gestures. Seeing the number of rare spirit herbs decreasing in this bastard's hands, as well as Nangong Wentian's infuriating look, even the most cultured people started to curse. Wakaka, ah Nan, well done. Up ahead, right, there's a Tua Luo flower that's at least 1,000 years old. Pluck it out and make it into wine. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down outside, feeling extremely unsatisfied. After hearing his words, some people couldn't take it anymore and squatted on the ground with a plop. This dog was even more shameless. That was a 1,000-year-old Tua Luo flower. It could heal all kinds of injuries, and it was a rare sacred medicine. How was this dog going to brew wine with it? Go to hell. Behind us. That's the dragon fruit tree. Uproot it. Such a thick tree trunk. Cut it down and make a bed. It'll definitely be very comfortable to sleep on. De Huang Dog continued. Thump thump thump. Another group of people fainted. Using the trunk of a dragon fruit to make a wooden bed. Was this dog going to suffer the wrath of the heavens? Even if it was a reckless waste of natural resources, there was no need to do this. Furthermore, there seemed to be a few blood-red dragon fruits on top of the dragon fruit. Those were mature dragon fruits, a true treasure of the heavens and earth. It was very difficult to find them in the outside world. Just these few dragon fruits alone were priceless existences. However, Nangong Wentian naively followed De Huang Dog's words. Without saying a word, he carried the dragon fruit tree and uprooted it. Then, he chuckled as he kept the entire tree. Fuck. This bastard will definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. A treasure of the heavens and earth, wasted just like that. Some people immediately cried. Plucking the dragon fruits wasn't enough. Did he have to uproot the tree too? What a waste. Elder Impermanence couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, thinking that the friends of his young master and Jiang Chen were all such outrageous people. There was no need to mention De Huang Dog. He was the worst of the worst. Tyrant was even more shameless. This could be seen from how they dealt with the magma earlier. Now, there was another weirdo. Nangong Wentian. Shameless. Tyrant grinned. Although he said so, the smile on his face was incomparably happy. Although this was the first time he met Nangong Wentian, his impression of him was very good. This was probably what they meant by having the same interests, regretting not meeting him earlier. Jiang Chen, hurry up and ask your friend to stop. This herb garden was discovered by everyone, and all the herbs here belong to everyone, not just him alone. At this time, someone shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a powerful 8th-grade combat emperor. This person had just arrived. He was wearing the uniform of Xiaoyao Palace. He wasn't Li Long. He was one of the other geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace. His face was filled with arrogance. An 8th-grade combat emperor was enough to show his strength. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. He didn't even bother to reply. He didn't have a good impression of Xiaoyao Palace. It was fine if this guy didn't provoke him, but if he dared to attack him, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Jiang Chen, do you think I won't dare to kill you? Let me tell you, you are dead meat after offending Xiaoyao Palace. The disciple of Xiaoyao Palace was infuriated. A murderous aura overflowed from his body. Encountering Jiang Chen here had triggered his murderous intent. Freedom King had specially instructed him to kill Jiang Chen in the Death Mountain, but this disciple didn't dare to attack here. The herbs in the herb garden were too precious. The seal was going to disappear soon. If he attacked, no one would be able to get the herbs. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of me? Han Yen shouted at the disciple, not giving him any face. Of course, there was no need for him to do so. He was the young master of Moyin cult after all. His status wasn't something a core disciple of Xiaoyao Palace could compare to. Even if they didn't compare their status, Han Yen, who was already at the peak of 7th-grade combat emperor, wouldn't put him in his eyes. Humph. The young master of Moyin cult sure has great prestige, but your prestige is useless in front of us, Xiaoyao Palace. At this time, another cold humph was heard from afar. Everyone saw a few disciples of Xiaoyao Palace coming from afar. The one leading them was Li Long. After Li Long appeared, his eyes immediately locked onto Jiang Chen. He didn't conceal his murderous intent at all. It was his biggest regret that he couldn't kill Jiang Chen outside the Death Mountain. Brother Li, the 8th-grade combat emperor disciple of Xiaoyao Palace, quickly greeted Li Long when he saw him. Ignore them for now. After I get the spiritual herbs, I will kill Jiang Chen with my own hands. No one can stop me. Li Long said confidently. Among those who entered the Death Mountain, his grade was first class. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of anyone. From his point of view, Jiang Chen only wanted to rely on the young master of Moyin cult and Gua Xiaofei of Nebula sect. He didn't put the young master of Moyin cult in his eyes. As for Gua Xiaofei, he hadn't shown up yet. No one could tell which spatial zone he was wandering in. If he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, no one could save him. It looks very lively. At this time, another group of people appeared. They were a dozen experts of Sky Hill School. The leader was the jade-like Yan Hui. He was at the peak of 8th-grade combat emperor, an existence on par with Li Long. Seeing Yan Hui's appearance, the people of Sky Hill School found their backbone and swarmed behind him. Brother Yan, look, there is a guy in the herb garden. He is plundering the ancient spiritual herbs everywhere. Judging from his speed, he will take all the good stuff when the barrier disappears. Someone said. As he was speaking, he saw Nangong Wentian putting another spiritual herb into his pouch. He was so angry that he almost spurted out blood. Yan Hui's gaze landed on Nangong Wentian, and a strange expression blossomed in his eyes. He did not show any displeasure towards Nangong Wentian's continuous gathering of spiritual herbs. He turned to Li Long and asked, Brother Li, what do you think? Is there a need to ask? Since you're here, I'll give you a share. Once the restriction is activated, you and I will join hands to trap that person. At that time, all the spirit herbs he obtains will be ours. Furthermore, I can see that this person's entire body is filled with medicinal energy. We might as well give him our share as well. Li Long had a smile on his face. He had a well-thought-out plan. From his point of view, Nangong Wentian was already his prey. He wasn't worried about getting more spiritual herbs, as they would all be his in the end. As long as the barrier of the herb garden disappears, he would make his move decisively. At that time, he would grab both the spiritual herbs and the spiritual herbs. It seems like both of us have the same idea. Yan Hui nodded. What Li Long said was exactly what he was thinking. The treasures now weren't just the spiritual herbs in Nangong Wentian's hands. Even Nangong Wentian himself was a treasure. To the two of them, This was a rare opportunity. If they could get those spiritual herbs in Nangong Wentian's hands, given their innate talents, they would have a tremendous change. At that time, they would be able to break through to the 9th grade combat emperor or even minor saint in the future. Their words were heard by Jiang Chen and Han Yen. Both of their eyes were filled with a cold light and intense killing intent. Jiang Chen didn't have any grudges with the Sky Hill sect, but if Yan Hui dared to attack Nangong Wentian, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind killing him. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. These two bastards are treating me as their prey. Do you think I'm that easy to kill? Nangong Wentian glanced at Li Long and Yan Hui from the herb garden. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Putting aside the fact that he had Jiang Chen and Han Yen as his helpers, he wasn't an easy target. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill him. Even for someone like Li Long, Nangong Wentian grabbed another spiritual dragon ginseng and bit off half of it. He spat the other half on the ground and stomped on it with his feet. This scene made countless people spurt out blood again. That was a spiritual dragon ginseng. Any one of them could cause people to bleed, but this bastard just threw it on the ground. Ah Nan, there isn't much time left. Don't be angry with the cats and dogs. Hurry up and do your own thing. Chapter 677. What did you say? Yan Hui was instantly enraged. A murderous aura burst out from his body. He was an extremely arrogant person, but now, he was called a cat or a dog in front of so many people. How could he endure such humiliation? Brother Yan, don't be angry. Let him be arrogant for a while. Sooner or later, I will take his life. Li Long said ferociously. He clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. In his point of view, as long as he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen just sneered and didn't say anything. If the two of them attacked him later, Jiang Chen would let them know the meaning of pain and regret. In this world, there were some people that absolutely couldn't be offended. Jiang Chen was one of them. Once you offended him, the consequences would be very severe, so severe that the opponent wouldn't be able to bear it. They could clearly feel that the restrictive spell outside the herb garden was gradually disappearing. Looking at the figures jumping up and down in the herb garden, looking at the gradually decreasing number of ancient divine herbs, the eyes of the crowd turned completely red. Each and every one of them clenched their fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. They had the urge to eat someone alive. Many people wanted to rush in and beat that bastard up, but before the restrictive spell completely disappeared, no one dared to act blindly without thinking. Nangong Wentian was having a great time by himself. After so many days, today was the happiest day for him. To a living man, Jiang Chen had been imprisoned in a place for a long time without being able to see anyone. He had been feeling really lonely. Now, he suddenly saw so many living people, and knowing that he was about to be freed from the abyss of suffering, this kind of feeling was something that no ordinary man could understand, and it couldn't be described with words. Therefore, Nangong Wentian vented all his excitement on these herbs. As he picked the herbs, he didn't forget to stuff them into his mouth at the same time. This made the onlookers jealous. If he ate them like this, even a pig could become a genius. However, there were still many people who didn't agree with Nangong Wentian's actions. Most of them were rogue cultivators. They knew their own status and cultivation level. Even if Nangong Wentian didn't keep those ancient divine herbs, they wouldn't be able to get their hands on them after the restrictive spell disappeared. Their eyes were fixed on other divine herbs. They would be extremely happy as long as they could get some of those divine herbs. Little brat, I sense the aura of a treasure. De Huang Dog's eyes suddenly lit up and he sent a message to Jiang Chen. Where is it? Jiang Chen's expression changed. A treasure that could be sensed by De Huang Dog must be extraordinary. It's right under this herb garden. I thought of a divine object called the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land. This treasure is the ancestor of the 5 elements. It's an existence on the same level as the Heavenly and Earth Pure Water. I reckon that the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land exists under this herb garden. Big Yellow guessed. You should have noticed that the Death Mountain is filled with death chi. There's almost no vitality. Only this spatial zone is full of vitality and spring, just like a holy land. Especially this herb garden, it can actually grow spiritual herbs. This is too scary. Normally, spiritual herbs wouldn't appear even after 10,000 years. Look at these spiritual herbs. They are even thicker than the trees. This must be the reason for the existence of the heavenly and earthly Pure Land, which created this spatial zone. Big Yellow guessed. You should have noticed that the Death Mountain is filled with death chi. Heavenly and Earth Pure Land. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. De Huang Dog's words couldn't be wrong. He had guessed that there must be a reason for the existence of this space, but he didn't dare to think about the direction of the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land. Now, it seemed like there really was a Heavenly and Earth Pure Land underneath this herb garden. If it's true, it's perfect. After I obtain the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land, my Earth Dragon Seal will instantly reach the grand completion. At that time, my grade will reach the peak of the 3rd grade Combat Emperor, or even the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Jiang Chen forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. The matter of the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land must be buried in his heart. He couldn't let anyone know about it. Otherwise, this kind of treasure would definitely cause chaos. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental combat dragon seal had already been cultivated to the Fire Dragon Seal and Water Dragon Seal. If he could obtain the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land today, his Earth Dragon Seal would also reach the grand completion. What Jiang Chen needed the most now was cultivation. A powerful cultivation. Thinking about the Heavenly and Earth Pure Land, the herbs in the herb garden were no longer in Jiang Chen's eyes. The Heavenly and Earth Pure Land was the real treasure. After a few more minutes, there was a sudden flash of brilliance outside the herb garden. Then it completely disappeared. Seeing this, someone immediately cried out in surprise. Look, the restrictive spell has disappeared. Quickly go in and snatch the spiritual medicine. The whole scene seemed to explode and instantly boiled over. The cultivators, who had long been tempted to the point of being unable to resist, suddenly rushed into the herb garden like madmen. They snatched the spirit herbs as soon as they saw them, for fear that they would be half a beat slower. Brat, leave that divine herb behind. A 7th grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School saw Nangong Wentian holding a divine herb. He immediately flew towards him, wanting to snatch it away. Fuck off. Nangong Wentian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He raised his hand and punched out a barbarian elephant shadow. The 7th grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School was sent flying away. This scene was witnessed by many people. Those who wanted to attack Nangong Wentian sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly changed their direction and went to dig for the herbs themselves. Don't be fooled by their hatred towards Nangong Wentian when they were outside the herb garden. But when they saw how terrifying Nangong Wentian was, they immediately became listless. After Nangong Wentian's 10,000 everlasting elephants was comprehended with the help of Jiang Chen, his cultivation grade had been improving by leaps and bounds. Now that he had entered the herb garden and eaten so many herbs, his entire being had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Everyone, try not to fight in the herb garden. Don't ruin the herbs. Someone shouted. It had to be said that these words were really effective. Many of the people who wanted to attack were suppressed. Most of the people here were combat emperors. Once a fight broke out, it was unknown how many elixirs would be destroyed. This place was filled with elixirs. It would be such a pity if they were destroyed. Many of them flew towards the inner part of the herb garden. There was still a part of the land that Nangong Wentian hadn't taken. There were some ancient divine herbs. Many of the experts from the 5 major powers flew towards the inner part of the herb garden. Those rogue cultivators and the disciples from the minor powers couldn't reach the inner part of the herb garden. Jiang Chen and the others rushed into the herb garden. Nangong Wentian didn't say anything and gave them a bear hug. He wanted to hug De Huang Dog, but he was afraid that De Huang Dog would bite him. My dear ones, I finally get to see you all. Nangong Wentian's face was covered with tears. You idiot. It's been so long. Why didn't you collect all the high-grade herbs? De Huang Dog said in dissatisfaction. At the same time, he bit a herb and wolfed it down. It's not a small amount. De Huang, don't be too greedy. Xueqi patted De Huang Dog and said, Go away. What does a kid know? De Huang Dog said to Xueqi while eating the herb. Look, I found something good. I wonder what it is. Someone cried out in surprise. He was holding a golden object in his hand. To be exact, it was a lump. That thing was shining with golden light. It seemed to have a strong medicinal effect. However, judging from the chi it emitted, it was definitely a rare treasure. The key was that this thing looked disgusting. It looked like a piece of shit. If it wasn't for the strong medicinal effect and the fragrance it emitted, people would have thought that it was a piece of shit. That's a high-grade herb. Let me have a look. Someone said. Wishful thinking. If you have the ability, go and find it yourself. I will enjoy this first. As he spoke, the cultivator swallowed it in one gulp. Then he blinked his lips and said, "There's a weird smell. Maybe it's because it's aged too long. All godly herbs are like this." Nangong Wentian, who had seen everything, was stunned. His expression was extremely rich. Then, he started laughing out loud. He laughed so hard that he bent forward and backward. He laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. "What are you laughing at?" Han Yen didn't understand. "Cough cough, don't mind me. Let me enjoy myself for a while." Nangong Wentian directly sat on the ground and punched the ground with his fists. "Haha, I found a godly herb too. There are godly herbs here too. There are so many of them." Many people found the lump of golden herb. All of their faces were filled with excitement. In order to not let others snatch it away, they started to enjoy it on the spot. "What kind of godly herb is that? Ah Nan, why didn't you keep it earlier? I will go and try it too." The Huang dog glared at Nangong Wentian. Then, he turned around and wanted to rush into the herb garden. However, Nangong Wentian reacted quickly and grabbed his tail. "De Huang, we have a lot of that. If you want it, I will poop it for you later," Nangong Wentian said seriously. As soon as he said this, the Huang dog fell to the ground with a thud. He looked at Nangong Wentian and was in awe of him. In his heart, he was glad that Nangong Wentian reminded him in time. If not, the consequences would be dire. Fa! Jiang Chen, Han Yen and Tyrant almost fainted. All of them rolled their eyes. When they thought of the cultivators who had just eaten that thing, they couldn't help but shudder. However, when Nangong Wentian spoke, his voice was extremely loud. Many people heard him. One of them had just brought the thing to his mouth and hurriedly threw it far away as if he was throwing poison. Fuck, that thing was pooped out by him. Blug. I am so disgusted. Blurg. Granny. Blurg. Just kill me. Bastard Blurg. I ate 2 pieces, Blurg. I want to kill him. Chapter 678. Many of them were on the verge of collapsing. It was the kind of collapse that came from the depths of their souls. Countless of them felt that they were going crazy. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they glared at Nangong Wentian, wishing they could eat him alive. "Fuck you!" Someone roared and rushed towards Nangong Wentian. Seeing this, Nangong Wentian crawled up from the ground and patted his butt, sending the person flying away with a kick. "You guys are the ones who snatched it. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, eating that divine herb will greatly benefit your cultivation," Nangong Wentian said loudly. Although his words were incomparably infuriating, it was a fact. Nangong Wentian's body was filled with treasures. Even if it was just excrement, it was still more precious than ordinary spiritual herbs. Those cultivators who ate it would also benefit greatly. However, no one wanted such benefits. That kind of torture would cause them to collapse to death. It was simply too disgusting. If they didn't know, it would be fine. But why did they have to tell the truth? "Wakaka, you are simply invincible. This master dog admires you. Truly admires you." The Huang dog jumped up and down while laughing. Looking at those people vomiting, he felt extremely happy. Not only the Huang dog, even Tyrant and the others were completely convinced by Nangong Wentian's prank. There were too many weirdos in this world, and Nangong Wentian was definitely one of them. "Ah Nan, aren't you being too ridiculous?" Han Yen couldn't stand it anymore. He could imagine the feelings of those cultivators who ate the golden divine herb. They wanted to smash Nangong Wentian's body into pieces. Nangong Wentian's expression immediately changed. "Ah Yen, how can you blame me for this? I ate too many spiritual herbs, I couldn't digest them, so I had to expel them out. Let me tell you, this daddy's excrement is the essence of spiritual herbs. If a pig ate it, it would become a demon. How dare these people despise it? How preposterous!" Nangong Wentian was filled with righteous indignation. He looked at De Huang dog and patted his chest. "De Huang, I have plenty of these things. I will give you as many as you want later. Fuck off." Big Yellow opened his mouth wide and bit Nangong Wentian's butt. This guy was really shameless. However, what Nangong Wentian said was the truth. He had eaten too many spirit herbs, and it was impossible for him to digest all of them. However, there were many ways to solve this problem, but Nangong Wentian insisted on using such a crude method. It was truly speechless. Undoubtedly, Nangong Wentian had aroused public anger. Everyone was gnashing their teeth at him, especially the geniuses of the 5 major powers. Even some of the disciples of Nebula sect couldn't help but vomit, but because Nangong Wentian was Jiang Chen's friend, they didn't lash out. As for the other 4 major powers, they could not wait to tear Nangong Wentian into pieces. However, it was not the time for them to do so. There were still a lot of herbs here, and if they were to be a little slower, they would all be snatched by others. Therefore, the crowd suppressed their disgust and continued to snatch the herbs. The whole herb garden was in chaos. There were people everywhere. The spiritual herbs in the garden were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. The whole herb garden was in chaos. There were people everywhere. The spiritual herbs in the garden were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. Jiang Chen and the others didn't move. They had lost interest in these spiritual herbs. Nangong Wentian had already collected all the best spiritual herbs. He would distribute them later. 2 qi fell from the sky, locking Nangong Wentian and Jiang Chen in place. The origin of these 2 qi was Li Long and Yan Hui. Besides them, there were 2 to 3 8th-grade combat emperors. They were the disciples of Shaoyao Palace and Sky Hill School. Firstly, they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Secondly, they coveted the spiritual herbs in Nangong Wentian's hand. They even coveted Nangong Wentian himself. It was imaginable that once all the spiritual herbs in the garden were taken away, Li Long and Yan Hui wouldn't hesitate to take action. These 2 bastards are treating me as their prey. Nangong Wentian gritted his teeth and said, "If you walk out like this, everyone will treat you as their prey. They will bring you back to draw out your blood and skin you. They will refine you into a pill that is priceless." Jiang Chen said with a smile. The current Nangong Wentian was like a natural treasure. Anyone who saw him would be tempted. This bastard was a treasure from head to toe. Humph! They want to kill me? They are too naive. Look at me. Nangong Wentian said. Layers of light appeared between his hands. These lights were swaying continuously. They were the pure medicinal energy. Then he shouted, "Advance!" As his voice faded, Nangong Wentian's qi surged, reaching the 7th-grade combat emperor. Motherfucker! Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen and the others rolled their eyes. What was wrong with this world? Since when did advancing become so easy? This bastard only needed to shout to advance and he really advanced. Could it be any more ridiculous? However, after advancing to the 7th-grade combat emperor, Nangong Wentian could already fight an 8th-grade combat emperor. Although he was still inferior to Li Long and Yan Hui who were half-step into the 9th-grade combat emperor, he wasn't inferior by much. It was unrealistic for them to kill Nangong Wentian's. Li Long and Yan Hui were stunned when they saw Nangong Wentian's advancement, but from their expressions, they didn't seem to care about it. This is indeed a treasure body. The spiritual medicine has developed almost all of his potential. From the beginning to the end, his body has been tempered tremendously. The speed of his advancement is unimaginable, but even if he advanced again, he is still a 7th-grade combat emperor. How can he be a match for us? Li Long had a cold smile on his face. He didn't put Nangong Wentian in his eyes. That's right. After all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden have been swept away, we will strike immediately and kill all of them. While Gua Xiaofei and Mo Sang aren't here, none of them will be spared. If the young master of the Moyin cult dares to resist, we will kill him as well. Yan Hui's eyes emitted a cold light. This was a ruthless character. All right, we will split the benefits equally. As long as we get that bottle of medicine, we will have a meteoric rise. In less than 3 years, we will have the opportunity to advance to the minor saint realm. Li Long had already started to imagine his future. Although a combat emperor was terrifying, it wasn't considered as a true superior. In this divine continent, a saint was the true ruler. Only when one reached the minor saint realm could he be considered as a true success. A minor saint would be respected wherever he went. No one would dare to look down on him. Even those ancient families in the pure land of the divine continent wouldn't dare to neglect a minor saint. Little Chenzi, those 2 guys are already planning how to get rid of us. said Han Yen with a smile. His smile was very relaxed. With his current combat strength, he wasn't afraid of Li Long and Yan Hui at all. In that case, we might as well get rid of them directly. Jiang Chen glanced at the herb garden and saw that most of the spiritual herbs had been picked. His chi suddenly fluctuated and he flew up to the sky, arriving in front of Li Long. Jiang Chen, why are you so eager to die? Li Long was stunned at first. In his opinion, Jiang Chen should be running away at this moment. How dare he take the initiative to provoke them? This guy must be out of his mind. However, Li Long didn't care about that. He only knew that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Since the other party had taken the initiative to come to him, there was no need to be polite. I'm indeed here to die, but I'm here to send you to your death, Jiang Chen said with a smile. What? Li Long's eyes widened. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Listening to Jiang Chen's tone, he was here to kill him. A second-grade combat emperor was showing off his strength in front of him. This was too funny. Brother Li, why are you talking so much? Since he is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. This brat is someone that your Xiaoyao palace wants to kill. I won't compete with you guys. Yan Hui, who was not far away, said indifferently, as if in his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. Hong Li Long's chi fluctuated. The chi wave of a peak 8th-grade combat emperor spread out, shaking the void and making a fluttering sound. The terrifying chi wave sent chills down people's spines. Look, they are going to fight soon. That Jiang Chen dares to provoke Li Long, isn't he courting death? The grudge between Jiang Chen and the Free Unfettered sect has been settled. However, he is only a second-grade combat emperor after all. Even if he has the ability to kill a 5th-grade combat emperor, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for an 8th-grade combat emperor like Li Long, a genius of Xiaoyao Palace. He should be running away. Taking the initiative to attack now is no different than courting death. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Chen has a trump card. Almost all the spiritual herbs had been collected. Many of them had obtained great benefits. Except for those who had eaten the golden items, the others were very satisfied with their harvest. When they saw that Li Long was going to kill Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but look up into the sky. That's right. They saw Li Long's chi soaring up to the sky. On the contrary, Jiang Chen didn't have any chi at all. Compared to Li Long's chi, Jiang Chen was like a small boat in the ocean. However, Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. This guy looks very powerful. Can little Chenzi deal with him? Nangong Wentian was a little worried. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was powerful, it was a child's play for a second-grade combat emperor to fight an 8th-grade combat emperor. Watch and see how that guy is going to turn into a roasted suckling pig. De Huang Dog was wagging his thick tail freely. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen, accept your death. Li Long roared and was ready to make a move. Chapter 679. At this critical moment, it could be said that it was a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen didn't display his powerful chi, nor did he display any powerful combat skills. Instead, he took out a broken pot. This was something that puzzled countless people. Even Li Long, who had his chi soaring to the sky, was stunned on the spot. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was doing. Was he going to use this broken pot to deal with him? Was he despising and looking down on him? It must be. A puny second-grade combat emperor, an ant-like existence, dared to look down on him. This was intolerable. He secretly swore that today, he wouldn't let Jiang Chen die easily. He must let Jiang Chen know the price and consequence of humiliating him in public. He wanted to capture Jiang Chen and torture him until he died. However, there was a group of people here who had truly witnessed the scariness of the broken pot. They were the cultivators who had walked out of the spatial zone of the magma river with Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen taking out the broken pot, they were stunned. Some were even laughing at him, but they were terrified. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Li Long. No one knew better than those who had experienced the scariness of the magma river. Tyrant and De Huang Dog's big eyes had narrowed into a slit. They were already waiting to see Li Long's miserable condition. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard. Li Long waved his hand and struck out a huge palm print. It tore the void apart and enveloped Jiang Chen. Hung Long. At this moment, a more intense and vigorous rumbling sound came out from the broken pot. The broken pot that was originally quiet suddenly became red and boiling hot as Jiang Chen continued to inject his yuan force into it. Just as Li Long's palm print was about to reach Jiang Chen, a dark red magma pillar spurted out from the broken pot. After the magma pillar spurted out, it roared furiously and turned into a magma dragon. The moment the magma dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire sky suddenly rose. Even the air was burning. The speed of the violent magma dragon was extremely fast. Under the impact of the terrifying attack force and the heat of the magma, the palm that Li Long struck out was destroyed in an instant. After destroying the palm, the magma dragon didn't slow down. In a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Li Long. What? Li Long exclaimed. His face was instantly covered with fear because he felt a strong sense of danger and death from the magma dragon. This kind of chi made his soul tremble. He had no doubt that if he was hit by the magma head-on, he would definitely die. There wouldn't be any miracle or luck. Hung Long. However, before Li Long could escape, the magma dragon suddenly exploded. The power of the explosion directly caused Li Long to vomit blood. The magma dragon turned into a magma ocean and swallowed Li Long's entire body. Li Long was completely immersed in the ocean. Arg! An incomparably shrill scream sounded from the magma sea. The void was burned into a black hole. Li Long's scream was hair-raising, but it only lasted for a few breaths of time before there was no more sound. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They couldn't believe what they saw. The disciples of Xiaoyao Palace opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were filled with horror and fear. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the magma in the sky gradually disappeared. Along with the magma, Li Long also disappeared. That's right, Li Long disappeared. He was attacked by the magma and turned into slag. He no longer existed. The whole scene was extremely tragic. For a moment, the whole scene became quiet. Everyone was immersed in the scene just now and couldn't extricate themselves from it. A powerful 8th grade combat emperor was killed so easily. Not even his slag was left. He was completely and utterly dead. Everyone couldn't help but look at the broken pot in Jiang Chen's hand. There was no longer any contempt or mockery. What kind of treasure was that broken pot? How could it be so powerful that it could kill an 8th grade combat emperor in a second? They finally understood why Jiang Chen was so confident and dared to provoke Li Long. It turned out that he had such a powerful trump card. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Li Long. Shocking. This is too shocking. The power of that broken pot is so powerful that even an 8th grade combat emperor like Li Long was killed in an instant. It's too powerful. I don't know where did Jiang Chen get such a heaven-defying treasure. It's a pity that Li Long was killed by him. Xiaoyao Palace has suffered a great loss this time. Li Long was their leader in the Death Mountain. Now that his leader has been killed, they have lost the ability to fight against the other 4 major powers. Let's see. The battle isn't over yet. Yan Hui isn't dead yet. There are still a few 8th grade combat emperors from Sky Hill School and Freedom Sect. I wonder how many times that broken pot of Jiang Chen can use it. No one wasn't shocked. The scene was too shocking. Jiang Chen's broken pot was so terrifying that it made people's scalp go numb. Nangong Wentian, Xueqi Air and the others who were worried about Jiang Chen were also shocked. The disciples of Nebula Sect were cheering. No 8th grade combat emperor from Nebula Sect had appeared yet. Previously, when they saw Li Long and Yan Hui ganged up to bully Jiang Chen, they were incomparably angry. Today, when they saw Jiang Chen kill Li Long, they felt that their gloomy feelings had been vented. The one who was most shocked was Yan Hui. He was the closest to the center of the battle. He could see the whole process clearly. He could even feel the terrifying qi that burst out from the magma. It was the qi of danger, the qi of death. Li Long's death made the high-spirited Yan Hui's mood fall to the bottom. He looked at the broken pot in Jiang Chen's hand in horror. If Jiang Chen aimed the broken pot at him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was afraid that his ending wouldn't be any better than Li Long. You overestimate yourself, Jiang Chen said plainly and kept the broken pot. As a matter of fact, the power of the attack just now was beyond his imagination. He expected that the attack could kill Li Long, but he didn't expect that it could burn the energy into ashes. Now, it seemed that no one below the minor saint realm could withstand the attack of the broken pot. Even if it was a 9th grade combat emperor, he was afraid that the result would be the same. It was because he saw the true power of the broken pot that Jiang Chen decided to keep it. He didn't use it to deal with Yan Hui. He could only use this attack 3 times. Every time he used it, there would be one less chance for him to use it. Jiang Chen cherished it very much. That was why he wanted to use it in the right place. Li Long had been killed. Now, he didn't need the broken pot to deal with Yan Hui. Yan Hui, do you still want to deal with me? Jiang Chen turned to Yan Hui. Humph. Jiang Chen, that treasure of yours can only be used once, right? Now that you have killed Li Long, how are you going to deal with me? Yan Hui's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He concluded that Jiang Chen's broken pot could only be used once. Otherwise, with Jiang Chen's character, he would turn the pot and spit it at him. Now that he had kept the pot, it was a sign of guilt. Then you can try, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Right now, all his attention was on the heavenly earth pure land beneath the herb garden, and he didn't have the mood to fight with Yan Hui. It would be better if Yan Hui retreated because he was afraid of his broken pot. It wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't want to kill Yan Hui. He had never been merciful to his enemies, but Yan Hui's combat strength was too strong. There were 3 8th-grade combat emperors on the other side. Including Yan Hui, there was a total of 4 8th-grade combat emperors. If he didn't use the broken pot, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them even if they attacked at the same time. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to kill Yan Hui. If that was the case, he might as well stop wasting his energy and get the heavenly earth pure land first. Of course, if Yan Hui didn't give up, it would be a different story. Brother Yan, this man is bluffing. Just like what you said, that treasure can only be used once. It's as easy as flipping our palms to kill him now. An 8th-grade combat emperor of Sky Hill School said, "We can work together to avenge Brother Li," the other 2 8th-grade combat emperors of the Free and Unfettered sect said while gritting their teeth. Jiang Chen's performance was too terrifying. Now that Li Long had been killed, if they didn't eliminate Jiang Chen before he matured, he would become a great threat to their sect. Yan Hui's eyes were like torches. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, his body began to exude a murderous aura. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen not only because they were enemies, but also because Jiang Chen had grown too fast. The main reason was because of Nangong Wentian. He really didn't want to miss such a great treasure. Jiang Chen, today is the day of your death. All of you will die. None of you will be able to live. Yan Hui's murderous aura was revealed. He was sure that Jiang Chen didn't have any backup plan. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. Plus, if he retreated like this, it would be too embarrassing. The other 3 8th-grade combat emperors were also filled with murderous aura. They had locked onto Jiang Chen's qi, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to escape. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Since these people were courting death, there was no need for him to be polite anymore. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take out the broken pot again, a silhouette suddenly flew from afar. The person's body was rippling with dense devil qi. His qi was incomparably strong. He was the genius of devil religion, Mo Sang. The appearance of Mo Sang made Jiang Chen immediately give up the idea of using the broken pot. Instantly, he decided to kill Yan Hui and the others. He immediately transmitted his voice to Han Yen. "Ah Yen, let this person stop Yan Hui. We will attack together. Today, none of them will be able to escape." Chapter 680. Okay. Han Yen immediately responded with excitement. He knew very well what Jiang Chen wanted to do. Now that Mo Sang was here, there was a chance to make Yan Hui and the others stay. Since there was such a chance, there was no reason for him to miss it. Moreover, the two brothers had not fought side by side for a long time. Han Yan's body flashed as he flew up into the sky. He arrived near Mo Sang and said loudly, "Mo Sang, this group of people wants to kill this young lord. You block Yan Hui and leave the rest to me." Hearing Han Yan's words, although Mo Sang did not know what had happened here, he could clearly feel the tense atmosphere, especially when Jiang Chen and Yan Hui were fighting. He did not forget that Jiang Chen and Han Yen were good brothers. "Yes, young master." Mo Sang cupped his fists at Han Yen. He did not care too much, nor did he care about grudges. He only knew that he had to listen to Han Yen. If anything happened to the young master, he would not be able to explain it to the sect leader when he returned. After seeing Mo Sang, Yan Hui, who was originally full of murderous intent, immediately withdrew his aura and said to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. I will remember what happened today. Let's meet again in the future. Yan Hui knew how to grasp the situation well. Before Mo Sang appeared, they could kill Jiang Chen and the others together. However, now that Mo Sang had appeared, it was impossible to kill them. Mo Sang was someone who was as famous as him. If they fought, it would be difficult to determine the winner. In other words, Mo Sang alone was enough for him. How could he have the time to kill Jiang Chen? There's no need to postpone it. Let's settle it today. Jiang Chen shouted. It was too late for Yan Hui to leave now. Upon receiving Han Yan's order, Mo Sang appeared in front of Yan Hui in a flash, completely blocking his path. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he said, Yan Hui, since you dare to have designs on our young lord, don't even think about leaving. Mo Sang, if I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Yan Hui was furious. Then let's fight. Mo Sang's devil flame was steaming. It was obvious that he was a battle maniac. He waved his hand and shot out a group of devil wolves, which rushed towards Yan Hui. If he wanted to fight, then fight. There was nothing more to say. This was the character of the people of the devil cult. In terms of fighting, they were never indecisive. Ah Yan, Ah Nan, you two attack together and deal with the other three. Jiang Chen shouted at Han Yan and Nangong Wentian. All right. Tisk Tiske, I am about to suffocate to death in this medicinal garden. Today, I can vent my anger on these three fellows. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian's chi was like a rainbow. They attacked at the same time, dashing towards the 3 8th grade combat emperors. The three of them were merely 7th grade combat emperors, especially Nangong Wentian, who had just advanced to the 7th grade combat emperor. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes and charged forward. Hung Long. A great battle was about to begin. The void rumbled unceasingly. Mo Sang and Yan Hui occupied the battlefield, fighting intensely. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian were fighting against three opponents, but they didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. The cultivators below were sighing. They didn't expect that a battle would break out just like that. Li Long was already dead. Big brother, what should we do? Xueling Er asked. You two just stand here and watch the show. Jiang Chen patted Xueling Er's forehead. With their current cultivation grade, they wouldn't be able to intervene in a battle of this level. Not only would they be of no help, they would also become a burden. Even Jiang Chen didn't want to join the battle. He was only a 2nd grade combat emperor. Without using the broken pot, he could only deal with a 6th grade combat emperor. If he encountered a 7th grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be a match for them. Of course, even if Jiang Chen didn't join the battle, he still had other tricks up his sleeves. He looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, you and I will join hands and set up a grand formation to seal the entire battlefield. We won't give them any chance to escape. If we want to kill them all, we will kill them all. This was Jiang Chen's usual style. If he didn't want to do it, then he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to do it, he would do it swiftly and decisively. In this Death Mountain, an 8th grade combat emperor was the peak combat power. If these people were to escape, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Jiang Chen hated to leave trouble behind. Since he had decided to kill them all, he would kill them all at once, not giving them any chance to escape. All right. De Huang Dog responded and flew up from below. He and Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. They turned into 2 rays of golden light, circling around the battlefield in the sky. They didn't participate in the battle, they just circled around the battlefield. If there was someone with good eyesight, they would be able to see that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's flying path had a certain pattern. Their palms were waving, striking out some mysterious talisman marks. The battle on the battlefield was extremely intense. No one paid attention to the movements of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog because they were busy with their own matters. Under the entanglement of Mo Sang, Yan Hui was also flustered. The battle between the two of them had reached its climax. It seemed like it would be hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. On the other side, although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, their cooperation and tacit understanding could be described as perfect. Even though the 3 8th grade combat emperors had joined hands, they were still pushed back by the two of them. They weren't a match for them at all. Look, the young master of the Maoyin cult and that medicinal jar are really scary. They are only 7th grade combat emperors, but they are able to force the 8th grade combat emperors to retreat. Plus, they have the advantage in numbers. This is too strong. The people around Jiang Chen are all abnormal. This situation is normal. The young master of the Moyin cult has Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body. His body has been tempered in the devil blood pool. He isn't an ordinary genius. Even though he is only a 7th grade combat emperor, he is strong enough to defeat an 8th grade combat emperor. As for that medicinal jar, that bastard has consumed so many spiritual herbs to create a treasure body. It's impossible for him not to be abnormal. It seems like the 3 experts of the Sky Hill Slope and Xiaoyao Palace won't be able to hold on for much longer. However, with their 8th grade combat emperor strength, it won't be a problem for them to escape. A lot of people were shocked. All the spiritual herbs in the herb garden had been picked clean. Everyone's eyes were focused on the battle. This was a very exciting show. The battle between the geniuses of the 5 major powers was always the most exciting. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stopped flying. They had only used a few minutes to completely seal off the battlefield. It was impossible for the people on the scene to escape easily. If it was a formation set up by an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to stop an 8th grade combat emperor from escaping. However, it was Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog who set up the formation and the restriction. Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. His techniques were beyond the heavens. No one knew how many formations he was proficient in, and the way he set up the formation was also very brilliant. De Huang Dog was even more terrifying. He was proficient in the heavenly book of formation source. There wasn't any formation or restriction that he didn't know. When he and Jiang Chen joined hands, they were like a pair of pearls and jade. No one would be able to escape from this formation without making a sound. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, the ruler in Nangong Wentian's hand hit on the chest of the 8th grade combat emperor from Xiaoyao Palace, sending him flying. That person's facial expression changed dramatically. He looked at the high-spirited Nangong Wentian as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't imagine that a 7th grade combat emperor who had just advanced to the 7th grade would have such a powerful combat strength. Nangong Wentian's potential was too great. To put it bluntly, his current physique wasn't any weaker than Han Yan, who had the bloodline of Gu Tianma. His treasure body was even more abnormal than Han Yan's. Haha, grandson, it's your honor to die under my myriad star ruler. Nangong Wentian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he laughed. He carried the million stars ruler and rushed towards his opponent. On the other side, Han Yan was even more ferocious. He was fighting against 2 opponents at the same time, using the 9 layers devil wave. The power of his bloodline was perfectly stimulated at this moment. His white hair danced in the wind, like a peerless devil descending from the sky. Under the impact of the devil wave, the 2 8th grade combat emperors were sent flying away. They even lost their direction in the devil wave and couldn't see Han Yan's silhouette. Clang! The moment Han Yan used the 9 layers devil wave, a terrifying devil saber appeared in his hand. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of them. The sharp saber light mercilessly slashed towards that person's head. That person turned pale with fright, but Han Yan's speed was too fast. The powerful demon emperor's aura made him feel like he was suffocating. The quick blade slashed across his neck. His head immediately flew up high. A dark red pillar of light floated in the air. What the fuck? Nangong Wentian couldn't help but curse. He thought that he would kill his opponent before Han Yan, but he didn't expect that Han Yan would be the first one to kill his opponent. The young master of the Moyin cult is very scary. He is only a 7th grade combat emperor, killing an 8th grade combat emperor. Amazing. He's worthy of being chosen by Wu Emo. How could he not have a second one? Looking at the young master of the Moyin cult, he has the confidence to defeat Yan Hui. According to this situation, even if Mo Sang didn't come, Yan Hui wouldn't be able to get rid of Jiang Chen. An 8th grade combat emperor has fallen. There's no way to fight this battle anymore. If the remaining 2 choose to run away now, they still have a chance to live. Everyone was shocked. They were stunned by the 2 ferocious men. The situation of the battle was very obvious. The 2 remaining 8th grade combat emperors could only run away to save their lives. Even if they couldn't defeat an 8th grade combat emperor, it wouldn't be a problem for them to run away. In fact, the 2 of them were thinking the same thing as the others, which was to run away. They couldn't win against him. His opponent was too strong, and the degree of his strength had exceeded their expectations. The only way to survive was to run for their lives. Chapter 681. Not good. That man cursed in his heart. There was a great formation hidden in the void. He was forced out of the formation and reappeared on the battlefield. He turned his head and saw Nangong Wentian carrying a huge blue ruler, like a peerless madman, rushing towards him. Puqi, however, what really killed him wasn't Nangong Wentian, it was a long sword behind him. He felt his body tremble and couldn't help but lower his head. He saw a long sword with blood piercing through his body. Half of it was exposed. He was terrified. He felt his life force gradually disappearing. It was an unprecedented fear. It was the most intimate feeling of death. He was an 8th grade combat emperor, but he didn't notice that there was someone behind him. Until the last moment of his death, he didn't see who killed him from behind. The heavenly saint's sword vibrated, shattering the man's internal organs. Blood splattered everywhere and he died on the spot. The man behind him was Jiang Chen. He and a Huang dog controlled the formation. They could appear anywhere in the formation at any time. That man was courting death if he tried to escape. Seeing his enemy being killed by Jiang Chen, Nangong Wentian was so angry that his nose was crooked. Little Chenzi, that brat is mine. If you didn't do anything, I would have killed him with a single slap. Nangong Wentian was extremely depressed. He scolded Jiang Chen for not being a good friend. I firmly believe that you can kill him with a single slap. I am just saving you some energy. Jiang Chen smiled at Nangong Wentian. Another 8th grade combat emperor was killed by Jiang Chen. There was only one 8th grade combat emperor left on the battlefield. He was severely injured by Han Yan's crazy bombardment. When he saw that 2 of his companions were dead, he was disheartened and didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran. How could he continue to fight? His opponent was too strong. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't even be able to keep his corpse intact. However, he was still very confident in himself. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, running away shouldn't be a problem. After all, he was an 8th grade combat emperor. He was very skilled in controlling the spatial force. However, bang! There was nothing special about this person's fate. As soon as he entered the void, he was ejected by the array. Before he could react, he felt a heavy object slam into his back. He felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. Caught off guard, his heart was crushed. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have the time to see who had knocked him into his back. He rushed toward the battlefield once again. At this moment, he had almost lost his ability to fight. He saw Nangong Wentian's ruler appear in front of him, and after the ruler hit him on the head, he lost consciousness. After killing a person, Nangong Wentian's mood became much better. Behind that person, a majestic De Huang dog was baring its teeth. That attack just now was from the De Huang dog's head, the invincible head of a dog. This is so fucking satisfying. Nangong Wentian was very excited. The brothers hadn't fought side by side for a long time. Now, when they cooperated, their tacit understanding and sharpness were still there. As the saying goes, when brothers are of the same heart, their sharpness can cut through metal. When they were in the Eastern continent, they could move unhindered. Now that they were in the Divine continent, they could still gallop on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, 3 8th grade combat emperors were killed. The scene once again became restless. The situation of the battle was too intense. The faces of the disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace were extremely ugly. They were afraid that Jiang Chen would turn around and deal with them. Freedom Sect had suffered a great loss today. They had lost 3 8th grade combat emperors. One of them was the powerful Li Long. Most of the core disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace had died. Even if there were some 8th grade combat emperors left, they would be elders. Too ferocious. Those 3 died miserably. They were dignified 8th grade combat emperors, but they didn't even have the chance to escape. Have you all noticed? The tacit understanding between Jiang Chen and the others has reached a flawless stage. Jiang Chen and that De Huang dog are proficient in formations. They have set up a grand formation and a seal in the air, making it impossible for their opponents to escape. Finally, they joined hands to kill them. It is a terrifying combination. They are all peerless geniuses. It won't be long before Xuanyu will have their own territory. Everyone was shocked. After today, many people would remember this combination. They were such a ferocious combination. Xuanyu would become extremely restless because of their existence. On the other side, Yan Hui, who was fighting Mo Sang, noticed the result of the battle. His facial expression changed. Obviously, his mood was greatly affected. He was flustered when he fought Mo Sang. "Let's attack together and kill him." Jiang Chen pointed his finger at Yan Hui and said coldly. As soon as his voice faded, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian rushed into the battlefield. They joined hands with Mo Sang and completely surrounded Yan Hui. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood on the periphery. The battlefield was completely sealed off, not giving Yan Hui any chance to escape. Million stars rule up. Blood Devil Blade. Nangong Wentian and Han Yan struck out their powerful attacks at the same time. Dealing with Yan Hui was different from dealing with the other three. They needed to go all out. Mo Sang was also very powerful. A sharp spear appeared in his hand. It was covered with dense devil chi. 3 combat weapons came from 3 different directions at the same time, trying to tear Yan Hui into pieces. Arg! Yan Hui yelled. He regretted that he shouldn't have attacked Jiang Chen. He shouldn't have chosen to leave this place when Li Long was killed until Mo Sang's appearance, which made him fall into an irredeemable situation. He didn't expect Han Yan and Nangong Wentian to be so powerful. 3 8th-grade combat emperors were killed by them, especially Han Yan, who was at the peak of 7th-grade combat emperor. With the addition of Gu Tianma's bloodline, his combat strength was almost suppressed by Yan Hui. Now that Yan Hui's state of mind was disturbed and his opponents had become 3, how could he resist? However, he had to resist even if he couldn't. Yan Hui waved the long sword in his hand. The whole battlefield was filled with sharp sword chi. Hong Long, all the attacks collided together. It had to be said that Yan Hui was really strong. However, his opponent was even stronger. The battlefield was directly hit into a frenzy. God knows how many times the void was broken. Yan Hui was beaten until he vomited blood. His aura was completely messed up. "Kill him!" Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His heroic spirit was like an invincible marshal. Even if he didn't participate in the battle, he could still control the whole situation. The 3 of them hugged Yan Hui again. Cold light flashed. Their attacks were destructive, enough to destroy a part of the world. The terrifying destructive force once again submerged Yan Hui. Mo Sang was very excited to kill this genius of Sky Mountain School who was on the sky ranking. After this wave of attacks, Yan Hui was completely covered in blood. Although he could still stand there, he had lost all of his combat strength. The long sword in his hand had fallen. His whole body was on the verge of collapsing. Now, even if the void wasn't sealed, he wouldn't be able to escape. It's over. Yan Hui is going to be finished. These people are too cruel. Ruthless. This time, Jiang Chen has offended both the Freedom Sect and the Sky Mountain School. However, he has the Nebula Sect and the Moyin cult to back him up. He isn't afraid of them. It's a pity that a genius like Yan Hui will die in the Death Mountain. However, he can't blame anyone for this. Who asked him to provoke Jiang Chen first? Many people were sighing. Many of them were disciples of the Sky Hill sect. When they saw that Yan Hui was going to be killed, all of their faces were filled with anger. But, even though they were angry, they didn't dare stand out, because they knew very well that standing out at this moment was meaningless. Even Yan Hui was going to die. How could they fight Jiang Chen? Until now, many of them had understood one thing. They were warning themselves that this Jiang Chen wasn't someone who could be provoked. Whoever provoked him wouldn't have a good ending. Although he was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, he could create miracles continuously. Even an 8th-grade combat emperor was killed by him. Yan Hui was finished. Jiang Chen strolled towards Yan Hui and said in an indifferent tone, "Yan Hui, I don't have any enmity with the Sky Mountain School. I have saved your disciples before. I don't know why you want to team up with Li Long to deal with me, but since you have chosen to do so, you will have to pay the price for your decision. Jiang Chen, you will die miserably. The Sky Mountain School and Xiaoyao Palace won't let you go." Yan Hui knew that he was going to die, but he didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he threatened Jiang Chen. Although he said so, he regretted it in his heart. Just like what Jiang Chen said, he didn't have any enmity with Jiang Chen. If he didn't team up with Li Long, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Even if he and Jiang Chen couldn't be friends, they wouldn't be enemies. However, it was too late now. Sometimes, one had to bear the consequences of his choice, even if the consequences were very serious. "Do you think such a threat will work on me?" I dared to offend Xiaoyao Palace. Do you think I will be afraid of the Sky Mountain School? Die now, and be a sensible person in your next life. Jiang Chen waved his arm and beheaded Yan Hui with the Heavenly Saint's sword. He didn't like to be merciful to his enemies, and he didn't like to leave any chance for his enemies. Chapter 682. Li Long and Yan Hui were dead. All 5 8th-grade combat emperors had fallen. The disciples of Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill School were on the verge of breaking down, but they didn't dare to say a word. They left the place quietly. The others did the same, shaking their heads and sighing. All the herbs in the herb garden had been picked clean. There was no point in staying any longer. It was better to go to other places to search for treasures. However, today's battle had completely established Jiang Chen's position in the younger generation of the mysterious domain. His name had spread far and wide, and there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. He was a peerless madman who absolutely couldn't be offended. Those who went against him would certainly not have a good ending. It was imaginable that if the Sky Hill School and Freedom Palace didn't get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible, Jiang Chen would sooner or later become a great threat to these two major powers. The disciples of Nebula Sect and Maoyin cult hadn't left. Compared to the other two sects, their faces were filled with excitement. It was exciting. The battle just now was too exciting. The two sects' chi had been unleashed, especially the disciples of Nebula Sect. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. He was merely a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he had killed an 8th-grade combat emperor. No matter how he did it, he had done something that no one else could do. Many of the disciples of Nebula Sect had a higher grade than Jiang Chen. Compared to Jiang Chen, they, who were geniuses, were just trash. Jiang Chen withdrew his chi and descended from the sky. He said to the disciples of Nebula Sect, "You all continue to search for treasures. If anyone comes to find trouble with you, don't hesitate. No matter who they are, just kill them." "Yes, Brother Jiang." All the core disciples shouted out at the same time. Although Jiang Chen was still an inner circle disciple, in this world where strength was everything, even the core disciples had to address Jiang Chen as their senior disciple. With such an amazing senior disciple, they all felt like they had become much more superior than before. Damn it, let's see who dares to cause trouble in the future. Senior Brother Jiang said to kill them directly. The people of Nebula Sect also left one after another. Han Yen casually said a few words to the Maoyin cult disciples, and the Maoyin cult disciples also left. Only Jiang Chen and his gang stayed behind. Jiang Chen approached Mose and clasped his fists. "Thank you for your help today, Brother Mo. Brother Jiang is too polite. Since Brother Jiang is the young master's friend, you are naturally my friend as well. Furthermore, I, Mo Sang, am very happy to be friends with a genius like Brother Jiang." Mose said with a smile. The people of the devil cult did not like to be bashful. Most of them were straightforward and decisive in killing. Jiang Chen liked this kind of people, except for those who were too deeply involved in the devil cult and were extremely vicious. Jiang Chen preferred to make friends with the people of the devil cult. "Ah Nan, take out the elixir and divide it among everyone." Jiang Chen looked at Nan Gong Wentian. "All right, I'll give it all to you, I don't need it." Nan Gong Wentian was extremely forthright. He took out all the spirit herbs he had. Looking at these ancient spirit herbs, everyone's eyes shone brightly. Only Nan Gong Wentian wasn't interested at all. This fellow's entire body was filled with medicinal herbs. He would never be interested in spirit herbs in this lifetime. Furthermore, even if he continued to eat spirit herbs, it wouldn't have any effect. Damn, these are all rare treasures, too extravagant. Mose couldn't help but say, "Brother Mo, you can take whatever elixir you like." Jiang Chen smiled. He had a very good impression of Mose. Furthermore, if it wasn't for Mose's help, he would have to use the broken pot to kill Yan Hui. That would be too wasteful, and he would have to reveal all his trump cards. Now everyone thought that he could only use the broken pot once, and the next time someone came looking for trouble, they would underestimate their enemy. I don't think it's a good idea." Mose was startled. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so straightforward. Such rare and precious elixirs, if they were to be placed outside, they would be priceless existences. They might even be priceless, but now, Jiang Chen was asking him to take whatever he wanted. This was simply too exciting. "Mose, if you don't take it, we'll divide it all," said Han Yen with a smile. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards one of the blood lotuses. I'll take it. It would be a waste not to take it. Mose didn't try to be polite. This was such a great opportunity. If he didn't get anything in the end because he was being polite, he would slap himself in the face. Very quickly, the elixirs that were piled up like a mountain were all divided by the few of them. De Huang Dog took the most, but he had already eaten too many elixirs. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to digest all of them. He would only eat these elixirs after he had consumed all his elixirs. At that time, his cultivation base would rise to another level. Little Chenzi, Ah Yen, you haven't told me what this place is. You seem to be doing very well now, especially Ah Yen, he has become a young master. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Nangong Wentian couldn't hold it in any longer. He had too many questions in his heart. He knew nothing about the divine continent. After he came out from the spatial crack, he went straight to the herb garden. He had only seen the sun today. Not to mention the divine continent, he didn't even know where the herb garden he was in was. Haha, Jiang Chen, Han Yen and De Huang Dog laughed. They were speechless when they thought about what happened to Nangong Wentian. They had to admit that Nangong Wentian had the greatest encounter in his life. Otherwise, his cultivation base wouldn't have reached such a terrifying level. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation art. Han Yen had the bloodline of Gu Tianma. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of the dragon horse. Yen Chenyu had the 9 Yin meridians. Wu Ningzhu had inherited the bloodline of her mother. Compared to this group of people, Nangong Wentian had the least advantage, but he had reached the 7th grade combat emperor. It was all because of this herb garden. His current body was like a treasure. It wasn't inferior to any bloodline. After that, Jiang Chen and Han Yen told Nangong Wentian about what they had experienced in the divine continent, as well as the current situation of the Nebula sect and the Mayin cult. When he thought about how he wasn't involved in those soul-stirring events, Nangong Wentian was so angry that he wanted to knock his head on the ground. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Ah Nan, you are actually very lucky. The place you are in is called the Death Mountain. It is the forbidden land of Xuanyu, one of the 8 forbidden lands of the divine continent. It only opens once every 30 years. Today is the time limit of 30 years. That's why we are able to enter this place. Think about it. It's fortunate that the time limit of 30 years is almost here. Otherwise, I don't know how long you would have been trapped here. Han Yen said. Hearing this, Nangong Wentian's face was covered with cold sweat. If he had to stay in this herb garden for 30 years, he would definitely go crazy. Both of you are doing very well now. One is the young master of the Mayin cult, and the other is doing very well in the Nebula sect. Wait until I get out of this place. I want to show off and do something big. Nangong Wentian said solemnly. All right, the herb garden here has already been cleaned up. However, this Death Mountain is extremely huge and has a lot of spatial zones. This is a rare opportunity for each of us, so we have to grasp it well. If we really get the opportunity, we'll leave this Death Mountain a month later. At that time, some of you will experience earth-shattering changes. I hope that all of you will be able to undergo a huge transformation. Therefore, we'll part ways here and each of you will go look for your own opportunities. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said, opportunities usually represent one's luck. If we stay together, it will represent one's luck and one's opportunity. If you are separated, you will have to rely on your own luck to find your own opportunities. All of you have your own luck. If you stay by my side, you will be affected by my luck. Plus, we won't be able to go to many places even if we are separated. Many people nodded in agreement to Jiang Chen's suggestion. Everyone here was a genius, and each of them was able to take charge of an area. Geniuses like Tyrant and Zwillinger were blessed with luck. If they went to look for their own luck, they might find their own opportunity. But if they followed Jiang Chen's luck would be too strong, and it would overshadow everyone else's luck. Little Chenzi is right. This place opens once every 30 years. There are a lot of opportunities here. We should go and find our own opportunities. Han Yen said. Soon after, everyone didn't delay any longer. They went in different directions, leaving only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog behind. There was no day and night in this place, so they didn't know what time it was. However, it should have been a day since they entered the Death Mountain. There were still people coming in and out of the spatial zone, but they left after they didn't see any treasures. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog came to the herb garden again. They looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Can you sense the location of the Pure Land? Jiang Chen asked. De Huang dog's innate sensing ability was even more powerful than him, the greatest saint in the world. Don't worry. Follow me. De Huang dog said. With a swoosh, he disappeared and went underground. Jiang Chen followed closely behind him. They were both proficient in the earth-escaping technique. Traveling underground wasn't a problem at all. A man and a dog continued to swim downwards. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone more than 10 feet deep. At this place, the surrounding soil had already become incomparably hard. It looked like gold. Even a little bit of soil was emitting a pressing spiritual energy. It must be the Pure Land below. The soil here is almost like a spirit. It's filled with pure yuan qi. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The deeper they went, the more soil essence there was. There must be a Pure Land below. Jiang Chen didn't doubt that as long as he absorbed the essence of the soil, it would greatly affect his Earth Dragon seal. We have to go deeper. The Pure Land is at the bottom. De Huang dog smiled. He had always been interested in searching for treasures. Chapter 683. The deeper they went, the harder the soil was to move. The soil here had been affected by the Pure Land for many years, so it was no longer ordinary soil. It was as hard as diamond. Moreover, the earth chi was very dense. Otherwise, the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wouldn't have grown so thick. Even the dragon ginseng had turned into a spirit, and there wouldn't be such a beautiful space in the Death Mountain that was filled with earth chi. Although the soil was very hard, it didn't affect Jiang Chen and a Huang dog at all. One man and one dog moved at an extremely fast speed. In a very short period of time, they had already penetrated 100 zhong underground. This was already very deep, almost reaching the deepest part of the earth. The soil had become indestructible. Golden light could be seen everywhere below. It was like a strange world. It seems like this Pure Land is really a rare treasure. Even though it is so deep underground, it can still affect the soil above. However, this depth is too deep. We're going to reach the netherworld soon. De Huang dog couldn't help but say. The netherworld is an independent world. It's impossible to drill into it directly. The Pure Land is just below us. Jiang Chen said. He and a Huang dog were like two golden light drills, drilling into the hard soil. Very quickly, they descended another 100 zhong. There was an independent space in front of them on the left. This space only had a circumference of 1 zhong. There wasn't a single bit of soil inside. It was completely hollow. In this small space, the golden light had condensed into a substance, interweaving into a dense spider web. The terrifying earth chi made it difficult for people to breathe. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's gazes fell upon that space at the same time. They saw a golden solid floating in the middle of the small space. That solid was only the size of a fist. It was emitting golden light and was rotating automatically. It was extremely mystical. Pure Land. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog exclaimed at the same time. De Huang dog said excitedly, so this is the legendary Pure Land. It's really not an ordinary item. This is a supreme treasure, a true sacred item in the world. It's too rare. The Earth's spiritual energy released by such a small piece of Pure Land is actually able to cause such a huge change in the entire space and create so many spirit herbs. How extraordinary! Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. De Huang dog licked his lips, looking as though he was itching to devour this Pure Land. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly pulled De Huang dog's tail. Why are you pulling me? This Lord Dog knows that this thing is more useful to you than to me. I'm not going to eat it. You can take it and refine it. De Huang dog glared at Jiang Chen, but his mouth was still drooling. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. All along, most of the treasures found by De Huang dog had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Earth is the origin of the 5 elements, and also the foundation of a cultivator. Earth is the foundation of the 5 elements, it is also the foundation of a cultivator. This Pure Land is the spirit of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtains this Pure Land will obtain endless benefits. If I refine this Pure Land, my Earth Dragon seal will reach grand completion. Among the 5 elements, I have already obtained the spirit of fire, water, and earth. I am still missing the spirit of metal and wood. However, I only need half of the Pure Land to cultivate the Earth Dragon seal. We will each take half of this Pure Land. Let's start refining it in this small underground space. Jiang Chen said. The power of the Pure Land was very great. He did not need this much. Half of the Earth's spiritual energy contained in the Pure Land was enough for him to cultivate the Earth Dragon seal. The remaining half was just right for De Huang. It could be said that the Pure Land today was all thanks to De Huang Dog. If it was not for De Huang Dog's terrifying perception towards treasures, he would not have been able to find this Pure Land. Swoosh! Hearing this, both of De Huang Dog's ears stood up. He turned into a golden light and ran into the underground space. He opened his mouth and bit off half of the Pure Land, then swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing this, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This damn dog was not polite at all. However, he admired De Huang Dog's teeth even more. The Pure Land was extremely hard, at least 10 times harder than ordinary demon beasts. However, De Huang Dog still bit it off in one bite. After De Huang Dog ate the Pure Land, he immediately moved to the side to refine it. The power of the Pure Land was too great. He had to refine it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the terrifying energy contained in it would be enough to make his body explode. Jiang Chen smiled. The stronger De Huang Dog was, the better it would be for him. Now that there were so many enemies, the most important thing was to improve his cultivation. De Huang Dog possessed the Dragon Horse bloodline, which gave him a profound foundation. His cultivation would be extremely terrifying when he improved. It was conceivable that this half of the Pure Land was enough for De Huang Dog's cultivation to reach the 5th grade Demon Emperor realm. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the small underground space. He grabbed the remaining half of the Pure Land and suddenly felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged and adjusted his condition to the best. The Pure Land was controlled between his palms and he started to refine it bit by bit. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd grade Combat Emperor. After refining this Pure Land, he would at least reach the peak of the 3rd grade Combat Emperor. With the help of the Earth Dragon Seal's transformation, Jiang Chen was confident that he could advance to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Xuanyu, Xiaoyao Palace. The huge mountain gate of Xiaoyao Palace wasn't inferior to the Nebula sect in terms of qi or scale. At the center of Xiaoyao Palace, there was a golden pagoda that reached the clouds. This golden pagoda was the most important place in Xiaoyao Palace. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter it. The top of the golden pagoda was the most important place among all the important places. There was a palace at the top of the pagoda that formed a spatial zone. In the entire Xiaoyao Palace, there was only one person who had the right to enter. That person was Freedom King. Even those honorable supreme elders and minor saint experts in Xiaoyao Palace weren't qualified to enter this place. However, at this moment, there was a young man squatting in the palace. He was wearing a long golden robe. His face was resolute and his eyebrows were filled with a domineering aura. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was filled with a strong emperor's qi. He was like an emperor who walked in the world, making people respect and fear him at the same time. Above the young man's head, there was a ball of white mist. It was like the immortal qi lingering around him. It was a substantial qi of fate. He was the favored child of the heavens. Every move he made was filled with immortal light. If Jiang Chen was here, he would be able to recognize that these people were from the northern and southern dynasties. At this moment, beside the northern and southern dynasties, there was an incomparably majestic white tiger squatting. The white tiger's body was almost comparable to the De Huang Dog. The white tiger's body didn't have a single strand of hair. It was all white, but it was emitting a faint golden light. On the white tiger's forehead, there was a majestic king character that was very eye-catching. Its eyes were devoid of any emotion. It raised its head, showing an incomparable arrogance. It was the arrogance that came from its bones. This was the divine beast white tiger. The divine beast that only existed in the legends had actually appeared. It squatted beside the northern and southern dynasties, looking very docile. It didn't have any ferocious look on its face. The one who defeated Nebula Kid was this white tiger, a 3rd grade minor demon saint. However, the northern and southern dynasties in front of them weren't the 1st grade combat emperors that Nebula Kid had mentioned. They were terrifying 6th grade combat emperors, and they were at the peak of the 6th grade. The northern and southern dynasties were sitting cross-legged on a golden futon in the center of the main hall with their eyes closed. Their qi was rising all the time. Above the main hall, there was a floating golden throne. The throne was very spacious and carried a majestic qi. A light flashed and a man appeared on the throne. He was wearing a purple battle robe and looked to be in his 40s. His body was filled with saint's qi and he was high and mighty. He was none other than Freedom King. Humph! Preposterous! A little kid actually dares to be disrespectful to this seat? Freedom King looked incomparably angry. He slapped on the armrest of the throne, causing the throne to produce a caw-cob sound. Who is it that has made the master so angry? The northern and southern dynasties slowly opened his eyes. His back was facing Freedom King and he spoke indifferently. His tone didn't show any respect to Freedom King. In the entire Xiaoyao Palace, there wasn't anyone who dared to speak to Freedom King with his back facing him. However, Freedom King wasn't angry. The Nebula sect has a rare genius that can't be seen in 10,000 years. He can trigger the heavenly tribulation and kill 2 of my elders. He also dared to speak rudely to me. He's courting death. Although the Xiaoyao Palace was infuriated, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was a genius. He even felt that if this person wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, he would become a great threat to Xiaoyao Palace. Even if Jiang Chen was only a second-grade combat emperor. What? He can trigger the heavenly tribulation? Xuanyu actually has such a person? I would like to meet him. The northern and southern dynasties were slightly moved. He slowly stood up and turned around to look at Freedom King. Of course, although this person can trigger the heavenly tribulation, there is still a huge gap between him and young Master Nan. Young Master Nan has the true immortal soul physique and inherited the will of the immortals. How can a mere mortal like Jiang Chen be compared to him? Freedom King said with a smile. He was very clear about Nan Beichao's identity. Nan Beichao had the body of an immortal soul. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to show any neglect. Even the divine beast White Tiger was following him. Such a character would sooner or later become the monarch of the world. What? Did you say that person's name is Jiang Chen? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. This time, it wasn't as simple as being moved. When the name Jiang Chen was mentioned, his eyes were filled with deep hatred and murderous intent. This name was the biggest scar in his life. The white-clothed figure was the existence that he wanted to eliminate even in his dreams. Jiang Chen was the shame of his life that couldn't be washed away. Why? Young Master Nan knows that Jiang Chen? Freedom King was stunned. Looking at the looks of the northern and southern dynasties, they had actually heard of Jiang Chen. I have some relationship with this person. I didn't expect that he would also be in the Xian region. Very good, truly very good. Seems like I won't be too lonely in the Xian region. This time, I'll let him know that I'm the true son of heaven. I have the body of an emperor, and I can't be violated. The northern and southern dynasties exuded a strong murderous intent. He didn't need to guess that the Jiang Chen of Xuanyu must be the Jiang Chen of the eastern continent. In this world, there wouldn't be a second person who had the ability to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Prepare well for October. 3 updates every day. Also, the main website's red envelope is online. Reward 100 red envelopes and 1 update. Work hard to update in October. Look, brothers. Chapter 684. The golden robes of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered. Their eyes were like 2 blazing suns that were filled with raging flames. I'm going to the Death Mountain to meet my old friend. Young Master North and South. Don't be impulsive. There are many people named Jiang Chen in this world. It might not be just one person. Xiaoyao King didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would be so excited after hearing the name Jiang Chen. He had known the northern and southern dynasties for a long time. They had always been an extremely calm person. They were the kind of people who wouldn't change their expressions even if the mountain collapsed in front of them. Even in front of him, they had never shown any abnormal expression. But today, because of the name Jiang Chen, they had such a huge reaction. It seemed that the northern and southern dynasties must have suffered losses in the hands of Jiang Chen. It must be him. The northern and southern dynasties said with certainty. Sometimes, it wasn't necessarily a friend who understood a person the most, but an opponent. Just like when Jiang Chen knew that the northern and southern dynasties were in Xuanyu, he could guess the purpose of the northern and southern dynasties and knew that Xuanyu would be in chaos. The northern and southern dynasties also knew that with Jiang Chen around, their hegemony would definitely be hindered. If there was one person in this world who could stop their path to becoming an emperor, it must be Jiang Chen. However, it was because of their existence that they had more passion for each other. The road of cultivation wouldn't be too lonely. As the saying goes, heroes cherish heroes, even if they were mortal enemies. However, the passage to the Death Mountain has been closed. I'm afraid that young Master North and South can't enter. Xiao King frowned. If the Northern and Southern dynasties wanted to enter the Death Mountain, they must go alone. They couldn't bring the White Tiger with them. The White Tiger was a powerful minor demon saint. If he were to enter the Death Mountain, it would cause an unimaginable disaster to the people inside. It's okay. I have the body of an immortal. I carry the will of an immortal. I can go anywhere. I have my own way to enter. As the Northern and Southern dynasties spoke, their bodies flashed and completely disappeared. They went to the Death Mountain alone and left the White Tiger in the Xiaoyao Palace. Seeing that the Northern and Southern dynasties had left, the White Tiger took a look at the void and continued to lie there, pretending to be asleep. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the Freedom King. The White Tiger was a very proud race. He would not take anyone seriously, except for the Northern and Southern dynasties that he approved of. In the narrow underground space of the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were still in closed-door cultivation. The surface of their bodies was covered with golden light, which looked very mystical. Their aura was constantly changing. The power of the Pure Land was too strong. Earth was the foundation of the 5 elements. After Jiang Chen and a Huang dog refined the Pure Land, not only could they improve their cultivation, but they could also consolidate their foundation. The benefits were great. There were still people appearing in the space. All of them were shocked by such a space filled with spiritual qi. Unfortunately, they searched the entire space and didn't find any good treasures. There was only an empty herb garden, and the air was filled with the smell of battle and blood. There must have been a great battle here. Look at that herb garden. It must be full of spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, we were late and they were all robbed. What a pity. The spiritual herbs here must be very precious. Our luck is too bad. The people who appeared left after circling around the place. They didn't find anything unusual. As for the great battle that happened before, they naturally didn't know what happened. The corpses of Li Long and the others had been taken away by the disciples of the 2 great sections. Ka, ka. 2 clear and melodious sounds came out from Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's body at the same time. It was the sound of advancement. At this moment, Jiang Chen had successfully condensed 1,000 dragon marks, advancing to the 3rd grade combat emperor, while the Huang dog had advanced to the 4th grade demon emperor. Both of them had advanced a grade, but their qi didn't stop because of this. They didn't wake up either. The benefits that the Pure Land could bring them were far more than that. The Huang dog's dragon horse bloodline was getting more and more vigorous. His speed of refining the treasures had reached its peak. Judging from his current situation, he would be able to refine the Pure Land completely in another 2 hours. At that time, he wouldn't have any problem breaking through to the 5th grade demon emperor. When Jiang Chen was refining the Pure Land, the Earth Dragon Seal in the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was circulating automatically. An enormous amount of Earth Qi passed through Jiang Chen's 7 meridians and 8 meridians, and finally converged in his Qi Sea. New dragon marks were continuously forming. 100, 200, 300, 1,000. An hour later, Jiang Chen had finally refined the Pure Land completely. The Earth Dragon Seal was completed. Under the impact of the Earth Dragon Seal, the dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 46,000. With 46,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen's cultivation had successfully advanced to the 4th grade combat emperor. This time, he had advanced 2 grades, from the 2nd grade combat emperor to the 4th grade combat emperor. The increase in his strength was unimaginable. Wang, the qi waves that rushed out from Jiang Chen's body had caused the soil below to crumble. The movement from below had caused the whole area above to shake. The earth was shaking, as if a great earthquake was going to happen. Hung Long. Suddenly, another rumbling sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the ground. The Huang dog had awakened. He had successfully advanced to the 5th grade demon emperor. His originally huge and majestic body had doubled in size. His whole body was covered with golden fur without any impurities. The dragon horn on top of his head had also grown longer. Electric sparks were flickering on it. The qi of a divine beast was incomparably dense. Behind a Huang dog, There was an extremely mystical shadow of a dragon horse flickering constantly. The shadow of the dragon horse was golden in color. There were 2 dragon horns on its head. If one took a closer look, there was a bulge in the middle of the dragon horse's forehead. It was the 3rd horn. If the ancestors of the dragon horse race were to see this, they would definitely jump up in excitement. A dragon horse with a 3rd horn was a rare breed that only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was the king of the dragon horses. However, the moment De Huang Dog opened his eyes, the shadow of the dragon horse disappeared. De Huang Dog still looked like a dog. There wasn't any difference from before. The only difference was that his cultivation had increased. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen and saw an incomparably majestic earth dragon hovering around Jiang Chen's body. The body of the earth dragon was constantly enlarging. An incomparably terrifying aura was overflowing from it. The moment the earth dragon appeared, Jiang Chen seemed to have become the king of the underground world. All the earth's spiritual qi was gushing towards him. However, the truly terrifying thing was the destructive power that came from the body of the earth dragon. It was a combat skill that was born for combat. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying. For God's sake, this guy is going to go crazy. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog hurriedly escaped from the space and flew towards the ground. He could already see that Jiang Chen was subconsciously operating the earth dragon seal that had just been completed. When the earth dragon was completely condensed, the entire herb garden would be completely destroyed. De Huang Dog didn't want to be a fish in a pond. Leaving this place immediately was the right thing to do. Swoosh! De Huang Dog drilled out from the ground. The moment he came out, an earth-shattering roar came from the ground. After that, the soil of the herb garden was directly lifted up. An earth dragon that was dozens of feet long drilled out from the ground. After circling in the sky for a while, it suddenly exploded. The indescribable destructive energy completely destroyed the entire herb garden. Smoke was rustling and flames were surging. After that, a white-clothed silhouette flew out from the ground. His eyes were glowing and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He was like a peerless king, looking down on all living beings. Just by standing there, he emitted a strong aura of a ruler. He was like a natural king, and the destiny above his head formed a whirlpool that was hundreds of meters wide. Around his body, blood-colored dragon shadows danced. His hands were covered in dragon scales, and they shone with a bright light. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. His cultivation method is too abnormal. De Huang Dog couldn't help but sigh. After advancing to the 4th grade combat emperor, Jiang Chen's combat strength had increased tremendously. The earth dragon seal had reached the grand completion stage. With his current combat strength, he could directly kill a 7th grade combat emperor. He could even fight an 8th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's advancement had created a huge commotion. Fortunately, there weren't any other cultivators here. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge commotion. This spatial zone was like a springboard. Most of the cultivators who came here had already left. It was very quiet now. In the entire spatial zone, there were only 2 people, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. "Kid, how do you feel?" De Huang Dog approached Jiang Chen and asked. "I can't feel any better. I think I can kill a 7th grade combat emperor with a single punch. I can also fight an 8th grade combat emperor." There was a smile on Jiang Chen's face. He felt pretty good about his current condition. It's a pity that after my epiphany was interrupted, I couldn't find it again. However, I have a feeling that as long as I cultivate all of the 5 elements combat dragon seals to mastery, the dragon transformation skill will transform again, bringing me endless benefits and surprises. Regarding that enlightenment, Jiang Chen still felt that it was a pity, but following the transformation of the earth dragon seal, Jiang Chen had a feeling that as long as he completed the transformation of the golden dragon seal and the wood dragon seal, the dragon transformation art would undergo a new transformation and Jiang Chen would obtain the power of the dragon transformation art. However, it was an extremely difficult task to complete the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. The 5 elemental spirits were too rare. Jiang Chen was already very lucky to find the pure land and the pure water. Now, he was still lacking the metal and wood dragon seals. However, he couldn't force himself to obtain these treasures. Everything still depended on his luck. Let's go. This place is already ruined. After we take the pure land, this place will soon be like the other spatial zones in the Death Mountain, completely ruined. We will go to other places and continue to search for treasures. Chapter 685. Swoosh. Right after De Huangdog's words left his mouth, a frightening gust of wind suddenly appeared behind them. This gust of wind was extremely powerful. In just a blink of an eye, it had swept across the entire sky. Jiang Chen and De Huangdog's expression changed slightly. They quickly turned around and saw a patch of golden light condensing into a golden cloud in the sky. It looked extremely mystical. After that, a silhouette appeared on top of the golden cloud. It was a young man wearing a golden robe. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. It was as if he was bathing in a golden ocean. He was like a god that had descended from the heavens. His entire body was emitting a supreme aura, making it seem as if no one would dare to offend him. Northern and Southern Dynasties. Jiang Chen and De Huangdog were speechless at the same time. They were too familiar with this young man. Back then in the Black Sect in Qi Province, Jiang Chen's biggest regret was that he didn't manage to make him stay. Because he knew that a man like this in the Northern and Southern Dynasties would be a great threat to them as long as he didn't die. De Huangdog was a dragon horse. He was extremely arrogant, but even he had to admit that the Northern and Southern Dynasties were the true geniuses. Compared to those so-called geniuses in the Northern and Southern Dynasties, there was a huge gap. In De Huangdog's opinion, if there was anyone in this world who could match Jiang Chen in terms of aura, it would definitely be the Northern and Southern Dynasties. Jiang Chen, we meet again, the Northern and Southern Dynasties said with an expressionless face. When they saw Jiang Chen again, there wasn't much emotion in their eyes, only undisguised killing intent. To be able to walk into the Death Mountain with ease and find the spatial zone where Jiang Chen was, perhaps only the Northern and Southern Dynasties could do this. Back in the Northern and Southern Dynasties, you ran away like a stray dog. I didn't expect you to struggle at death's door until now. It must have been hard on you. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said indifferently. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the cultivation grade of the Northern and Southern Dynasties had already reached the 6th grade Combat Emperor. Compared to the 1st grade Combat Emperor that Nebula Kid had mentioned, the difference was huge. Little Chenzi, this guy is actually a 6th grade Combat Emperor. He won't be easy to deal with. De Huangdog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. He was now a powerful 5th grade Demon Emperor. If it was an ordinary 6th grade Combat Emperor, there was no need for Jiang Chen to do anything. De Huangdog could easily bite him to death. However, this guy in front of him wasn't an ordinary 6th grade Combat Emperor. He was from the Northern and Southern Dynasties. Although he was only a 6th grade Combat Emperor, he should at least be treated as an 8th grade Combat Emperor. When Jiang Chen and De Huangdog were sizing up the Northern and Southern Dynasties, the Northern and Southern Dynasties were also sizing up Jiang Chen. They were slightly surprised by Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Freedom King said that you were only a 2nd grade Combat Emperor when you came in. It seems like you have just advanced to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Such a terrifying speed of advancement is really surprising. It seems like it will be difficult for me to crush you like an ant. The Northern and Southern Dynasties said arrogantly. Given his temper, he was afraid that only Jiang Chen would be able to say such words to a 4th grade Combat Emperor. He knew Jiang Chen very well. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. If anyone dared to treat Jiang Chen as someone who was at the same level as him, that person would be courting death. You are just a defeated opponent. How dare you boast so shamelessly? If I were you, I would hide in a remote corner and not come out, to avoid embarrassing myself. De Huangdog never spoke politely, especially to his enemies. Humph! It is a miracle that your dog hasn't been stewed by someone yet. The Northern and Southern Dynasties let out a cold humph. He had a deep impression of Jiang Chen and this dog. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, but continued to look at Jiang Chen, like an old friend who wanted to talk about the past. Jiang Chen, I knew that with your ability, you would come to the Divine Continent, but you came earlier than I expected. I initially planned to make you kneel in front of me like a slave, and repent after I have conquered the entire Divine Continent and received the respect of all living beings. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me so soon. The words of the Northern and Southern Dynasties were extremely arrogant. Conquering the entire Divine Continent and receiving the respect of all living beings? Perhaps only the Northern and Southern Dynasties dared to say such words. Even the greatest saint, Jiang Chen, didn't dare to say such words. The Northern and Southern Dynasties cultivated the Emperor's heaven skill and walked the path of an emperor. He was a naturally arrogant person. You have surrendered to Xiaoyao Palace? Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the arrogant words of the northern and southern dynasties, but frowned. Just now, the northern and southern dynasties mentioned King Xiaoyao, which showed that the northern and southern dynasties had joined hands with Xiaoyao Palace. If he guessed right, the northern and southern dynasties must want to use Xiaoyao Palace to rule the whole Xuanyu and achieve their goal of conquering the whole divine continent. This situation was just like when the northern and southern dynasties attached themselves to the Fengtian Pavilion and wanted to rule Qizhou. Of course, the vast Xuanyu was not comparable to a small Qizhou's. But Jiang Chen knew that the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties was definitely not just limited to Xuanyu. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had their own general trend. Just as they said, their goal was to dominate the whole divine continent. The northern and southern dynasties had the bodies of immortals, and now even the white tiger was willing to follow them. Jiang Chen felt that the northern and southern dynasties could have such rapid progress probably because they had encountered some great opportunities. Surrender? It's ruling. King Xiaoyao can only have a great future if he attaches himself to me. Xuanyu will be mine sooner or later. This time, you are no longer qualified to stop me. The northern and southern dynasties said. Back in Qi province, if it wasn't for the existence of Jiang Chen, they would have completely dominated the whole Qi province. If they had dominated the Qi province, their emperor's heaven art would definitely be more terrifying than it was now. But because they had failed once, it made the cultivation of the emperor's heaven art even more difficult than before. The path of a powerful emperor was not allowed to fail. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at each other. It could be considered as a big secret relative to the whole Xuanyu. Xiaoyao Palace was like the burning sky pavilion in the past. Under the control of the northern and southern dynasties, they were planning to rule the whole Xuanyu. However, Jiang Chen was not surprised by such a secret. From the moment Nebula Kid told him that the northern and southern dynasties had appeared in Xuanyu, Jiang Chen had a premonition that Xuanyu would be in chaos. In the northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed a genius. You have the body of an immortal, and you are walking on the glorious path of an emperor. But unfortunately, you have met me. Don't think that it will be easy for you to walk on this path. What happened to you in Qi province will be the same in Xuanyu now. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. His whole body was filled with surging battle intent. He had never looked down on the northern and southern dynasties, but he was more confident. He wanted to let the northern and southern dynasties know who was the true chosen one. Haha, Jiang Chen, you are too naive. You don't know how strong I am now. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. I am the true chosen one, absolutely unstoppable. Today I will let you know how strong I am. The reason why I came to the Death Mountain is to kill you, to avenge the humiliation I suffered in the past. The northern and southern dynasties laughed loudly. The humiliation they suffered in Qi province was a scar that he would never be able to erase for the rest of his life. If he wanted to erase this scar, the most effective way was to kill Jiang Chen. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. Once he killed Jiang Chen, his thoughts would be incomparably smooth. The flaw that was left on the monarch heaven art due to his failure would be completely eliminated. Is that so? Then why don't you give it a try? Let's see who will die. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't show any signs of fear. He had just advanced to the 4th grade combat emperor, and he needed to fight with the powerful experts of the northern and southern dynasties. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog felt lucky. They felt lucky that they had obtained the Pure Land today. Without the help of the Pure Land, Jiang Chen would still be a 2nd grade combat emperor. If he encountered the northern and southern dynasties, he wouldn't be a match for them. Little Chenzi, he has a 3rd grade minor demon saint divine beast, White Tiger, with him. If we fight him, won't we die in vain? De Huang Dog secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. His tone sounded worried. Are you stupid? You said that it's a 3rd grade minor demon saint. Can such a powerful being enter the Death Mountain? Jiang Chen darted a glance at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He had actually neglected this point. An 8th grade combat emperor and above wouldn't be able to enter the Death Mountain. If that was the case, he would fight with the northern and southern dynasties. De Huang, don't hold back. Let's join hands and kill him here. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. He and the northern and southern dynasties were mortal enemies. As long as there was a chance to kill each other, he would never miss it. Jiang Chen, accept your death. the northern and southern dynasties' qi soared to the sky. They suddenly made their move. They were like peerless monarchs. Their giant palms tore the void apart. An incomparably dazzling golden palm that was as solid as a giant mountain shrouded Jiang Chen. No one knew how much energy was contained in this attack. Even a 7th-grade combat emperor would be smashed into a meat patty. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He leapt into the air and dashed towards the giant palm. Both of his hands were trembling and covered with dragon scales, turning into a giant dragon claw. The powerful true dragon palm was unleashed. The giant dragon claw tore the void apart. Its qi wasn't any weaker than Nan Bei Chao's golden palm. Then, it collided with Nan Bei Chao's palm. The dragon transformation skill was really frightening. It was an ancient skill that had existed for a very long time. 46,000 dragon marks had made Jiang Chen incredibly strong. Every time he moved, he would unleash a force that was as vast as the ocean, suffocating peoples. Hong Long, the true dragon palm, and the giant golden palm collided with each other. That part of the void was smashed. The void was annihilated and turned into a piece of chaos. Countless dragons were sent out by the collision. The air was scorched. The loud sound of the collision shook the entire void, as if it had fallen into a great destruction. Chapter 686. Jiang Chen collided with the northern and southern dynasties. Both of their attacks were extremely ferocious. This collision didn't determine the winner. The northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed slightly. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who was only a 4th-grade combat emperor, would have such a powerful combat strength that was enough to fight against them. This made them feel very uncomfortable. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was 2 grades lower than them, and it was a huge blow to them. However, the northern and southern dynasties weren't too surprised because it wasn't their first time meeting Jiang Chen. Back in the Qi province, both of them had fought against Jiang Chen. They knew very well how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Today, Jiang Chen could even trigger the heavenly tribulation. Such an abnormal being couldn't be judged by common sense. Jiang Chen, I know that you are powerful, but you are only a 4th-grade combat emperor. Do you really think that you can fight against me? You are too stupid. I will show you my true ability. Today, I will kill you completely. The northern and southern dynasties' qi was unparalleled. Their bodies were emitting endless golden light. Their whole body was like a scorching sun that could illuminate everything. The northern and southern dynasties' hands stopped moving. A ball of black flame appeared. The black flame was moving continuously and a black skull emerged on top of it. It looked incomparably ferocious. It was obviously a ball of flame, but it was emitting a trace of cold qi. Jiang Chen, this is the nether cold fire. Apart from being scorching hot, it also has a bone-chilling qi. Once you are burned by this flame, you will immediately turn into ashes. This is the yin-yang fire. You can't resist it. The northern and southern dynasties looked at the dancing flame in their hands and said, "You want to play with fire with me? I am the ancestor of fire. However, since you want to play with fire, I naturally have other ways to deal with you. The cold netherworld flame is indeed a rare flame. It is extremely hard to defend against. However, no matter how miraculous a flame is, it is still fire." Jiang Chen sneered. The northern and southern dynasties were dreaming if they wanted to use the cold netherworld flame to burn him. Even if it was a cold flame, it still couldn't break away from the essence of fire. Fire was restrained by water. Of course, a flame like the cold netherworld flame couldn't be blocked by ordinary water, but the pure water of heaven and earth was different. You overestimate yourself. Today, I'll let you know how powerful the cold netherworld flame is. The netherworld descends and destroys all living things. The northern and southern dynasties roared. With a wave of his hand, the netherworld cold fire instantly turned into a black sea of fire, pouncing towards Jiang Chen. The black flames were extremely vigorous and turned into a huge skull. It was as if a real king of hell had appeared in the world, emitting a chilling aura. For God's sake, this guy is really strong. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. The dragon horn on top of his head was flickering with electric sparks. Judging from his appearance, he was ready to unleash his terrifying innate ability to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. With his current cultivation base of 5th-grade demon emperor, if he wanted to deal with the northern and southern dynasties, he had to unleash his most powerful innate ability. De Huang, you don't need to do anything. I'll deal with him. You go and seal off the battlefield and set up a grand formation. Today, he won't be able to return. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. He had already decided to kill the northern and southern dynasties. These people were too powerful and had grown too fast. If he couldn't kill them as soon as possible, they would become a great threat to him. Back in Qi province, Jiang Chen had beaten the northern and southern dynasties until they only had half of their bodies left. If it was any other ordinary person, that person's cultivation base would be crippled even if he didn't die. However, not only were the northern and southern dynasties fine, they had also reached a terrifying level in such a short period of time. All right. De Huang Dog agreed. He knew that Jiang Chen had a backup plan. Today, when he encountered the northern and southern dynasties again, it was destined to be a battle of life and death. Previously in Qi province, he had already witnessed the ability of the northern and southern dynasties to escape. If he wanted to kill Jiang Chen today, he would have to be fully prepared. Roar! The skull transformed from the cold flame of the netherworld was like the king of the netherworld. It let out a terrifying roar and opened its horrifying mouth, pouncing towards Jiang Chen. Water Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He suddenly shouted, and a huge water dragon shot out from his body. The water dragon was dozens of feet long, and its aura wasn't any weaker than the cold flame of the netherworld. The water dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. The moment the water dragon appeared, an extremely cold aura overflowed, causing the temperature of the entire battlefield to suddenly drop. The cold flame of the netherworld, which was originally arrogant and domineering, actually stopped charging forward after sensing the terrifying aura overflowing from the water dragon. The huge skull clearly showed a trace of fear, as if it had met its natural enemy. Roar! The water dragon didn't care about that. Its huge body directly rushed towards the cold flame of the netherworld. Boom! The two extreme attacks collided with each other. The void was annihilated once again. Under the impact of the pure water of heaven and earth, even the terrifying cold flame of the netherworld was directly extinguished. Not only that, after the cold flame of the netherworld was extinguished, the water dragon condensed again and rushed towards the northern and southern dynasties. What? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. Their expressions finally changed. No one knew the terror of the cold flame of the netherworld better than them. This flame was enough to burn an 8th-grade combat emperor into ashes, but they didn't expect that it would be extinguished by Jiang Chen so easily. They could feel the bone-chilling coldness from the water dragon. That kind of coldness was like the coldest existence in the heavens and earth. It could even freeze a person's soul. However, the coldness alone wasn't enough to make the northern and southern dynasties retreat. Just as the water dragon was about to reach the northern and southern dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties waved their hands to summon a scorching sun, colliding with the water dragon and destroying it. What kind of water is this? The northern and southern dynasties asked. Pure water of heaven and earth. Jiang Chen didn't hide it. There was nothing to hide anyway. He believed that even if he didn't say it, the northern and southern dynasties would be able to guess it. In this heavens and earth, the only water that could extinguish the cold flame of the netherworld was the pure water of heaven and earth. There was no other water. I didn't think that you could obtain such a sacred item. It seems like I have underestimated you. Jiang Chen, I have to admit that you are very strong, but you will still die in my hands today. White Tiger God Howl. The northern and southern dynasties attacked again. Their qi was even more vigorous than before. Suddenly, an illusory giant white tiger appeared above their heads. The white tiger opened its huge mouth and roared at Jiang Chen. Roar boundless sound waves surged out. This was the innate ability of the divine beast, the white tiger. The legendary god howl could directly shock people to death and shatter their internal organs. Jiang Chen was slightly moved. He could guess that this was the northern and southern dynasties relying on their emperor's heaven art and the long period of contact with the white tiger to evolve the god howl of the white tiger. Its power was extremely terrifying. De Huang, use the soul-annihilating sound. Jiang Chen shouted at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The aura of a man and a dog instantly connected. Jiang Chen injected all his energy into De Huang Dog's body in an instant. This was an extremely tacit cooperation. It required great trust between both parties. They had to completely open their minds and let the other party's energy enter their bodies. Although De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen didn't have a companion relationship like the White Tiger and the Northern and Southern dynasties, The cooperation and tacit understanding between them weren't any worse than a companion relationship. De Huang Dog let out a dragon roar. The terrifying sound waves were like ripples in the void. They surged forward and collided head-on with the white tiger's god howl. The white tiger and the dragon horse were both divine beasts with pure bloodlines. Whether it was the white tiger's god howl of the white tiger or the soul-annihilating sound of the De Huang Dog, they were the most powerful innate abilities. The innate abilities of ordinary exotic beasts couldn't be compared to them. Rumble. The terrifying sound waves directly turned into sharp scythes. They collided with each other and cut the void into pieces. If anyone saw such a terrifying battle, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme. The reason why people like Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties were so terrifying was definitely not because of their cultivation. It was because they had extremely terrifying means. These means were enough to let them kill people with a higher cultivation than them. The two sound waves intertwined and lasted for a few minutes before stopping. The collision this time was still equally matched. The Northern and Southern dynasties were shocked again. They didn't expect that after they performed the white tiger's god howl, their opponent would still be able to resist it so easily. Such a sound wave attack was hard to resist any kind of attack. The only way was to fight against sound waves with sound waves. I am the Emperor. The Northern and Southern dynasties moved again. Their bodies doubled in size, and the phantom above their heads changed. The phantom of the white tiger disappeared, and a part of the sky appeared. The sun, moon, and shooting stars were all rotating. The Northern and Southern dynasties stood inside that part of the sky, shining with golden light. The body of the Emperor. At this moment, he was the ruler of this part of the sky. He was the true Emperor. The Northern and Southern dynasties roared. The terrifying sky pressed down on Jiang Chen. It was such a terrifying energy that it was even more terrifying than dozens of mountains falling at the same time. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties had completely aroused his fighting spirit. For a moment, the Fire Dragon Seal, the Water Dragon Seal, and the Earth Dragon Seal appeared at the same time. With different attributes, they rushed towards the sky of the Northern and Southern dynasties from 3 different directions. This was the first time Jiang Chen had performed the 3 dragon roars at the same time since he started cultivating the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Only existences like the Northern and Southern dynasties could force Jiang Chen to such an extent. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 687. Honglong. The heavens and earth were shaking. This spatial zone had fallen into an unprecedented turbulence. It wasn't hard to imagine that after the battle between Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties, this spatial zone would shatter and cease to exist. 3 terrifying battle dragons rushed into the sky formed by the Northern and Southern dynasties. The sun, moon, and stars collided violently with the battle dragons. Everywhere was filled with destructive qi, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. It was too horrifying. This kind of fierce battle made people tremble in fear. Explode! Jiang Chen and Nan Bei Chao shouted at the same time. The 3 battle dragons and the sky instantly exploded. The power and impact of the explosion was too violent. Under the impact of the destructive energy, the void began to crack inch by inch, and countless cracks appeared. Boom! 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 Honglong! The violent waves continued. Finally, the spatial zone couldn't hold on any longer. After losing the support of the Pure Land, the spatial zone began to become unstable. It couldn't withstand the bombardment of the battle between Jiang Chen and the 2 battle maniacs from the Northern and Southern dynasties. The spatial zone finally shattered, completely annihilated into nothingness. Arg! Some of the cultivators in the adjacent spatial zone were affected by the impact. They immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Some of the weaker ones were evaporated by the impact of the energy and turned into nothingness. In another spatial zone, which was originally peaceful, the earth suddenly shook and the mountains swayed. A huge crack appeared in the sky, as if it was going to devour the whole world. It was a scene that would only happen during the end of the world. There were quite a number of people in this spatial zone. Among them, there were a few 7th-grade combat emperors. At this moment, all of them raised their heads to look at the black smoke in the sky. That terrifying black hole seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The destructive energy that overflowed from it seemed like it was going to destroy them. Everyone's facial expression changed drastically when they felt the horrifying energy. Those who were closest to the crack of the spatial zone had been completely annihilated. What's going on? Such a powerful energy ripple, as if the world is going to collapse. That's a powerful battle ripple. It seems to be caused by a battle. It's too scary. The spatial zone has been destroyed. Who is it? Look, there are two silhouettes there. It seems like they are fighting each other. Someone saw two figures walking out of the spatial rift. The two figures were extremely fast, flashing like phantoms. As they swayed, they fought fiercely. They shattered another space and moved the battlefield to this space. Damn it, he's so fierce. De Huang Dog was the first to rush out of the spatial fissure. However, his face was filled with pride. That's right, he was very proud. Although the spatial fissure had been destroyed, the battlefield that Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties had opened up had been directly transferred here. The great formation that he had set up outside the battlefield was also intact and had not been destroyed along with the collapse of the spatial fissure. With such a great formation, he could still stop the northern and southern dynasties from escaping. Perhaps only he, De Huang Dog, was capable of such a brilliant formation technique. Look, that white silhouette is Jiang Chen. He is having an intense battle with someone. My God, he was only a second-grade combat emperor before this. Now, he has advanced to the fourth-grade combat emperor. His combat strength is monstrous and terrifying. My God, we have just arrived from another spatial zone. It has only been 2 hours since we arrived. 2 hours. He has advanced 2 grades from second-grade combat emperor to fourth-grade combat emperor. Is he still a human? Could it be that the existence that can trigger the heavenly tribulation is so abnormal? This bastard's abnormal strength is simply unreasonable. He is only a fourth-grade combat emperor now, but his combat strength is enough to kill a seventh-grade combat emperor. Even an eighth-grade combat emperor wouldn't be inferior to him. He could even destroy the spatial zone. Who is that golden-haired youth? He looks even scarier. That's right. I have never seen this man before. Since when did such a person appear in the mysterious domain? He seems to be a sixth-grade combat emperor, but he is able to fight evenly with the abnormal Jiang Chen. Why hasn't he been heard of before? No one wasn't shocked. The battle in the sky was too shocking. Many of them had come from the spatial zone of the herb garden. They had witnessed the scene where Jiang Chen killed Li Long and Yan Hui. What made them terrified was that Jiang Chen had used only 2 hours to advance 2 grades. This was a monstrous act. What also surprised them was Jiang Chen's opponent, the golden-haired youth. This youth seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They had never seen or heard of such a person before in Xuanyu. However, the domineering aura and the chi of an emperor could be felt from his every move. No one dared to belittle him. Some of the weaker ones were subdued by the northern and southern dynasties. Their hearts started to worship him. How could such a horrifying genius be unknown to the public? This was what people were shocked about. However, what was even more shocking was the battle between the two of them. In many people's opinion, it was a rare thing to be able to witness the fierce battle between two monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, watching such a battle would bring them great benefits. Rumble. The 5 elements combat dragon seal and the sky formed by the northern and southern dynasties were finally completely annihilated. They shattered the space, but there was still no winner. Now, whether it was Jiang Chen or the northern and southern dynasties, they all had to give each other a thumbs up. Even if they were enemies, they had to admit that this was an excellent opponent. Jiang Chen, I have the Emperor Fist. Let's see if you can resist it. The northern and southern dynasties moved again. His yuan qi was like the sea. Just like Jiang Chen, it was ruthless and endless. It seemed that he was never afraid of consumption. He suddenly punched. It was a simple punch, but it carried an extremely special flavor. This punch created a wind in the void. The huge golden fist, with a strong chi of the emperor, rushed toward Jiang Chen. It seems that if I want to defeat him, I can't hold back. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. His battle intent soared to the sky. His left index finger began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, it enlarged to twice its original size. Golden rays of light shot out from it, carrying a faint saint's might. Mysterious 9 solar finger. Jiang Chen roared. He suddenly struck out with the mysterious 9 solar finger. This was not just a simple finger. This finger carried the power of the saint bone. The power of the mysterious 9 solar finger was limitlessly stimulated. Rumble. The sky was shattered once again. 9 giant golden fingers that were like pillars supporting the sky rushed out. Each of the giant fingers seemed to be real, and they were covered with rare patterns. Then, the 9 suns fused into one, and the 9 giant fingers fused into one giant finger in the blink of an eye. The size of the giant finger did not change, but the aura contained within it increased several times. This was the power of the Saint Bone. It was unstoppable. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the mysterious 9 solar finger and the Emperor Fist collided. Hong! The entire world was engulfed in a thunderous roar. Everyone's ears went deaf and many people's faces turned incomparably pale. The two of them were fighting high up in the sky. If they were fighting on the ground, none of them would be able to survive. They would all be dragged into the battlefield and become cannon fodder. This was also the reason why combat emperors fought in the sky. They had to open up a new battlefield. Combat emperors were too powerful. The destructive power they could create wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine or bear. Quick, retreat, stay away from the battlefield. Someone exclaimed. Both of them had unleashed their ultimate attack. It was too terrifying. Even an ordinary 8th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Whether it was the 9 solar finger that was triggered by the Saint Bone or Nanbei Chao's monarch fist, both of them were combat skills of the purest yang, representing the pinnacle of firmness and ferocity. When these two attacks collided, it represented destruction. Deng deng deng, the northern and southern dynasties suffered a great impact. They took 3 steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Jiang Chen's body shook. The power of the Saint Bone was too great. After colliding with the Emperor Fist, the Saint Bone gained the upper hand. The northern and southern dynasties couldn't believe this reality. Their eyes were about to bleed. They couldn't accept this scene no matter what. It was as if the scene of the past had replayed itself. Was he going to be defeated by Jiang Chen again? His cultivation grade was 2 grades higher than his opponent's. No, it was absolutely impossible. He wouldn't be defeated again. There was no reason for him to be defeated by Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to accept the fact that they were in a disadvantageous position. Jiang Chen was also shocked. The techniques of the northern and southern dynasties were getting stronger and stronger. With his current 4th grade combat emperor cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill the northern and southern dynasties with his own combat strength. Northern and southern dynasties, you will stay here today, Jiang Chen said coldly. He knew that although the Saint Bone could suppress the northern and southern dynasties, it couldn't kill them. He took out the broken pot again. This broken pot could kill anyone below the minor saint realm. He still had 2 chances to use it. If he could use it to kill the northern and southern dynasties, it would be worth it even if he had to use it twice. It's that broken pot. My God. Could it be that the broken pot can still be used? It's over. That golden-haired youth is finished. Once the broken pot is taken out, it will shake the heaven and earth. The golden-haired youth will die for sure. The moment Jiang Chen took out the broken pot, many people's facial expression changed. As the people who had witnessed the power of the broken pot, no one knew better than them how scary it was. Li Long, who was a peak 8th grade combat emperor, didn't have the slightest ability to resist the broken pot. He was instantly killed. Chapter 688. Let me see how you are going to block it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. The instant the broken pot appeared, it had already locked onto the auras of the northern and southern dynasties. As long as the magma dragon attacked, the northern and southern dynasties would have to face it head-on. There was no way to escape or hide. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed very powerful, but Jiang Chen absolutely didn't believe that they could block the attack of the broken pot. Rumble. Jiang Chen poured all his elemental energy into the broken pot. An incomparably huge magma dragon suddenly burst out. The speed of the magma dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties. The scorching waves were enough to destroy everything. That was a destructive aura that came from the depths of hell. It was so powerful that no one could withstand it. What? The expressions of the northern and southern dynasties changed drastically. An unprecedented dangerous aura seeped out from their bodies. They were shocked that Jiang Chen actually had such a powerful treasure in his hands. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't panic too much. It seemed like they still had a trump card that could resist the magma dragon. Jiang Chen, it's far from enough if you want to kill me. Immortal armor. An incomparably bright light suddenly rushed out from the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. That light was extremely resplendent, like the scorching sun. Within it, there was a trace of supreme immortal chi. That's right, it was immortal chi. It was an aura that came from the immortal world. It brought with it an endless pressure that made people want to worship it. Only Nanbei Chao, who had an immortal physique, could possess the immortal chi that originated from a high-grade world. Just as the magma dragon was about to reach Nanbei Chao, a layer of mystical armor appeared on the surface of his body. The surface of the armor was engraved with mystical and unfathomable talisman marks, and there was an image of an immortal mountain on it. It seemed to be something from another world, something that surpassed the origin of this world. That was the armor of immortals, which could provide unlimited defense. Nanbei Chao had never thought that he would have such a powerful ability. However, it seemed like he couldn't unleash the power of the armor of immortals with his current strength. The armor that he manifested was just an illusion. Rumble. The magma dragon slammed into the northern and southern dynasties, instantly turning into a sea of magma. The sea of magma spread out for hundreds of feet, filling every corner of the battlefield. The northern and southern dynasties were completely submerged by the magma ocean. Kaka, good kill. De Huang Dog laughed excitedly. Not only him, a lot of people thought that the northern and southern dynasties were going to die. They had witnessed the power of the broken pot and knew how terrifying it was. Li Long, who was a peak 8th grade combat emperor, was killed in an instant. This golden-haired young man was no exception. However, Jiang Chen wasn't excited. Instead, he frowned. The armor that appeared on the northern and southern dynasties just now didn't look like an ordinary treasure. It might be able to block the broken pot's attack. Bang! Just when everyone thought that the northern and southern dynasties were going to die, a silhouette jumped out from the sea of magma again. If it wasn't the northern and southern dynasties, who else could it be? At this moment, Nanbei Chao looked extremely disheveled. There were many cracks on the surface of his immortal armor, and his face was scorched black, but he was still alive and well. It was just that his chi was slightly weaker than before. He was still far from death. Jiang Chen, you have destroyed my immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. Both of their eyes were about to shoot out fire. They had spent a lot of effort to condense the immortal armor to this state. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen's broken pot would be so terrifying that it could destroy their armor. This was a great loss. What? This bastard isn't dead yet? What kind of armor is that? Its defense is so strong. The expression of De Huang Dog, who was initially excited, changed. He didn't expect the northern and southern dynasties to be so difficult to deal with. Not even the broken pot could kill him. Jiang Chen, I will personally kill you sooner or later. Just you wait and see Xuanyu tremble beneath my feet. Let's see how you plan on stopping me then. The northern and southern dynasties said ruthlessly before turning to leave. He had come here today to kill Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's terror had exceeded his imagination. Given the current situation, it was already impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen. Since that was the case, he would leave first and fight it out in the future. Northern and southern dynasties, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape today. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He raised the broken pot once again and aimed it at the northern and southern dynasties. However, the northern and southern dynasties ignored him and directly left. However, when the northern and southern dynasties came into contact with the grand formation laid out by De Huang Dog, the immortal armor on his body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, forcibly tearing a hole in the formation. In the next instant, the northern and southern dynasties had already disappeared. The northern and southern dynasties left very decisively, not even giving Jiang Chen a second chance to use the broken pots. What? De Huang Dog's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing the formation he laid out was actually broken by the northern and southern dynasties so easily, De Huang Dog was extremely angry. This was the first time something like this had happened. Damn it, he actually broke Lord Dog's formation so easily. What method did this brat use? De Huang Dog flew into a rage. Big Yellow, it's not that your formation is weak, it's not broken at all. After Nanbei Chao left, your formation is still intact. It's because of the immortal armor on his body. That man has the body of an immortal soul, which allows him to use a higher power that is beyond this world. With the help of the immortal armor, he was able to pass through your formation. Unfortunately, He managed to escape today. Jiang Chen also sighed. He had seen the methods and strength of the northern and southern dynasties. With such people existing in Xuanyu, chaos would descend sooner or later, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. This bastard, his ability to escape isn't bad. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. He managed to escape this time, but it doesn't mean that he will be able to escape the next time. Our days in the future will be more interesting. De Huang, it seems like we still have to improve our grade as soon as possible. Jiang Chen smiled and kept the broken pot. The rapid growth of the northern and southern dynasties had given him a sense of pressure. Although he was already a fourth-grade combat emperor, it was still far from enough for the entire Xuanyu. This battle had once again pushed Jiang Chen's reputation to a new peak. Many people had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, and their fear towards Jiang Chen had increased. For the next 7 days, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had been wandering in different spatial zones, looking for all kinds of treasures, but they were disappointed most of the time. The things that existed in these spatial zones had been destroyed, and nothing was left. Occasionally, a few dark souls would appear to block their way. During these 7 days, all the cultivators were approaching the deeper regions of the Death Mountain, hoping to find an opportunity. Although Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't obtain any great benefits, they could use these 7 days to comprehend what they had learned and strengthen their foundation. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had obtained great benefits, and their progress was very fast. Especially De Huang Dog, he had advanced a few grades. Even though he had the dragon horse bloodline, he still needed some time to digest the benefits. These 7 days were the perfect time for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog to digest the benefits that they had obtained. We have been in the Death Mountain for 8 days. This time, the Death Mountain will open for a month. There are still more than 20 days left. I wonder what other benefits we can obtain. De Huang Dog licked his lips. He was very excited about this forbidden area. De Huang, look, there are 2 forks in front of us. These 2 forks lead to different spatial zones. Choose one. Jiang Chen looked at the forks on the left and right and said with a smile. De Huang Dog took a step forward and saw that one of the 2 forks was very ordinary. It wasn't any different from the one they had passed before. On the other hand, the aura of dark souls would overflow from time to time, as if there was a dangerous existence inside. That was a dangerous aura that made people's soul tremble. That fork is very ordinary. It's definitely the same as the one we entered before. We won't get anything. The other one looks extremely dangerous. Of course, it's very possible that there's danger inside, but I feel that we can get some good things from it. De Huang Dog's eyes were very bright. His gaze was locked on that eerie passage. All right, I'll listen to you. Jiang Chen nodded. He and De Huang weren't afraid of danger. They always believed that danger and opportunity coexisted. Therefore, a man and a dog walked into the eerie passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they had entered a new spatial zone. This spatial zone was much bigger than any of the spatial zones they had seen before. There were many pavilions and some huge ancient palaces that were dozens of feet tall. However, when they entered this spatial zone, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. All the palaces here were ruined. Many of them had collapsed and turned into ruins. Hafnium. The void was filled with the roars of dark souls. It was imaginable that the number of dark souls here was definitely not small. This place is like a land of death. It's so fucking uncomfortable. De Huang Dog couldn't help but shiver. Let's go and have a look at those palaces. Jiang Chen strode forward. Since they had entered, they had to find out what was going on. He and De Huang Dog weren't moving very fast. They were already moving very cautiously. As soon as they approached a building, 2 terrifying dark souls rushed out from the void. They stretched out their sharp claws that were covered with green fur and tried to grab Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog respectively. Humph! Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a ball of flame shot out, burning the dark souls completely. De Huang Dog was even more ferocious. His hard dog head emitted a golden luster. His huge body was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow, directly colliding with the sharp claws. A cracking sound was heard. Not only did the indestructible sharp claws not leave any trace on De Huang Dog's head, but they were directly smashed by De Huang Dog's head. This collision forced the dark souls to reveal themselves. De Huang Dog pounced on them and smashed them into pieces again. Chapter 689. The dark souls in the Death Mountain were extremely terrifying. They were silent, they came and went without a trace. Their attacks were hidden in the dark, just like the assassins of the Dark Shadow. It was impossible to guard against them, but this kind of terror was only for ordinary cultivators. To abnormal beings like Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, they weren't much of a threat because they were much scarier than these creatures. Ji Hao. After the 2 dark souls were killed, more dark souls jumped out. These dark souls were incomparably powerful. Each of them had the strength to kill a combat emperor. They were intelligent, but they only knew how to kill. In other words, they were killing machines. As long as any living being appeared in their domain, they would kill them at all costs. Damn it! Why are there so many dark souls here? De Huang Dog was a little depressed. The number of dark souls here was more than the total number of dark souls that they had encountered before. No matter how many there are, we have to eliminate them, or else they will keep pestering us. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. A flaming dragon was held in his hand, and he waved it at the dark souls that were charging at them. Huala Jiang Chen's flame was the nemesis of these dark souls. In addition to his 4th-grade combat emperor, he could even kill a 7th-grade combat emperor. These dark souls were no match for him. Basically, wherever the flame passed, all the dark souls were destroyed and turned into ashes. The flaming dragon waved again. Another group of dark souls were incinerated. Seeing this, De Huang Dog stood at a distance and stopped attacking. He kept murmuring, "What an abnormal guy. These dark souls are really unlucky to have met him." With Jiang Chen's flame, De Huang Dog was too lazy to attack them. Before he could do anything, all the dark souls had been killed. It was better for him to stay here and save his energy. He could deal with other dangers later. Ji Hao. There were a lot of Yin spirits in all directions, and there seemed to be more than 100 of them. Jiang Chen was like a god of fire, rushing into the group of Yin spirits, burning a large number of ferocious Yin spirits to death. In a few breaths, the number of Yin spirits was directly reduced by half, and the remaining Yin spirits actually fled in all directions, not daring to come forward again. If Jiang Chen was just an ordinary cultivator, no matter how powerful he would not be able to make them retreat. What they were afraid of was not Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's flames. Due to the nature of the Yin spirits, when they were dealing with Jiang Chen's flames, they felt as if they had met their natural enemy. Anything in the world would instinctively choose to flee when encountering their own world. Just like cats and mice, no matter how big a mouse was, when it saw a cat, it would feel fear in its heart. Fleeing was just an instinctive reaction. "Brat, you're really ruthless." De Huang Dog wagged its tail and approached Jiang Chen. "If I'm not ruthless, they will dig out my heart and eat it." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He had no other choice but to kill these Yin spirits. The number of Yin spirits here is surprisingly high, and there are also many buildings. It seems that this should be the place where the disciples of that ancient super sect gather. "Come, let's go and have a look at the palace in front," said Jiang Chen. A man and a dog strode forward, heading towards the palace not far away. The palace looked dilapidated, and the walls were mottled with the traces of time. After the Yin spirits left, the place was dead silent. The air was filled with death qi. Walking in such a place, one's soul and nerves would involuntarily tense. Ka! As soon as Jiang Chen entered the inner part of the palace, a cracking sound was heard under his feet. A skeleton was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. This skeleton had been dead for an unknown period of time. Even its bones had decayed. A casual touch from an external force would turn it into powder. This is the skeleton of a combat emperor. It seems like he is at least an 8th-grade combat emperor. He should be an outsider who wanted to enter the Death Mountain to investigate the situation. Who would have thought that he would die here? Jiang Chen guessed. The Death Mountain is extremely terrifying. Every 30 years, there is only 1 month to enter this place. Once the prohibition of the Death Mountain is activated again, this place will become a true land of death. The cold palace had existed for an unknown period of time. A decaying qi assaulted their faces. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took 2 steps forward. The huge palace was empty. There were no treasures, but a statue was placed in front of them. It was a statue of a man, but its surface was full of potholes and traces were everywhere. Even the face of the man couldn't be seen. There were cobwebs intertwined on the statue, but one thing that could be seen was that the statue was bald. "It's a monk." De Huang Dog was a little surprised. Why would such an ancient sect worship the statue of a monk? This place is certainly not the land of Buddha sect. The Buddha sect is located in the Western domain. They rarely enter other places. Those dark souls didn't have the slightest chi of Buddha sect, but there is a statue of Buddha here. It is indeed strange. Jiang Chen had some doubts, but he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, that ancient blood-red monument. All of us couldn't pull it out, but only that monk could. Now, there is a statue of Buddha here. It seems like even if this sect isn't a Buddha sect, it must be related to them. That's right. That monument only recognizes monks. De Huang Dog also recalled the time when they were in the magma river. No one could move the monument that suppressed the river. Only Tyrant was able to pull it out easily. We can't care so much. This sect has existed for too long. There are many things that we can't investigate. Let's look for treasures first. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This sect was much older than him, and there was no way to find out its origin. It had already become a gray part of history. There are no treasures here. Let's go to other places to take a look, said De Huang Dog. If there were treasures here, he would have sensed it long ago. Roar. Rumble. Just as De Huang Dog's voice faded, a world-shaking roar suddenly rang out from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by an intense rumbling sound. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's expressions changed. That was the fluctuation of a battle. Someone was fighting here. Also, that roar just now was incomparably hoarse. From the roar, they could sense an ancient feeling. It carried the scent of death. They didn't know what kind of existence it was. Let's go. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog rushed out from the palace with a swoosh, heading towards the source of the fluctuation of the battle. At this moment, in the center of this spatial zone, in the center of a few ruined buildings, a gigantic creature was raging. It was a giant skeleton that was a few hundred meters tall. It was a huge monster. Just like those humans, it had become a dark soul after passing through time. Because this monster was only a skeleton, it was impossible to tell what kind of species it was. However, its scariness was terrifying. In between the monster's eyebrows, there was a golden object that was the size of a fist. It was emitting rays of light and ancient chi. Wah! In front of the monster, a man in blue clothes spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and looked at the monster that was closing in on him. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. A large part of his chest had already caved in. He had suffered a serious injury. Motherfucker, why are there so many demon souls in this broken place? This monster is so scary. Even a 9th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is so sad. I didn't expect that I, Guo Xiaofei, would die here. The blue-clothed man revealed a bitter smile. He wasn't someone else. He was Guo Xiaofei, the leader of the Nebula sect. He had entered this spatial zone by mistake when he was searching for treasures and had been besieged by the Dark Souls. However, he was strong and his combat strength was terrifying. He had killed many of the Dark Souls. He didn't expect to encounter a monstrous Dark Soul here. Its combat strength was terrifying to the extreme, especially the golden object in between the monster's eyebrows. He didn't know what it was, but it could provide the monster with an enormous amount of energy. Dong dong dong. Guo Xiaofei wasn't an exception. The blue-clothed man revealed a bitter smile. He wasn't a stranger. He was Guo Xiaofei, the leader of the Nebula sect. He had mistakenly entered this spatial zone when he was searching for treasures and had been besieged by the Dark Souls. However, he was strong and his combat strength was terrifying. He had killed many of the Dark Souls. He didn't expect to encounter a monstrous Dark Soul here. Its combat strength was terrifying to the extreme, especially the golden object in between its eyebrows. It was unknown what it was, but it could provide an enormous amount of energy to the monster. Come on. The monster took a step forward, leaving only its bones. Step by step, it approached Guo Xiaofei. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. Guo Xiaofei kept retreating. He knew that he wasn't a match for this monster. All his chi had been locked by the monster. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. If there were no accidents, he would die here today. Come on. Guo Xiaofei raised the long sword in his hand. His murderous intent rippled out like ripples. Even if he was going to die, he would fight to the death. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Roar! The monster let out another hoarse roar. It stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Guo Xiaofei. This attack was fast and powerful. It reached Guo Xiaofei in a blink of an eye. This monster was different from the other dark souls. Due to the existence of the golden object in between its eyebrows, its attack carried light waves of energy. Layers of golden halos appeared, making the monster's attack even more terrifying. Guo Xiaofei was in despair. He was seriously injured. He couldn't even exert a third of his usual combat strength. He couldn't resist the monster's fatal attack. He would certainly die under this attack. Hung at this critical moment of life and death, a long dragon that was completely formed by flames suddenly descended from the sky. It was accompanied by crackling lightning, blocking the path between Guo Xiaofei and the monster. The sudden appearance of this flaming dragon carried an incomparably terrifying attack and destructive force. It caused the temperature of this spatial zone to rise. The monster actually retreated when it saw this flame. Chapter 690. The monster was roaring in pain and raging at the same time. If it was an ordinary dark soul, it would be burned to ashes immediately after being touched by the flame, but this monster didn't. Its bones seemed to be extremely hard. Jiang Chen's flame couldn't burn it in an instant. Moreover, a golden light rushed out from the golden object in between the monster's eyebrows, repelling Jiang Chen's flame. Guo Xiaofei was still in a state of shock. He was prepared to fight the monster to the death, but he didn't expect that a fire dragon would appear at the last moment to repel the monster and save him. Guo Xiaofei turned his head and saw two silhouettes appearing beside him like a stream of light. They were two familiar figures, a man and a dog. Guo Xiaofei's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw the newcomers. "Brother Jiang, it's you." Guo Xiaofei saw Jiang Chen as if he had seen his family member. He was really happy that Jiang Chen could appear at this time. "Senior brother Guo, you look like you're injured quite badly. Take this pill." Jiang Chen flipped his palm and threw a pill to Guo Xiaofei. This pill was obtained by him before. It was a holy healing pill which had great effects on Guo Xiaofei. Guo Xiaofei didn't hesitate. He took the pill and swallowed it without even looking at it. He dared to swallow the pill given by Jiang Chen. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't harm him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved him just now. After swallowing the pill, Guo Xiaofei carefully observed Jiang Chen's cultivation. His facial expression changed immediately. "Brother Jiang, it has only been a few days and you have already reached the 4th grade combat emperor. This is too scary." "All right, I heard that you have killed Li Long and Yan Hui. Is it true?" Guo Xiaofei's gaze towards Jiang Chen had completely changed. There were many complicated emotions in his eyes, but most of them were disbelief. They were both geniuses of the younger generation. Although Guo Xiaofei was a powerful 8th grade combat emperor, he felt that he wasn't as good as Jiang Chen. "That's right. They wanted to kill me, but I killed them in the end. They only have themselves to blame," Jiang Chen said. The news of him killing Li Long and Yan Hui had already spread throughout the Death Mountain. Very few people didn't know about it. It was normal for Guo Xiaofei to know about it. As they spoke, the monstrous spirit slowly regained its senses. Its hollow eyes looked at Jiang Chen and the others. A monstrous aura of death and killing intent mixed together, overflowing from the monster's body and drifting in the void. "Brother Jiang, this monster is very hard to deal with. It isn't an ordinary dark soul. I don't know what that thing on its glabella is, but it can provide it with an endless supply of energy, allowing it to attack with energy. Even a 9th grade combat emperor may not be its match," Guo Xiaofei said. There was a trace of horror in his eyes. Recalling the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely rescue, he would probably be a dead man now. Even his corpse wouldn't be left intact. He would become the monster's food. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's eyes fell on the monster's body at the same time. Suddenly, they felt a powerful desolate qi from the monster. Then, their eyes fell on the golden object on the monster's glabella. Such a powerful qi. This is an ancient desolate beast. I can't tell what kind of beast it is, but its demon soul is still intact. No wonder it is so powerful. Jiang Chen was shocked. It's definitely a primordial remnant species. It's a pity that it has become a Yin spirit and its bloodline has already disappeared. However, that demon spirit is a rare treasure. I can feel a trace of sacred might from that demon spirit. When this primordial remnant species was alive, it was actually a minor sacred beast. De Huang Dog was even more shocked than Jiang Chen. As a divine beast, He was more sensitive to the bloodline of a beast than any ordinary human. The giant skeleton monster in front of him was an ancient desolate beast that had existed for a long time. Although its bloodline had disappeared, its demon soul was a rare treasure. What surprised him even more was that this demon soul contained saint might. This beast must have been a minor saint demon when it was alive. Being able to preserve its demon soul in perfect condition, it's enough to show how terrifying this beast is. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He originally thought that entering this space was a waste. Now it seems that there were indeed great benefits. Not to mention other things, just this minor saint demon soul alone was a priceless existence. He could already see the passion in De Huang Dog's eyes. De Huang, if I give you this demon soul, how much benefit can you get? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. He didn't intend to take this demon soul. A demon soul left behind by an ancient desolate beast like this was much more beneficial to De Huang Dog than to himself. Although Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill could absorb the innate ability within it, this demon soul had existed for a long time. The bloodline of this demon soul might have already disappeared. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's powerful divine abilities were sufficient for him to use. Ordinary innate abilities were nothing to him. However, De Huang Dog was different. De Huang Dog had the dragon horse divine beast's bloodline. This demon soul of the ancient desolate beast would undoubtedly be of great help to him. De Huang Dog licked his lips. His eyes shone brightly. Breaking through to the 7th grade demon emperor is not a problem. De Huang Dog was very confident. Although this demon soul had existed for a long time, it was still a minor saint demon soul. De Huang Dog was now a 5th grade combat emperor with a strong foundation. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to refine a powerful demon soul like a minor saint demon soul, but De Huang Dog could refine it easily. At that time, not only would he be able to break through to the 7th grade combat emperor, it would also greatly impact his bloodline. After listening to the conversation between Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, Guo Xiaofei rolled his eyes. Listening to the tone of these two, it was as if the monster in front of them was already in their bag. Motherfucker. The opponent was a powerful demon soul. Even an 8th grade combat emperor like him wasn't a match for it. Why were these two so confident? Weren't they clearly trying to attack him? Brother Jiang, this monster isn't easy to deal with. Guo Xiaofei reminded Jiang Chen solemnly. He wanted to let Jiang Chen see the situation clearly. The most important thing now was to run away. Otherwise, even if the three of them joined hands, they wouldn't be a match for the monster. Although Jiang Chen had advanced 2 grades, he was still a 4th grade combat emperor. How could he be a match for this monster? How can I let go of the prey that is already in my hands? Don't worry, Brother Guo. Although this monster is very powerful, I have a way to restrain it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a confident smile. If this monster in front of him was a desolate ancient species, Jiang Chen would definitely run away without hesitation. He wouldn't dare to stop for even a second, because he wouldn't be a match for such a powerful existence even if he used all of his skills. However, this monster was just a dark soul. No matter how powerful a dark soul was, it still had its own attribute. Thus, it would be restrained by Jiang Chen's flames. Roar! The monster let out a furious roar again. The demon soul in between its eyebrows emitted layers of golden light. A dense, desolate, ancient demonic chi spread out, covering its entire body. In the next moment, the monster moved at an extremely fast speed, attacking Jiang Chen and the others. Its terrifying sharp claws tore a big hole in the void. Fire Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen let out a roar. Facing such a powerful monster, even with his flames restraining it, he still didn't dare to underestimate it. Therefore, he immediately struck out with the Fire Dragon Seal. The huge fire dragon was like a real dragon, roaring as it charged towards the monster. Seeing Jiang Chen's fire dragon once again, a trace of fear could be seen on the monster's face. However, the furious monster didn't back off. Its gigantic body was wrapped in a golden light as it collided head-on with the fire dragon. Boom! The earth shook, and the buildings behind them were destroyed. The monster was truly powerful, and its terrifying power destroyed the fire dragon. However, the fire dragon's power did not disappear completely, and it turned into a sea of fire that trapped the monster within. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhao Fu. Roar! That monster was simply too powerful. Even though it was surrounded by the true dragon flames and true lightning dragon flames, It was still enraged and had a majestic aura. After all, this monster had the support of a minor demon saint-level demon spirit. It wasn't something that ordinary Een spirits could compare to. Boom! A huge force gushed out from the sea of fire, dispersing the flames. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The buildings in this area were completely destroyed. The monster's body was covered in flames as it charged towards Jiang Chen once again. The monster relied on its demon soul and was unpredictable. However, Jiang Chen and Gua Xiaofei could still see that this monster had all the attributes of a Een soul. Under the suppression of the flames, it couldn't even exert half of its battle power. De Huang, senior brother Gua, let's attack together and kill it. Jiang Chen let out a roar. A mystical long sword appeared in his hand. Holding the heavenly saint's sword, he turned into a ray of light and slashed towards the monster. Ha! Gua Xiaofei didn't hesitate. He hated this monster to the core. Now that the monster was being suppressed by Jiang Chen's flames, it's a good opportunity to get rid of it. De Huang Dog didn't move. However, the dragon horn on top of his head emitted sparks and colorful lights. This time, De Huang Dog was very serious. He wanted to use his innate divine ability that he had never used before. A demon soul left behind by a primordial remnant species was too attractive to him. He had no choice but to use all his strength to kill it. Rumble. The monster stared at the pressure from Jiang Chen's flames while fighting against Jiang Chen and Gua Xiaofei alone. They were on the verge of exploding this area. They were locked in a stalemate. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.